wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo go to phone it Bonnie Bucket as a party. And when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo go to phone it Bonnie Bucket as a party. Hey, Chua Gamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fije nange jamalengi mbaratin. On saa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo ye de gugeme. O kwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banye se akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna mota, hakuna kogabu.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni, orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
How are you? So, pardon me. You caught me off guard, as you always catch me off guard, but never really fully caught off guard. You know, in Yoruba land, we have something we call ajesara. In Yoruba land, we say "Ẹ̀yin ológbò kò ń balẹ̀, ẹ̀yin ológbò kò ń balẹ̀." That means to say that a cat will always land on its paws. If you throw a cat from a 50 feet story, a 50 feet block of buildings, no matter how you throw that cat, it will always land on its paws. Ẹ̀yin ológbò kò ń balẹ̀. So there it is. Pardon me. So there it is right there. Ẹ̀yin ológbò ń balẹ̀. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join us on the screen. And there's a link pinned to the comment section, probably, which invites you to buy your host cups of coffee. You always ignore that, so I don't expect anything different now. So another weekend upon us again. So that is to say that another week is completed. TikTok, the year goes. We're nearly in November now, and before you know it, it's Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and then another year rolls in. So it just goes, doesn't it? You live from day to day, but that is life going. You know, for every second that goes by, you are never going to recover that second back. You know, that is actually the core essence of life, isn't it? So whatever I just said a moment ago, I'm never going to get that moment back. You're never going to get any moment back. So make every moment golden. And how do you make a moment golden? You already don't know where I'm going. You spend it with your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing man. One man went to mow. So welcome. Good to have you here and good to be in your company. So so let's kick it off. And by the way, still a few more minutes, but an hour and a bit. But today really is the commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of NSARS. That didn't actually make that much of the headlines as much as I was anticipating that it would. But we will be acknowledging it here, certainly, because lives were lost. So today is the commemoration of today is the commemoration of NSAS, the 20th of October, a date indelibly marked on the Nigerian psyche. So a date is it indelibly or indelibly? The English speakers will please correct me, but certainly permanently marked on the Nigerian psyche. So there it is, 3 years the anniversary. Protesters stormed Lekki Toll Gate for NSAS Memorial. So the police did warn them that they would tolerate no gathering in that space. So now it's a conflation between freedom of movement and public safety, isn't it? And public safety must always override whichever right people are using to that people are looking to exercise. Protesters stormed Lekki Toll Gate for NSAS Memorial. So it's not made much of the news. So that is to tell you that that was somewhat of a peaceful exercise. So let's get this one quickly out of the way. Protesters on Friday stormed the Lekki Toll Gate in Lagos to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of the killings of that's a Freudian slip, wasn't it? Protesters on Friday stormed the Lekki Toll Gate in Lagos to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of the killings of armless protesters by officers of the Nigerian Army and police on October the 20th, 2020. So you can almost tell, you can tell from the inflection of how a piece is written where the political leanings of that of the platform presenting the news leans. So you can tell from the inflection, the tone and accent of the piece, you can tell from its inflection what the political leanings of the platform is. That is not the platform, or not our platform, the media platform presenting this. So this is People's Gazette, of course, a verilous anti-government, platform, and a deep in the wool, marinated and satiated, obedient space. So you can tell, knowing that as their backdrop, then you can then digest their news off the back of that. A verilous anti-government platform and a steeped in the wool, obedient space. So that is where we're getting this news from. Protesters stormed Lekki Toll Gate for NSAS Memorial. So that's Chioma right there. We see you. Protesters on Friday stormed the Lekki Toll Gate in Lagos to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of the killings of armless protesters by officers of the Nigerian Army and police on October the 20th, 2020. The peaceful walk, led by skit maker Adebowale Adebayo, also known as Mr. Macaroni, witnessed heavy security presence, including Lagos State Commissioner of Police Idowu Owohunwa, who had on Thursday warned against any gathering at the toll gate. MC Macaroni said the memorial walk was to honor the slain youth, adding, "We want to walk back, but the police don't want us to walk back. We don't want to give them a reason or excuse to fire at us." So I would have said that your very presence there is somewhat provoking an encounter with the authorities, because the police have been saying all week long that they are not going to tolerate any gatherings at that Lekki Toll Gate, for reasons that we can all understand. But Macaroni, as ever, still not had enough from that beating he got at that NSA space. Remember when they stripped him and flogged him and threw him like a bag of sack, like a bag of rice into a Black Maria? So still not had enough from there. He's now leading a march to go and storm Lekki Toll Gate. Mr. MC Macaroni said the memorial walk was to honor the slain youth, adding, "We want to walk back, but the police don't want us to walk back. We don't want to give them a reason or an excuse to fire at us. Then you should not be there because they told you not to be there. We've been on this for 3 years now, and we know what they are capable of doing, and yet we're still there. The skit maker called for the unconditional release of youth in security agencies' custody since October 2020. Would you believe that there were people that were picked up? I won't say arrested, because I must say picked up. Would you believe that there were people picked up on that fateful day, that are still in the custody of the authorities? It's unbelievable. No trial, no charge, nothing, just rot in jail, the Nigerian system. There are still some protesters who have been in prison since 2020. Lawyers have been on the cases, different shouts every day, but till now, they're still there. We are using this work to once again call on all those concerned to grant the unconditional release of all protesters that are still in prison, he urged. The protest, which rocked major cities across Nigeria in 2020, sought an end to extrajudicial killings by the Special Anti-Robbery Squad SARS unit of the Nigerian police. It, however, resulted, so it goes on to tell us then the backdrop of EndSARS, but really essentially to commemorate and acknowledge this day in the life and times of the Nigerian state. So I mean, if we want to be commemorating days that the Nigerian authorities have unleashed at the citizens, I think every day is a commemoration day. Which day are they not just killing you like fowls? You know, every day is a commemoration day if we want to be commemorating this. But we use this as a seminal point, as a moment in time to acknowledge the brutality of state against the citizens. The brutality of state against the citizens. So now they say whoever comes to equity must come with clean hands. This is a phrase we've often heard. Whoever comes to equity must come with clean hands. But how clean are the hands of our pot belly from Adamawa? That is the question. So how clean are the hands of pot belly from Adamawa? So that's the question. Atiku'S custom service records are reportedly missing. So how convenient. This is a guy that is asking for probity and wanting to cleanse the OG's table, which is the Nigerian state, the one that is telling us that Tinubu is not fit for purpose for reasons of forgery. He has sent in people into the custom archives to go and steal and destroy his records. Atiku'S custom record service, Atiku'S custom service record reportedly missing. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, has said it cannot find the service records of former Vice President and People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Correspondence reports that a senior officer of the NCS said that the leadership of the service had made efforts to get Atiku'S service records without any success. We have done everything to get former Vice President Atiku'S record of service without any success. He left the service in 1989 when the headquarters was in Lagos. Western Post quoted the officer as saying, some staff files could not be found in Lagos when the headquarters was being moved to Abuja due to either poor archiving or record keeping or deliberate lifting of the files. At the moment, I have to go and make sure that I think I misspelled archives. Did I? Okay, I didn't misspell it in the title, so that's fine. Right, we have done everything to get former Vice President Atiku'S record of service without success. He left the service in 1989 when the headquarters was in Lagos. The officer was quoted as saying, some staff files could not be found in Lagos when the headquarters was moved to Abuja due to either poor archiving and record keeping or deliberate lifting of the files. So which category do you think Atiku'S files will come under? Poor archiving, poor archiving and record keeping, or deliberate lifting of the file. So the guy has had his file stolen and destroyed. At the moment, the Customs Service can only trace files of those that joined the service in the early 1990s. we don't have anything in our records on employees of the generation of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, he added. Atiku joined the Customs Service in 1969 after completing his diploma in law at the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I wonder if there is any record of that diploma either, because of course the names on his credentials are in question now. Because of course, what was that other name? Sadiq Abubakar. So was it Sadiq that went to that school and then gave the credentials to Atiku to be using or not? So we want to see his records from Ahmadu Bello University. Atiku joined the Customs Service in 1969 after completing his diploma in law program at the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He retired in April 1986 after 20 years service, rising to the position of Deputy Director of Customs, which is the equivalent of Deputy Comptroller General. Aside from Atiku, President Tinubu is facing so there it is right there. So it continues to tighten and tighten around the Atiku narrative. No record of his service in the customs services. The affidavit that he signed for his change of name from Sadiq to Atiku, that affidavit was signed on a Saturday, a day that the courts don't work. So quite how that happened, we don't know. And even who Sadiq is, we don't know. And there is a third name that goes back even further to his history, which is yet to be explored. So who exactly is Atiku Abubakar is the thing. So the mystery continues. The mystery continues, but the storyline goes in this direction. So this is a human interest story. So let me just give you this one. Let me see, how many minutes are we into it? So I don't flout YouTube. I think I can bring this now. And by the way, let me send the link to the studio, because I'm just by myself at the moment. So if you want to come and join me in conversation, then click on this. So let me send this. So that's the link to the studio if you want to come and join me in conversation. And let me highlight our Chioma's answers as well. So now this is a human interest story just to break up the political heavy diet. Nigerian lawmakers ask federal government to ban popular children's book, Queen Primer, over pro-LGBTQ content. So, this is this headline right here, it speaks to a global concern that parents are having globally, how they are somewhat trying to infuse this sort of narrative into the schooling system globally. So this is a worldwide concern, but as it plays out in Nigeria. So a worldwide concern as it plays out in Nigeria. So a localized experience of a worldwide concern. Nigerian lawmakers ask federal government to ban popular children's book, Queen Primer, over pro-LGBT content. Nigerian lawmakers in the House of Representatives want the federal government and other sub-national governments to ban the use of the popular children's textbook, Queen Premier, in schools for containing pro-LGBT, etc. text. The lawmakers made the call on Thursday, October the 19th, during plenary, following the adoption of a motion moved by Suleiman Gumi. So I'm not surprised that the motion is being moved by Suleiman Gumi, but let me read the totality of it, and then I'll tell you the conflation that I see, because it's the conflation that happens within the Nigerian space that is yet playing out in this latest cameo. So you have an ultra-conservative North, and you have an ultra-liberal South, and never the two shall converge. So that's the Nigerian experience. You have a very liberal South, which will tolerate and accommodate people like James Brown, the cross-dresser, people like Bobrisky, etc. And then you have an ultra-conservative North, which would not even allow women to go out of their house without their face covered up. So see that chasm right there. So you have a space which is the den of iniquity and debauchery, which is the south, and then you have a north, which is the den of piety and conservatism, and you're bringing them together to form one country. You must be a joker. You must be a joker. The two can never come together. Nigerian lawmakers in the House of Representatives want the federal government and other sub-national governments to ban the use of popular children's textbook Queen Premier in schools for containing pro-LGB, etc. I'm using etc. because LGB, whatever it is a trigger word on YouTube. The lawmakers made the call on Thursday, October the 19th, during plenary, following the adoption of a motion moved by Suleiman Gumi, who wants the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, a regulatory agency, to exercise its statutory responsibility to vet educational materials before being used in Nigerian schools. Gumi said okay, so we are now coming to the offending words. Gumi said the book contains words like gay and eros. I don't even know what eros is or how it exists as a word. Is E-R-O-S. So that word offends him. I might look it up just to find out. Let me find out what that means. Actually, I don't have a Scooby-Doo what that word means. Let's find out. E-R-O-S meaning. What does that even mean? Oh, all right. It doesn't give me any meaning that should really mean anything. But let me carry on just for reasons of time. So you might want to find out in the comment section and put it there so we know. Right. Gumi said the book contains the word gay and eros, and that there is a covert attempt to slip books with immoral culture into primary and secondary schools in Nigeria. So yes, this covert attempt that he's speaking to right there is a global phenomenon, but it's playing out in Nigeria, but it's a global phenomenon. Everybody is seeing this play out in slow motion as they continue to sensitize unacceptably young-aged children to this alternative lifestyle that might not well be to their parents' comfort. So let me put it in those words. So it's a global phenomenon. Gumi said the book contains the words like gay and eros, and that there is a covert attempt to slip books with immoral culture into primary and secondary schools in Nigeria. Gumi said, Queen Premier subtly introduces terms like gay and eros, etc., that communizes sexual perversion and immoral behavior, thus exposing innocent children to terms inappropriate for their age, which is unlawful, unethical, highly immoral, and antithetical to child upbringing. So, in this instance, I'm with Gumi, not the mad Gumi, but this rather refined Gumi that is protecting the moral rectitude of the Nigerian child. In this instance, I'm with this particular Gumi, not the lunatic Gumi, of course. The lawmaker added that there is a need to protect moral values in children and society at large by resisting the use of educational materials that teach or promote any form of alien behavior which violates the laws and moral values in all educational institutions. So now, you see this, you see, there's a fluidity to the moral values in Nigeria, really for reasons that I've already explained. We have an ultra-conservative north, and we have a highly liberal south. So what exactly is the moral value of Nigeria? That's a wider philosophical question. Another lawmaker, Bello El Rufai, said there is a subtle attempt to catch young people young through the books. He disclosed that he had to withdraw his daughter from a primary school in Abuja for using the book. There is an act, and the terms are clear. I will get personal and tell you that I moved my daughter from a school whose name I will not mention for obvious reasons. And I found out that for primary school, they thought it was okay for that book to be shared, El Rufai stated. So there it is right there. A moral maze for the Nigerian state. I've never heard of the book, of course, and it looks like an old book as well. So it doesn't look as so something that's just come out in contemporary times. It looks like a very old book. Royal School series with the Queen's head and all that. Queen Primer, whatever that is. So there it is right there. The fight for the moral soul of the Nigerian child. The fight for the moral soul of the Nigerian child. Falana demands implementation. I'm not going to read this to you, by the way. I'm only going to give you the headline. Falana demands implementation of NSAS panel report, payment of reparation to victims, trial of indicted policemen, military personnel. The usual Nigerian cover-up. So that's in play there. Let me go to this. President Tinubu appoints. So I'm bringing you I'm bringing you this story for two reasons. One, because of the appointment, because we are now sort of documenting the regions that Tinubu's appointees are coming from for reasons of tribal balancing. So we're doing that. So somebody is already insulting me in the comment section. What did I do you now, Biggie? I'm bringing you this story for two reasons. One, because we're documenting because Tinubu stands accused of Yorubanization. So we're then eagle-eyeing his appointees. So that's the first reason I'm bringing you this storyline. And I'm also bringing you because the name of this appointee is so funky. President Tinubu appoints Shakachira. So if you can't get girls with a name like this, you would never ever get girls in your life. If you can't get girls with a name like this, you would never. My name is Shaka. Look, Shaka Khan. Look at that. President Tinubu appoints Shaka Chira as a new Auditor General of Nigeria, and it's a senior position as well. It's not a gimme position. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Mr. Shaka Chira from Taraba State as the new Auditor General of the Federation. The special advisor on media and publicity to the president, Ajuri Ngalale, made this known on Friday in a statement. In a statement, said that Chira's appointment was recommended by the Federal Civil Service Commission as the most qualified candidate, as is scored the highest in the examination amongst, if this is the basis for that appointment, then a round of applause is needed, because this should be the basis for appointments in Nigeria. The best man for the job, and this is what this description tells us. The special advisor on media and publicity to the president, Ajuri Ngalale, made this known on Friday in a statement. Said that Chira's appointment was recommended by the Federal Civil Service Commission as the most qualified candidate after he scored the highest in the examination amongst all qualified candidates for the office, first amongst equals. So that's the basis that should be the basis for. And by the way, I'm going to play you a clip in a moment of what, maybe I should even play it now. I'm not quite sure where to insert it. But there was this senator that had this rather yes, there was this senator that had this rather big thing with Sheung Okimbaloye. It's one of, I can't recall his name. A senator from the north. Let me see. Hold on. So I'll probably play you it at some point. This is the chap right here. If you know his name, let me know. But he had this big this big interview with Sheung, he said quite a few things. A lot of it, of course, critical of the government, but a lot of it you might well align with in sentiment. But maybe at some point we'll land on that. So essentially, somebody from Taraba is the Auditor General of the Federation. So thank God that it's not a Yoruba person this time around. So this one will really rankle Ajanle Koko. This now next headline. Federal government approves 35,000 minimum wage for civil servants. So there it is right there. We've been skirting around that particular space, but we've now landed on it, 35,000. But is that a living wage? Given the circumstances, given where the country is now, it says, I'm not quite sure. It says to take effect from September the 1st. So is that a backdating? Then I wonder. Okay, let's just have a look. Federal government approved 35,000 minimum wage for civil servants. So wagwan with this one, wagwan. The federal government has approved 35,000 as minimum wage for federal civil servants to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy removal. So I'm not quite sure what that means. What was the minimum wage before? Was it not 30? Let's read it to understand. This was contained in a memo from the presidency signed by the chairman, chief executive officer of the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, EPO NTA. The circular stated that the approved sum of 35,000 award to all civil servants will take effect from September this year. The circular dated October the 19th was addressed to the Chief of Staff of the President, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Ministers and Ministers of State, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Chairman, Federal Commission, so all the necessary parastatals. And then it goes on. The circular reads, I refer to the Memorandum of Understanding reached between the Federal Government of Nigeria and the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, on Monday, October the 2nd, 2023, as a result of the dispute arising from the withdrawal of subsidy on the price of premium motor spirit, and hereby convey the approval of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Imagine how Peter Obi and Atiku would feel when they read this. Their heart will sing, wouldn't it? The President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not Chief Tinubu, as Peter Obi told us in his press conference. That rather laughable is Aisha Yesufu inspired press conference, but the President, this is for the benefit of the obedient, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the grant of wage award of 35,000 naira only per month to all federal government workers with effect from the 1st of September, pending a new national minimum wage is expected to be signed into law. Accordingly, the implementation of the 35,000 naira per month award for all federal government ministries, departments, etc., will be funded by the Treasury. Non-Treasury funded federal government agencies are to implement same from their internally generated revenue or statutory allocations. Inquiries concerning this circular should be directed to the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, the statement added. So it's still shrouded in ambiguity because I thought the minimum wage was around about 35,000 already anyway. So is this an additional on top of pending further agreements with the NLC? So it's as clear as mud, pretty much what's been said there. As clear as mud. As clear as mud. So as clear as mud, but this one, it can't be any clearer. So no surprise, DSS recovers over 580 million naira from former EFCC chairman Bawa. Look at that. The schoolboy was on a money run. Nigeria Secret Police, the Department of State Services (DSS), has reportedly recovered over 580 million naira from former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Abdul Rashid Bawa. Correspondents report that Bawa has been in DSS custody since June 2023. Sources said that the former EFCC chairman has coughed up over 580 million naira illegally acquired during his time as the head of the agency. Over 580 million naira has been retrieved from the incarcerated former chairman of the anti-graft agency EFCC, another source told correspondents. There has been various calls for Bawa's release from detention from various quarters. Recall that the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project had asked the federal government to sue Bawa or release him. There it is right there. If they had released him, we would not have recovered $500 million, nearly 600,000. But there's still more for him to cough up, cough up. So I'm going to play you this clip because when I saw it, it struck me. There's actually two of them that I want to play you, but I'll play you one now, and then we'll go to the K-Guide music, let the panelists in, and then they can decide if they want to see the next one. But let me play you this clip. Let me see. There's two instances. Is this guy did a big interview. I can't recall his name, but you'll find out his name just in a moment. Okay. Yes, you'll find out his name just in a moment. But let me play you this clip first. Let me play you this. It's only 4 minutes.
When we want, and the security expert that I've spoken to and said, look, if we're not careful, the manner in which the economic state of the country is going, if the shocks are not being handled properly by the leadership of the country and at the state level, crime rates will rise, and our nation... It has already risen. It has already risen. I mean, if you follow I know not everything gets reported, but sadly, the much that we're able to see around us. And look, at even the insecurity has gone high. I mean, the rate at which campuses are being invaded and female students being kidnapped, within the last 1 month, how many times have we had? So definitely things are worsening. And I expect the political leaders to come together and start, but of course, like I said, I can understand why they can't do it.
We are increasingly seeing what this guy is doing, and we're going to see it increasingly more over the course of this administration, is to highlight then all of the fault lines of society and put an alarmist narrative behind it. We saw Joel try to do it yesterday when he was cherry picking all of the fault lines of society and then bringing them together to tell some sort of alarmist narrative. Yes, things are awful in Nigeria, but the pathway to getting it better is being charted by a government. So, but that alarmist narrative, just yesterday, somebody was XYZ in ABC, and then the other day before, we can cherry pick those stories and then present this hopeless situation. But this really essentially, I'm not quite sure if this guy is an opposition guy, but he's certainly opposed to the sitting president, that's for sure.
Because look at the failure of the institutions. In fact, like I was in a seminar not just 2 days ago, and we're discussing some of these issues. And I made the point that the political parties are actually criminal cartels, basically. Oh yeah, because a lot of the people have one crime or the other.
But it goes on to say you will not disagree with what it says next. Yes, you will not disagree with what it says next, because anyway, listen, then you'll see that you cannot really disagree with what it says next.
Look at the leadership of the National Assembly. How many people are supposed to are being investigated? And they are sitting right on their seat. The investigation has stopped and nobody is saying anything. How can you run a system like this and expect to succeed? You can't.
How do we get out of this? Because it looks like...
I have to say I agree with him in what he just said there. The system in Nigeria is built to fail and is built for failure. It's built to fail and is built for failure. When you have people like Godswill Akpabio on the Senate seat, padded out by the criminals and the looters, it's just a gangster's paradise, that parliamentarian space. So when you have all of that, then that just tells you that how can anything of meaning come out of a space like that? So the system is actually built to fail. That's just the truth of it. All right, let's carry on. Let's carry on.
A whole bunch of
we have a way to get out
all
of this.
over.
We have a way to get out of this. The first step is to come back and set criteria for leadership. No society, takes people just like that. For every post, for every seat you're going to occupy, you must earn it. You must qualify for it. Yes, you can go for election, but you must have those credentials that qualify you for that particular office. So the choice that voters are going to make are choices between competent between competent people. The options that you have are options that are, whichever option you take, at least you have some kind of minimum guarantee. But at the moment, really, there is no criterion for leadership. The criteria that you have in the Constitution is not a criterion, it's a criteria for eligibility. Now, when you come to suitability,
a minimum standard.
That's just eligibility. It just makes you eligible, but it doesn't make you suitable. And we have no...
okay. I think there's somewhat this guy is playing on words somewhat. Yes, there's you can only really set a standard for eligibility. You cannot really set a standard for suitability, because inherent in that is fluidity. You cannot say, do you think you can set a standard for suitability? You can only set a standard for eligibility.
Criteria for suitability. And that's the problem.
And I guess that
Now, some of these things are not written in the Constitution, but there are norms and there are certain standards that societies keep, which apparently our one has crumbled. Not that we didn't have one.
Our traditional institution at some point, although monarchical in nature, but they are also, like you said, criteria in which you get...
all right, I'm going to stop that there. I think it's made the point. It goes on for another minute or so, but I want to play you another one, still from the same guy, but I don't want to hold the space up for too long. So let me play you this one as well. I'll play it only up to the point that he makes...
the outcome of that election, and for you...
I'll play it up to the point that he makes the point, and then we leave it. Yeah.
For you... the outcome of that election and the contestation that we have seen afterwards, how much of impact do you think the consequences that it has had on our polity?
Shaun, this is a big issue, and this is an issue which we can discuss for over an hour. For me, it is the very fundamentals of the election. If you look at the delegates, the primaries, money was being exchanged freely and openly. We were all hoping that the EFCC, the ICPC, the SSS would be in those particular embedded within to arrest people who were using money. They didn't. We didn't see them. If they were there, I don't know what stopped them from taking. And that for me was the beginning of the problem. Because if the whole edifice of election, because primary election is a major...
all right. That sounds very much like sour grapes from a sore loser. So the sour grapes from sore loser. So let me give you this last one, and then we leave it there, and then we'll bring in the and then we move on. So let me bring you this one. So everything changes but remains the same within the Nigerian space. How many times have we come across this headline? We've been coming across this headline since the Babangida era. They go and loot a parastatal and then they burn it down. Warri refinery suffered fire outbreak, says NNPC. They will tell you that only a small parchment was burned, but that is where all the documents are kept. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, says a minor fire incident was contained at the Warri Refinery and Petrochemical Company Limited. In a statement by NNPC on Friday, the management says the incident occurred today at the refinery's cooling tower. NNPC said, how is it possible for fire to break out in a refinery? You would have thought that of all of the places known, that will be the one place that you will ring fence that fire does not break out. How does fire break out in a petroleum refinery? Only in Nigeria. In a statement by NNPC on Friday, the management said the incident occurred today at the refinery's cooling tower. NNPC said the fire outbreak was caused by the ongoing welding activity at the top of the cooling tower. However, the company clarified that the incident would not affect the refinery's rehabilitation project delivery schedule. This afternoon, about 3 p.m., there was a minor fire incident at the cooling tower of NNPC, etc., etc. The fire, which occurred as a result of ongoing welding activity at the top of the cooling tower, will not affect the refinery rehabilitation project delivery schedule. According to the statement, NNPC Limited safety officers at the refinery acted immediately and put out the fire within 30 minutes. NNPC said normalcy has since been restored. The company said it will continue to adhere to the best. It's just the ridiculous. Nigeria is a very ridiculous place, and we're quite a bunch of ridiculous. Only 2 people in the studio at the moment, by the way. So we'll see how that goes. But listen to this next statement. It says NNPC will continue to adhere to the best safety standards in all its business operations. So if you are running a refinery and the fire breaks out there, and in the same breath of announcing that, you are telling us you adhere to the highest safety standards. But that's Nigeria, of course, a country full of contradiction and stupidity. So contradiction and stupidity. So let's play the Kegite music, and then we'll see how it goes from there. So let's play the Kegite music. Egbelemu, your calabash to the ready.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wela ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soname ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soduke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, Ajanle Koko, good to have you. Bishop is here as well. Good to see you, Bishop. King Emeka, one of your favorite voices, he's here as well. And Thomas makes up the list. So Thomas makes up the list. So thank you for joining us, gentlemen. So we kick it off then. We probably have a more stretched out opening salvo since we only have the coziness of the people assembled so far. So we kick it off with you, King Emeka. Emeka, another weekend is upon us. Mekus.
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening. Oh, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. This is the weekend section, and I hope we're all trying to enjoy our weekend. Please share, like, subscribe, and invite your friend over. One man, take it away. What's the highlight for the day?
Actually, let me kick you off with a clip. There are several clips that lined up, but some didn't actually come through the download before I shut down my computer. But let me play you this one, which amused me no end. But let's see what you make of this.
It's now actually green lights. Let me tell you, we have just started. We will burn Nigeria down. That is what it requires to protect our people, protect our land. We will burn them down. And after that, therefore we come. I want you to understand that if you want peace, you prepare for war. What I've seen for the past 2 years is not in the right from my heart. It's not anywhere in the media. Our people have been butchered, head chopped off by the people who are supposed to be protecting those people. The people they call governors in the southeast part of Biafra has become the tools and the killing machine. We are not going to forgive them.
So there it is. It's TikTok. The clock has to be ticking for this guy. What is he doing even? It's like a death wish, isn't it?
You know, individuals like this that keep making inflammatory statements, I thought they belong to just one place, the prisons. Lock him up, throw the keys away. I don't know why he continues in this light. I thought the Finland or Finnish government invited him and then released him. What was the premise and basis for his release? I still don't understand. You can't, you see, like this was what we were saying yesterday. When someone has some form of influence, right? Like, you know, as a leader, you've attained the status of being a leader. It means you have the ears of people who you influence, and the words you say really matters. What you say carries a significant impression on those who you have their ears. Now, you can tell that he was in a session, and there were people of like minds like him, and he was making remarks about burning a country down. Now, I don't know which section of the country.
Why are the Finnish authorities are facilitating that? Why is Finland? Because even had security cover, we could see some Secret Service looking people guarding him.
I really don't know. I'm a bit confused, right? I think we need further explanation on this, right? If you ask me, it's quite funny. It's not something I understand. I picked a few keywords from what he was saying. We'll burn Nigeria down. If you are prepared for peace, we prepare for war. What section of Nigeria does he intend to burn down? The Southeast is currently going through a phase that it has never witnessed since after the Civil War, right? And you know my view on this. We should leave that dark phase into a more prosperous and progressive region. Other regions, except with the northeast, which is currently experiencing their own section, and a few parts of the north, like the north central, like Plateau and Benue, which is experiencing their own form of insecurities through bandits and some pocket of insurgencies. But others are trying to progress. The southwest is radically trying to move, with Lagos pioneering that geopolitical zone. In the southeast, we don't really have that. We used to have it in the 80s, close to the 90s, where we see it used to be Enugu championing that space. Now Anambra caught up. I was trying to move, but then this regression. We should leave that. This, I don't know. You see, this drum has been on for as long as I know, for as long as I was a kid. In the 80s, we keep hearing about it. It was mass-up. In the 90s, it was still mass-up. In the early 2000s, it was mass-up, metamorphosed into IPOP and other strange names. What is this war?
But the language,
for all about?
The language Simon is using is getting more high octane and more, more potent and more dangerous. It is getting more and more extreme in its public pronouncement.
Exactly, because the reason why nothing has happened to him yet. He's been emboldened by, when you it's like you insult your neighbor ignores you. You step up the height of that insult again. Your neighbor ignores you. You use some stronger words, and your neighbor keeps ignoring you. You want your neighbor's attention. What he is looking for is attention. And the Nigerian government is ignoring him. And but these statements are very strong. And again, the South, a section of the South is like Imo State is going into election quite soon. These kind of statements are not what we need to be hearing. And I understand that
Emeka, how are you, my brother?
I'm good.
How are you doing? Yeah. One man, how are you? Good evening, everyone. Yeah. Emeka, why are you? What is saying is same thing Nnamdi Kanu said every time. Go and find them. Go and do this. What is?
I agree, but
I'm not surprised.
Nnamdi Kanu is not speaking, right? We are not hearing his voice. You understand what I'm trying to say? If he's speaking currently, then we would know. We were like, okay, Nnamdi Kanu, what the hell is wrong with you? But he's the one now speaking for the association. And I noticed at some point, Nnamdi Kanu, they said there was a letter that was leaked, and he was addressing him that you should not continue to speak on behalf of IPOB. I denounce you. I don't know if that letter is authentic, but I know we spoke about it here. I denounce you. You should stop making this kind of statement. I'm discussing with the Nigerian government on specific specific things. I think that was probably when the Anambra Soludo, let me borrow Zita's words, Soludo for Solution was trying to seek his release. I also know the Southeast governors are currently trying to secure his release. Would the Tinubu administration release him? I think the president will, and there might be some form of sweetening or sweeteners involved with his release. But then again, for I know within this our political discourse platform all across social media, whether Twitter and YouTube, and we have a few of them. My very dear comedian friend Pansat, who keeps drinking the Kool-Aid of separation. We need to understand what we want. We cannot survive alone as a Southeast region leaving the country. We can't. It's not possible. Take a look at the Igbo leaders. We have not even gotten our act right. Then we are calling for war. It's like we want to intentionally destroy the region all by ourselves. What do we want? What is our when I speak, they say, "Oh, Emeka, you are fake name. You're Yoruba man."
Emeka, I think that Simon impact space is getting too much oxygen unchallenged. And a lot of people dismiss it as somewhat of a joking little thing, but then that was how we
it shouldn't, right?
That was how we dismissed it.
I would say they are dismissing it. I
joke,
think I would say they are dismissing it. I would say a large proportion, especially diasporan, Southeast diasporan residents or individuals, I think they're supporting this, if you ask me, right? But the people back home just want to go about their regular life. Those who are back home, who are feeling the brunt of the situation, yes, they have some who are sympathizers, some who are separatists, a couple who are also IPOB members, and a large majority of others who just want to go about their daily lives, right? I was in Abia State in July, and Abia State was not even was not concurring to the Monday stay at home. Everybody was going about their business on Monday. I think Owerri, I didn't travel Owerri on Monday because that place is highly militarized. Then Anambra, oh my goodness, I just passed through via the airport, and because that place looks scary because of what is going on, I just want to protect my life. The only place I didn't go to was Enugu. Now, I don't understand that when I speak, you hear some funny individuals come in and say, "Oh, Emeka, you're a Yoruba man pretending to be a." We do not have our rights, our acts intact. What is our goal? Leaving the country would not give us any advantage. Now look at the ministerial appointments and the various appointments being distributed by the president. That was what Charles Soludo for Solution was talking about. Come and play national politics so we can reap out of it. If we all went to clamor, if you're a betting man, right, or if you're into financial trade, you trade currencies, you know how to play your game properly. You will hedge against certain risks. You just don't throw all your eggs into one basket. Even the Southwest didn't do it. Some voted for Obi, some voted for Tinubu, some even voted for Atiku. And if you go around other geopolitical zones, it's similar act. Why did the South just throw your eggs into one basket and was going all in on Obi? And then when the result came out, it was a losing streak, a losing bet. So we need to be matured. We need to move out from this emotional act, a political act, or emotional situation. So let's have sense, please.
All right. Let me move you on to another talking point. I'll take you to two more talking points. Somewhat of a condensed submission on this. Protesters stormed Lekki Toll Gate for NSAS Memorial. So it's funny, actually. It's now 3 years officially since that incident, and we've not yet had anybody brought before the law courts. And this is the Nigerian story, isn't it? Remember when Ali Mohammed was telling us, show us the body, and he was dancing on their graves. So the police cordoned off our toll gate to say that no movement there, no gathering there. And really curiously, the day went quietly without anybody really, it didn't really come up on the news, but we are acknowledging it. So NSAS 3 years on, Emeka.
Yeah, first and foremost, this is a very sensitive topic, this space. What I would say is rest in peace to those who lost their life as a result of this, and those whose life got changed as a result of this unfortunate situation 3 years ago. It's laudable for remembering the event. I think it was a shift of perception politically in the country. So I want to laud those who keep remembering the protests and those who were affected by it. And it's a sad one. That day was a sad day for the country, all over the country, and we just keep striving on. But what happened? I think that our Nigerian police, especially in Lagos, have now grown. They are now more matured in terms of rallies, protests.
Mr. Macaroni was trying to rally them up, but I don't think anybody turned up.
Yeah, because they are not, the police got the brunt of the stick at when this all happened. It also resulted because they were the main focus of it. They were the highlight. It was as a result of their excessive behaviors that this resulted into a protest. So, they are trying to be very careful. They are now more experienced and more matured on how to handle rallies, protests, and then the similar incident like this. So, and again, the consciousness on in short, it changed a lot of things in that country. Right now, the police decided, oh, our image is really bad. Our image is is rotting. We need to do something about it. And you can tell that once there's an excessive bullying or misbehavior from the police and is being brought to the attention of either the PRO in the states, which is the Hyundai, or the federal PRO, they pick it up immediately, they investigate immediately. You sort of you get like a 48 or 24 to 48 turnaround time, and or even like let's give them 1 week, and you see that they spot these bad eggs, and they are being disciplined. I saw one last week where a DPO was being was he expelled or sacked or whatever, but he was identified for extorting someone, and
yeah, I saw that story too. Yeah,
orderly room is being conducted for the affected police officer. So the consciousness within the police force changed, and it showed that the police really is trying to work to remove the bad eggs among their mates, retrain their officers, try to gain public confidence and reassurance. It's going to take a long while, but let's see what's going to happen. But one thing the NSAS protest did was, it was international, so the international world knew what was going on. Nationally, it was a call to rise to the occasion on bringing the maltreatment of police officers to people who they claim to protect and serve. And we would say, there are lots of claims that people lost their lives. Unfortunately, is a sad one, but again, the positive out of this is that we now want to hold every police officer and bring them to account.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Excellently put. Always excellently put. Let me take you to one more talking point. And by the way, did everybody leave their wallet at home? Only Chioma is doing the super chats today. So light the place up like a Christmas tree with super chats. As Emeka talks us through this, Nigerian lawmaker asked federal government to ban popular children's book, Queen Primar, over pro-LGBTQ content. So now this is the Nigerian example of a global situation, because there is this undercurrent that they are somewhat surreptitiously trying to sensitize people that are not of the age to form coherent thoughts, so that their mind is aligned to an acceptability of this particular I don't know. Let's call it a picadillo. So what are you making of this stance?
I listened to your comment on this, where you said the North is ultra conservative, the South is a little bit liberal, but holistically, Nigeria is still a conservative country. As a conservative country, we try to guide against certain principles that do not align to our traditional views and customs. Right? I'm not saying we don't have pockets of those who are LGBTQ or the alphabet individuals. We see them, we acknowledge them. I think we also try to treat them humanely, but at the same time, what we do not want is indoctrination, right? As long as there is no
and that's the word right there. Because there's learning and there's teaching and there is bringing people up to contemporaneous cultures and the way, but there has to be an age cutoff. You cannot. What age do you think is appropriate for people to start learning about things like this?
If you're an adult, that is for me. If you're an adult, let children be children. Let them enjoy their young age. Let them play with
It's
their age group.
unbelievable, what would LGBTQ be doing in a primary school? In a
Yeah,
primary school, I mean, for
it's
goodness,
quite
I
it's
mean,
quite it's I don't know. When I was growing up as a kid, nobody was teaching me about sex education. Nobody was telling me about sex. Now these days we keep hearing that's how it started. Oh, let's educate them from an early age about let children be children. Anybody who is learning about sex education, who is getting involved or wants to know about sex education or sex, is no longer acting like a child. Let children be children. Let children act like children, play like children, do things like children, get naughty like children. And when they're of age and their body is transforming and changing, then they become that conscious, and then maybe the parents will kick in to mold that child and you know, get them involved into things that ought for them to know. But let children just be children. Let's keep that space. That the indoctrination is what I don't understand. Why and why should these things be filtered into uh, children's book? Children's book should be about fun, cartoon
it's
pictures.
running around. I grew up on Enid Blyton sort of books, Secret
Mm,
Seven, Famous Five.
I agree.
I never. If I tell you something, you never believe. I never. Of course, I knew what the word gay was, but I never really had any coherent thought about it until I
Mm.
moved to the UK. Because
You-
it wasn't visible in my environment, and it wasn't anything that was, it wasn't part of my backdrop until I moved to the UK.
The
That's
first,
when I
the first,
became conscious of.
the first time I heard of gay was when I was in secondary school, and actually it was I went to an affiliation of a military school command, right? So it was actually the commandant. Me and my friend, we were just playing around and fooling around, and he just came. Whenever the military, I don't know whether he was trying to do some spot check, and I think at that time we were, when you're in a boarding school, there's certain hours that you must be doing certain activities. Either you are either observing siesta, or you're probably in class, or you're in the dining, or you're in your room, doing some manual labor. So that day, my friend and I, we decided to break that rule because they were doing manual labor in the hostel. So we ran off to the school because the hostel is quite different from the school. It's like a long walk. So we were now hiding. We're avoiding to do that show. So he was not walking around, and he now saw us. So we were just playing because I think we were kids and we were tired. So he now say, "Are you guys gay?" And I looked at it. I've never heard that word before in my entire life. Never, and I think I was how old? I can't remember, but I've never heard that word. So it was my friend. I think we were three of us. Yeah, yeah. So he just said it, looked at us, and he left. That's the commandant, the head of the school. We would technically call him like the principal. Uh, so then I now asked my friend, "What is gay?" So the other one too was confused. I think the one who knew now said he said homosexual. I said, Jesus Christ, what what
Right.
what's he trying to say? So since that day, that word never left my head, right? Hearing it was from even an adult, right? And an adult we respect and revere. So that's why I say let kids be kids, because if if I didn't get to hear that word, like just like yourself, you said, "Oh, when you got to the UK, that was when you got there." Then when you get to an exposed environment, you begin to hear this, and you're like, "Oh my goodness, I need to reorientate myself." So allow kids to be kids. Let kids open their books and read things that would educate, enlighten, make them better people in the society. Then, if you have those who want to uh, um, um, get into all this stuff. Well, I don't. That's their choice, but we should leave sexualities
You know,
like, make it private.
you talk about sex education, and our backdrop when we were growing up, I suspect that sex education would have been male, female, and the consequences of sex. So that this is what a male would do to a female, and this will be the outcome of it. Will create another human being, and that will be broadly what sex education was. But sex education now, it has to accommodate,
Yeah,
what sort of sex what are they teaching them is really the thing.
I don't know.
Because you don't teach sex.
I didn't go through primary and secondary school to learn secondary. It was not in any of our curriculum. I think even university. I think I left university and I started hearing that they are trying to put sex education into the educational curriculum. And then I wasn't a family man. I said, okay, yeah, I think this is not bad. I was, an ignorant liberal. I said, okay, no, but I think people should learn it quickly so they can adopt. But I didn't know then that that's how you get people indoctrinated. You understand? And the thing is, when you open someone up into new knowledge, you open them up into you make them more curious, right? And you're telling somebody
you are
about
opening a new
you're
world.
opening a wardrobe of kangaroos. You're making them more curious and they want to explore, they want to know what's going on.
And the ones with the wider, wilder imagination, they can get carried away. Because
Exactly.
I've heard instances of somebody, early teen, even pre-teen, are deciding they want a sex change, and the system facilitating for that. It's when perilous times.
Even now you see with the infusion of, let's say, the sex education into school curriculum, we now see more teen and preteen sex. Now with the infusion of this stuff into education curriculum, we now see more people being curious about certain things. So the viewpoint is, for me, is indoctrination. It's just indoctrination. So why? That's the question we need to ask. Why? So if they say people are naturally
Let
born
me answer
to,
why, if you don't mind, Emeka.
okay,
Well, hello, one man. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, we having this conversation of talking about this thing like it's a normal thing. What we have in our hand is it's a war when it comes to this issue. The people on the other side, they're not stupid. They know what they are doing and what their plans are. If you want to undermine the power of suggestion, then it's in their own peril, really. They know what they're doing and they know how they are attacking our children in order to indoctrinate them into this lifestyle. And Africa is not prepared for it. Our leaders don't have a clue, although one might say, um, Yoweri Museveni, that it's up to it to a certain degree, at least based on what it's seen. But many of our leaders don't have a clue. Eventually, our borrowing from the World Bank, IMF, and all these institutions will be based on our tolerance towards the LGBTQ community and beyond. So my point here is that there's a war in our hand. And I think you live in Canada, and the people that live in the West, in America, they know what is going on.
Prince Daddy, because of Museveni pushback against that, that's why they didn't. World Bank did not approve a loan that they requested for. You remember?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't.
Well, yeah, it's a natural progression. That's what is going to go. I didn't even know that part, but I know they will come after you. Okay, they will come after our leaders, and what is going on right now? I mean, just like the children that are more likely to be abused are children that maybe live in foster care or in some kind of a condition that's not their natural parents. The same thing is going right now. The attack on foster children or children that have proper guidance, quote unquote, they are the ones that they're using to push this stuff. I'm not sure how children as young as 6 to 12 years old actually know about sexuality, but they've convinced us otherwise that they do know, and they have These people are really smart. If you know, if you're fighting somebody, it's very important to recognize your enemy's strength and if they are good at what they're doing. These people have gone as far as actually revamping, changing the definition of these things, these words. Homosexuality used to be something of a psychological problem, but the DMS, the psychological book, this book of psychology, they've changed the definition to accommodate that it's actually normal to be that way, to even think that way, and have attraction towards attraction to same sex. The issue about homosexuality is nothing new. It's in the Bible. It's been around in our culture, even in Nigeria, in Africa, but it's not prominent. It's not something we encourage or bring to the forefront. It's not something that people are proud of. And that's why today, when I see someone like this Bobrisky guy, I don't even know much about this guy, but with the lifestyle he's promoting seems to be acceptable in a society. Somebody like that should be shut down in every way possible, because one way or another is influencing our children. It's becoming more acceptable in a lot of things that we do nowadays. It is.
From Bobrisky, we had James Brown. From James Brown, we're having Mommy Singer, and the rest.
Is there another one now? I only know
there are not lots
Bobrisky
of them, right?
and James Brown.
Yeah, there are lots of them now.
It's an industry in Nigeria. It's an industry.
Yeah, apparently it's looking like there was a wedding, right, in Asaba where
when the police raided
raided it. So you could see that it's now is like there's now something in the air as a result of this influence. So we need to now watch the space, social media, whatever, TV, and be very careful with what we allow our kids to be exposed with. Because I remember Bobrisky started off like a comedy. Before we knew it, it got very serious. And then, him being now, oh, I'm making money, my boyfriend this and that. You understand? Initially, he started, oh, I'm selling bleaching cream. He started off like comedy, and then before you know it, he's not doing plastic surgery. And then we had James Brown dancing, coming into that space. We now have lots of them into it. And even up to the point that men now are going into parties and clubs dressed as women. And sorry. Before there was a Bobrisky, there was Derele. I don't know if you know Derele.
Oh yeah, he got married.
Yes, Derele was the pioneer.
Derele guy.
Yeah, no, he's not. Derele was in the 90s. Derele was then in Unilag in the 90s and was working for. Was it Silverbed then, or which was it either Silverbed or DBN for guys who were in Lagos in the 90s? So Derele started in the night. He was still in University of Lagos then, and then Derele was, he was weird, acted weird. So it looked like, okay, this guy was trying to distinguish himself from the pack. Had this big afro with big shoes, skinny jeans and the rest, was funny, was doing his hands. So people didn't really understand what was going on, but actually Derele was the main pioneer for that space. And there was no social media at that point, and he created that niche, grew that niche, became Derele from it, and then he now moved over. I think he now, from Silverbed, he now crossed over to MTV Base when MTV Base was trying to do the MTV Base Africa setup in Nigeria. So became really popular. And I though he wasn't flaunting his sexuality like that, but he was just weird. And the rumor started floating around the space that this guy could be, understand. Then Bobrisky now took it into social media, and that's it.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, thank you, thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. Let's go on from you just to manage the time. Bring in Hassan, who I think wanted to come into that space anyway. Hassan, can you believe that the two people in this picture that you are seeing, they are one and the same person?
Yeah, I wouldn't have believe it if I, didn't know about the guy. But obviously, after reading up about him, it doesn't look as if for somebody who doesn't know, you would never believe it really. But look at the transformation. So hello everyone. Hello one man. It's been a while. Hello
It has
everybody on
been
the
a
panel.
while.
When
What
Prince
happened?
Daddy interjected,
Yeah, go on.
when a lot happened, a lot happened. What actually happened? Let me just give you. Well, to cut the long story short, I was with a lady that I was kind of, romantically involved with, and then we had a very bad breakup, and so I had to recuperate because, things like that happen. So I'm now moving on with my life, and it's like that. Okay. When Prince Daddy interjected and he said he was going to tell us why, I was expecting to hear something about the reason why this is this ideology, this indoctrination is just now put at the forefront of international non-governmental organizations, financial, international finance, humanitarian aid, so much, things that are critical to life are being attached to, the direction of any country, towards, actualizing. So, to what end? What kind of world are they trying to create? Can we look into the future in the next 20 years and just imagine what that kind of world would be like, and what are they trying to create? Is it some sort of ideology that will be in their mind more would be more practical for a society where people will be will not be doing any kind of manual labor, or people will just rely on computers, or AI will take over everything, or there is frictional unemployment? Are they trying to reduce the population of the world, because if people of the same sex keep marrying each other, then naturally birth rates will drop.
We lost him. That was on the offering anyway. His system was quite wavy. But Asan rejoined. Your connection was quite poor anyway. But so let's go on then to let's go on to Mano Prestige, who joins us. Mano Prestige, you're up next. Prestige. Codin man. What's going on today? Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can hear you, woman.
All right. Let's go on to Bishop then. So Bishop, you pick it up then. I think Prestige may be having some sort of issues there. Atiku'S custom records reportedly missing. So how convenient? That's what my thought is. What are you making of that headline?
Atiku again. Okay, let me start by saying good evening, fellow Nigerian compatriots. It's nice to have you with us once again tonight. Looking forward to a robust discussion time. But please, still remember to click on the like button. I don't know what offense what my had committed. If he committed any offense, please forgive me. Please click on the like button. I think it is any of us, please forgive us. Click on the like button. Just please go there now. Click on the like button. Let's make it like a mantra. As you are coming in, click on the like button. Having said that, let me give a shout out to the commando that spoke earlier on. Emeka, I see you. You tell me where you're from after now. But when I see a commando, I pay my respect. Yes, before I launch into it, yesterday I tried to come back to respond to the minister that came to speak when I spoke about when we're talking about the road construction. What's is that there for no job? No, not for no job. What was that name?
Okwiton TV.
Okwiton. I wanted to come and respond to you because I was really laughing when he was taking me out. He was completely out of context. I And we're not talking about whether they were doing it right, but we're talking of the technology itself. And that China has nuclear steel or whatever is not part of the conversation, or that what is better than all. But that's by the way. Then with this one that you now give to me, I have not read the news. I don't know what it is about. I don't think that is a fair thing. If anybody removes his record, we all know that the man was in customs. Maybe somewhere along the line he did some manipulation and the rest. But I don't know. We cannot deny the fact that he was in customs. So I don't know what they are going to do for his record for. But see that maybe he was dismissed or he was having. I remember.
There might be some malpractices there, some disciplinary, all of those sort of things.
That's why I've said earlier on that if we keep digging everybody, we just digging all some parts that are actually past and should be buried and forgotten. We just digging and distractions. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, he served, except they were very criminal. I remember the days of Alagesia, who was a governor in Bayelsa State, and the story of how he left the military was in the Air Force. And we had it on good authority that he was actually almost going to be dismissed. He was forced to retire because he was cheating in one of his promotional exams and he was caught. You know, that issue came up and some people went and because the important thing is that look, every state has a past, every sinner has a future. And the more we keep digging, the more we will keep digging out some death that is not doing us any good. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think Hassan is back, but land that point, and then what I'll do is I'll go back to Hassan only because his connection dips heavily, and then I'll come back to you. But land your point, Bishop.
Okay, so for me, my submission is just like what I've said ever. The more we keep digging, the more we keep finding something. Everybody, if they begin digging, even some things that happen innocently and ignorantly, and you don't even pay attention to, they will not make a money out of it. Just we should not be destroying ourselves like that. That's my solution. Hassan, I hear you.
Ina amsawa sosai Bishop. Gaskiya ya kai. Magaya maka wata ce kawai ta ɓata mai.
So, Barka da zuwa kenan.
Okay, I know Barka da
zuwa. Nagode mutumina.
If I don't know anything, I know Barka da zuwa. So Barka da zuwa, carry on, Hassan. Catch us up with where you are politically.
Yeah, so on that alphabet issue, really, I'm afraid for our future because it is kind of all encompassing. You cannot just put on, even if you have say subscribe to Amazon for kids channels or you subscribe to Netflix for kids, and if they are watching TV shows, especially with this English language, whether it's cartoons or movies or Disney, all these people that create children material, you have to be very careful with children because even at that level, they do this.
Oh, no, not again. All right, back to you, Bishop.
Wow, Hassan, please come back.
He's joining us from the north. So
yeah, I know. Yeah. So as I was saying on Atiku, I believe that the elections are over. We should put our hands together in the act of nation building now. All these LGBT, as they used to say, an eye for an eye, according to God, what is Ireland now? An eye for an eye will leave everybody blind. I don't think there's any substance. It's just that let's just blame any board, anyhow. If they even be people that want to ridicule him, that's not to hide some of his records, but we never can guess. I'm not only bring for him, and I'm not supporting those that are digging unnecessary digging at the same time. That's my take on that.
All right, let me take you to the space. DSS recovers over 580 million from former EFCC chairman Bauer. So, not surprising, of course, but sometimes the guy that is meant to actually be the anti-graft czar But then we had that with Ibrahim Mago as well. So I mean, everything changes but remains the same.
Well, I won't celebrate that, yes, and I will be very brief on that. Then they charge him to court if they have that and they have evidence. Except they say he has agreed to a plea bargaining. But even the court must what do you call it now? Must certify it. The court must sign it off. So that there will be no story after tomorrow, because there are too many narratives we are hearing now. If they actually recover that much and it has been, if it is his money or he inherited it from his parents, or that's it. But if it is actually as a result of graft, then let them take it to court. I mean, the EFCC is not a court. If you have evidence that he compromised his position, that is serve as a deterrent to others. I mean, I don't like the idea of keeping him in Chicago for almost 3 months or 4 months now. I don't really appreciate that. But if actually there is a fact, so I'm not going to celebrate that yet until it's brought to the OPPO and OPPO calls let him subjected to trial. We just tried the general in the Nigerian army. So if they have things to answer, let me come and answer for them. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more spot, and then I'll go back to Hassan again. See if we can hold him for longer.
If Hassan is back, I will gladly step aside for him. If he's back, I will gladly step aside for him.
All right. Take this one on, and then I'll go on to Hassan after you, and then we'll try and then we try Prestige again, see if it's ready. But take this one on. Our federal government approves 35,000 minimum wage for civil servants. So I thought
35,000 minimum wage.
Yeah, that's what it says.
That's what minimum wage. No, that's a wage grant, not a minimum wage. No, that's a different thing, I think.
Well, this is from the Tribune, so
minimum wage. So that's not correct. I'm not ready, but that's not correct. No, it's not minimum wage. Read it very well. I'm sorry, I'm glad I can't read it. Is that what it says?
Well, that is what it says. It says federal government approves 35,000 minimum wage for civil servants.
No, that's not correct. Let's say I want to speak on two things, if you don't mind. I compare it to one on the issue of Nati. I mean, this guy. That's the last guy. What's his name? That Emeka was talking about just now. This type of guy in Finland.
Simon Ekpa.
Simon Ekpa and the whole narrative. I'm going to be very brief on that. My submission on that is that, I mean, I think it's high time we actually look at the possibility of whether it's a referendum or a plebiscite or whatever. If the Southeast really want to do, let's so be it. I will support it. And so be it. And even though there is a lot of narrative to it, but I think we should put that option on the table now.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. It is not impossible.
Shall I tell you why it's impossible? The Southeast, the 5 Igbo states, they are encircled within the wider Nigerian state. So if you said that they should have a referendum, would they then be a country within Nigeria, or are we then going to?
No, there are countries that are landlocked. You don't need to. Look at Gambia and Senegal. I mean, it's practically surrounded by one country, like Senegal.
No, Bishop, you don't understand. Encircled within the Nigerian space.
Well, so they will have to come to terms. So let's lay it on the table. I'm not saying it is something that I desire.
Because Cross River will not follow, Benue will not follow them, neither Akwa Ibom or Delta will follow.
That's what they want.
So they're right in the middle of enemies.
Bishop, listen to what Baba is saying. I've got the Nigerian
map. I know.
Hold on. Let me make this point. I've got the Nigerian map up here. So you have Enugu, Anambra, Ebonyi, Abia, and Imo. So that they are in green right there. But then towards the sea, you have River State, Akwa Ibom, Cross Rivers. You have Bayelsa, you have Delta, and you have Edo. All encircling them. So if the Southeast was to become a country by itself, it would be a country within Nigeria, unless they take Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Edo, Bayelsa, Delta, and Edo, and they don't want to go. So it's impossible.
But that's what the map of Biafra looks like. If
I understand you. Go ahead.
No, one man is saying, except they want to take Cross River and Akwa Ibom with them. I said, if you watch the map as given by Nnamdi Kanu, all those states in pink are in Biafra map. So it's like it's like shaving their head in their absence.
They've said no. Now Edo doesn't want to go. Edo is not going with anybody now. Rivers is
None of those pink color these things going anywhere. So how are they going to? What's going to happen? Israel is not even as worse as this.
So the referendum is pointless because they cannot be a country within Nigeria.
You don't understand me. It is not what I desire. Let us put it on the table. If we put it on the table, everybody will consider all the implications. Look, one of the major implications is that if there is a Biafra state, every Southeasterner becomes an alien in the north, in Kano, in Kaduna, in Abuja, in Lagos. You become an alien. You stay at the whim and caprices of your host. We set the rules. So if they want that option, so be it. I don't see any big deal in a state being a country being a landlocked country. It depends on what you can negotiate with your neighbor. Look, I want passage of well here. I want air, whatever here. And if your neighbor says no, so be it. I think we were hailing the game, but they said that they cannot fly, flight cannot go to their country. Because look, we are dignifying this nonsense for way too long. The earlier we say, you know what, okay, now let's call the call and put all these options on the table. Let us have a plebiscite or if a referendum, as we call it. If they choose to and they know their options and they want to go, the consequences of their options, so be it. They cannot be threatening the whole of Nigeria, a miscreant. I'm not bothered about the guy, Simon Epa. I'm bothered about the class of clowns that were there hailing him and celebrating him. Where did they put their brains? I mean, and they were educated. Or they went to school. It's not everybody that actually went to school. So for me, I think we should put the option on the table. Let's call the floor. And say, okay, you know what?
For Biafra to happen, Nigeria will have to break up. It will have to.
And that's not going to happen.
I am saying, if we put the option on the table and on the floor, that referendum is not going to pass.
But okay. Hold on. What option are you putting on the table?
The option that you want to, let's have a referendum. Do you want to stay in Nigeria? These are the implications, these are the implications, these are the implications, these are the consequences. Or do you want to go out? And these are the implications,
okay, but if they decide to go out, then there will be a country. There will be a country within Nigeria. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. Because that's the map on your screen. There will be a country within Nigeria, which is an impossibility.
You know what, Bishop? Just give me a minute.
Okay, can I respond?
No, just give me a minute so that you can do all together. I just want to give you a scenario because Nigeria is playing with fire. I support what we are saying. What I say, what I mean playing with fire is this. There has been an example on the 7th, and there has been a lot of shatter within the cyberspace from IPOB. Take, for instance, IPOB comes to Lagos and attack infrastructures because they will not attack human beings because there are so many here. They attack infrastructure and run away in the process. What do you think will happen between the Igbos and the Yoruba folks in Lagos? There's
what evidence do you have that they have come to Lagos and attacked Lagos?
It's a postulation. I'm giving Bishop a scenario.
You don't need to make such postulations, my brother. You don't need to make such.
No. We are discussing. Everything is on the table. You can't gag me.
It is non-existent. There is no way you will say that.
Oh, even to
postulations, bro.
Listen to me. Even as we speak today, America have a map of Aramco oil facilities in case city. Let me just put it in strict balance. They are going to attack. So don't gag me. Don't gag me. So it is a fair postulation. Bishop, please listen to me. and they come, and Egbesu people did it before, but they just rose up to the occasion, and immediately they came to the government of Lagos State, and within days, they doused that fire. Didn't Egbesu come to Atlas Cove in Lagos? They bombed it. But the elders of that area, they are not castigating their people. All I hear from them is excuse, excuse, excuses. And if it boils down to what I'm trying to say for you, Bishop, to analyze, I think that's going to be a big problem.
Okay, thank you. See, you're understood. But there is another thing I want to use to modify what you say. Some of that if the push comes to shove and we see that in it, do you think we have an answer?
Oh, well, leave, forget about that.
And, Atiku'S, look, yes, it's easy to say forget about that. But when it comes to
They
that,
can score, no doubt about that, but they must be ready for the repercussion.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There will be an equal and appropriate response and answer to that. If that does happen, because look,
I'll tell you one other thing, Bishop. The Southeast don't actually want Biafra. I've not met a Southeast. What they want is an equitable treatment within the Nigerian
Let
state.
the elders speak out.
Well, one man, I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying let us put it on the table. When it comes to open and say, look, we actually don't want us, but these are the areas we want to. We will not know that everybody that is speaking the way this young man is thinking should be treated like a criminal. That's it. It's not like in the morning they will support them and somewhere they will be. No. Let's put the cards on the table. I'm not saying I want it because I know if you put the options that look, young man, Southeastern, if we have this referendum, these are the implications that what's going to happen to your business in Lagos, your business in Abuja, your business in Kano. You become an alien. Lagos State government can wake up one day and say, look, all your properties, we have valued them, we are paying you off, go away. They can do it. You don't have a right to stay. It is your host that will determine whether you stay in their country or not. And immediately you choose to break away, you are an alien. So you are an alien, you are a migrant or immigrant in that land. So when they put the options on the table for everybody, they will weigh it. Some people, they have never done their all their lives. And people will now vote. When they now vote, then we can now address this behavior, this animalistic behavior from this young man squarely. That's one. On the second part,
even in conducting a referendum, everybody has to go back to their state. First, every soul, go back.
Right. So we now come, we will not tell you you did a visa to come back. You did a referendum permit. This is our tax. So we will spell it out clearly. Let everybody know it. Look, that's on the one side. On the second side, will a Finland citizen be using Nigerian platform to be spewing the kind of hate and bigotry and warmongering that this man is spewing out in Finland, and they will be watching him, and Finland will not take it up officially to Nigeria, either through a bilateral or official channel or even back channel to deal with it. So I don't know who is falling hand now. Is it the Nigerian officials or the Finland officials that are allowing this anomaly to continue to fester? That's my point. So if there are two things, first, let's just tell the cat once and for all. Say, you know what? Okay, come and go. All this shakara of if you go, Nigeria will collapse, Lagos will fall. Come and go. Let's see whether Nigeria will cease to be Nigeria. I mean, these are the options. If you go, remember, you have to carry all your investment to your country, or you are going to stay here on our terms. It's not going to be. It's no longer. You are no longer part of it because it's becoming too much. For me,
Asari Dokubo, few months ago, if you remember, suggested it, and they are the people that attacked him. That why is he saying that? You remember?
I've said it before. Yeah, I've said it here before. What is that? These are the continue, and no, all the leadership, they are not condemning him. They will just be looking. I don't understand. That's the kind of thing that will not happen in Thailand. People that openly spoke against what's this guy Igbo now, and that was how they turned Nnamdi Kanu to a deity. They turned him to a king god, and he thought he's bigger than everybody. Nnamdi Kanu issued a statement some time ago. I don't know how many people had him. He said he has the power of life in his hand. That it is the person he decides that will live, that will live. That if he decides that somebody will die, that they will die. I don't know if anybody had it here. Is that not an extreme? That you say you have the power of life and death in your hand as a human being, and yet we're hailing him. Some people are praising him, and they were dancing around the truth as if I think we've crossed the line. So the earlier we settle this once and for all, the better for every one of us, and the better for Nigeria. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Bishop. Always excellently put by Bishop. Let's see if we have Prestige now. Prestige, are you available now? Prestige. All right. As we await Prestige, yeah, I can see you're on mute, but we can't hear a word. That's the thing. Okay. Let's go on to Baba. So, Baba, let me bring you in with this clip. It is not often that I agree with Godswill Akpabio, but I find myself somewhat agreeing with him in this. Watch this, Baba.
Chairman nominee, the reality is that I think that EFCC has engaged more on sensation than on real investigation. Like the minority leader pointed out, it was a local government chairman, and election was coming. For me, I've had my own share, where even a letter informing EFCC that I would not be able to come on a frivolous petition was released by the office of the chairman of EFCC to Sahara reporters. You see the chairman's stamp on it. He released it to Sahara reporters just to embarrass me because of 2023 elections. But to the glory of God, I surmounted it, I'm here. You know, so for me, I don't think we should waste time with the EFCC. We need to take a thorough look at the EFCC and look at whether the act setting up the EFCC even allows them to function, because there's too much discretion. I don't see how the EFCC will go and arrest a former governor and come through the rooftop as if they are taking Pablo Escobar yeah, but it happened. It happened to Rocha Sokorocha. They came through the roof. They broke through the POP. And it was calling live. Nigerians were, the whole world watched. They removed the roof, went through the POP, broke it down, and they were going down with guns. Is that EFCC? And for you, that is investigation. So what I would like to hear from you will be, what will you do differently? Because outside this country, sometimes they can follow somebody for 5 to 10 years until they establish evidence before they invite that person. But they keep embarrassing people's children, traumatizing the children, stigmatizing people because they had the opportunity to be in public office. And even within the EFCC, properties that you recover, monies you recover, are stolen. People's properties that are supposed to be in your care are stolen and sold out at ridiculous prices. Properties worth 5 billion are sold for 300 naira because it is EFCC. So for me, EFCC, I have my own opinion about EFCC. So I welcome you, Chairman. So I don't want to comment on EFCC, but I know that. No, I know that this hallowed chamber has the governor, and we have the right to review the law, setting up EFCC for proper functionality and effectiveness. Am I speaking the minds of senators? Yes. Senator Abbas, close it.
So that was Godswill Akpabio. Did you agree with what he said, that this kamikaze buccaneer sort of Imagine, we also how it played out when they went to, nobody has any sympathy for Rochas Okorocha, but you are going to arrest him, and then you are busting in through the roof of his house, parachuting in like you are James Bond, waving heavy-duty guns all over the place, just to arrest a man that is kneeling down and praying with his family, which are a bunch of women. And so the excesses of our EFCC, and when they seize all these goods, they just keep it, they steal it even within their own care. So that this EFCC situation not fit for purpose.
Woman, can you hear me? Woman, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Prestige.
Okay, thank you.
I'll come to you after, Baba.
Okay.
Okay, one man, thank you so very much for the opportunity. Good evening from me to all the panelists. I hail all of you, Bishop, Aja, those that are the foundation members, and of course, Emeka. And on to the comment section. I salute you all for a robust contribution and all that is going on in that section, starting from Sir Alex Gomez, the ace of that section. I think Kulata is there today, Babati, Mumuni, Chioma, and those that may be listening in the background of Benny, Fatai, Aizo, and all the rest of you. I salute you all. Keep shooting. Your contribution highly appreciated. And I salute Enigmatic, the Jaya of the one-man show. Okay, everything Fabio said in that video is 101 correct. If there is any arithmetic like that, I'm not a very good mathematician. 101% correct. And I think I will support if they kind of bring about legislation that will moderate the powers of the EFCC, because they've lost about 90% of their cases. They are not interested in investigation. Just write a line against anybody. Just that line also filled with lies and pass it on to EFCC. They will act it. They will bring the person in without investigation. And that's not how it's done. All over the civilized world, it's not done that way. They don't have the patience to investigate. Look at all the people that have gone scot-free. All the politicians, assistant, advisor, and everything. Look how much we've lost. So this is not the way. I watched the Okorocha video this morning on Arise TV. It was like commandos coming from the rooftop, break the POP, and dropping from the ceiling. What is that?
You know, with somebody of Okorocha's seniority, all you had to do was to invite him to your office. Is that going to run? And
if he refused to come,
like they were busting some drug baron or something.
Exactly. I don't own and everybody starting from even Nuri Badu up to Lamode, the other one, and the woman, Mrs. Waziri, all of them, they acted the same way. It's as if they're acting a script. And the one thing that he talked about there, they don't have the right to sell property seized. It is the court that seized that property. So it is the judiciary that will arrange the sale of things they seized. So I don't know if Ogbeni is here, maybe he will look into the EFCC Act, because that's an illegality as far as I'm concerned.
Ogbeni was here. I think he just dropped now. He'll be back in a second.
It's an illegality. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer and I don't pretend to be one, but how can you be a police outfit and you seize things and you start selling them? You don't have the right to sell them, because it is the courts that will authorize you to impound them in the first place. So it is the right of the court to dispose of those properties. Because why do they go back to the court for seized money or money put on this thing? The same thing should apply to property, physical properties. So they are just taking advantage because people don't want to fight, and except those with deep pockets that will fight them to stand still. I think EFCC, as far as they are just, it's a worldwide something anyway, all police force and everything, because of money laundering and things like that. They are not fit for purpose.
All right, Bredan. Let me take you to this space. The Lekki Toll Gate space, the commemoration of what happened. Still no conclusions as to anybody being held culpable. Remember, even when Lagos State was going to throw them into some mass burial just to get rid of the body. So what are you?
Hello,
then?
I actually wanted to ask Baba a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, Baba, do you think that there's need for an oversight on the police? I mean, on the EFCC, especially the chairman, such that when there are some violation of their acts, right? The House of Rep or House of Senate can institute an investigation into the EFCC and via the police and get the culpable officers, including if the chairman is arrested for violation of their act. I think that would, like a check over the EFCC to ensure that they're doing the right thing. And I also agree with Okpabio, like you have to ensure you have strong evidence before you go after arresting someone. You just don't arrest someone on suspicion. That's what our police keep doing, and it's wrong.
Yeah, it's very common in our country, and that's why somebody can boast that, okay, and me you abuse, I will show you Pepe, and they will show you Pepe. That is very wrong, actually. I think there should be an ombudsman to take charge of them, to investigate the investigator. And I think that's where the Attorney General should come in. They shouldn't allow them to run free and ride roughshod on citizens. It is very wrong. It is very wrong. You don't have evidence, and you take me in. You want me to provide evidence for you to prosecute me. It's not going to happen. That's why they fail all the time. Yes, woman, the Lekki Gate, right?
Yeah, the Lekki Toll Gate, yes.
Well, I don't know what anniversary they are talking about in this thing. I think it's just an indulgence entirely. As far as I'm concerned, it's an indulgence. It's a sad thing that happened in 2020, and we've gone past that.
You think we should forget about it? Is that what you're saying?
What's anniversary about a bad incident, a bad dream that we all want to put at the back of our memory reservoir? What is all of? I just look at them as rascals. That's what I look at them. They are just looking for an excuse to make noise, and of course, a lot of them are maybe using the cyberspace. You know, anything Nigeria is always we mess it up, and it's just because there is some coins to be made in the cyberspace, and all of them are cashing in on it uselessly, in a very useless manner. Because most of those people that are really in the forefront of all of this anniversary thing, they all have one thing or the other to do on Twitter, on all those money rewarding platforms they all go to. That is all this is all about. Most of them are not even convinced of what they are doing, other than just they resort to the profit. That is all. So I think there must be something they can do and tell them, look, all this nonsense must stop. I like what they did today anyway. I said, look, do your nonsense anywhere else, but don't come near the toll gates. Don't come near the toll gates. And I think they have sense. They abided by it. Because Chris Man to get master.
All right, but I was quite surprised by how flat it was. The day came and went, and nothing really came into the news cycle. There's this skit maker, Mr. Macaroni. He tried to rally something, but that just damn squib. That didn't no traction there. So is it a case that people have already forgotten, barely 3 years in?
Yeah, that is what no matters. Anything that happens, like the journalists, one of their creed is that, look, if the person can stand the heat for maximum 3 weeks in all the media spaces, that then it goes into this thing. Is the Mohbad sensational story? Is he not dying now? Go with Godspeed, okay? Yeah. Is it not dying? It's dying. So every other thing must pass. These two must pass. 1 year, 2 years, third year. What's the anniversary about it? What's the anniversary about it? What are we celebrating? A bad memory? Something that is so odious? We shouldn't even remember, but learn the lessons of what caused it, how it happened, and what happened. The after effect. And then we move on. So we learn the lessons. But when you indulge some miscreants, troublemakers, or people who just want to cause trouble, who wants the country to be burned down, I mean, why indulge them? So I like what the police in Lagos did today anyway, and say, look, and I don't think there will be fourth anniversary.
All right, Baba, let me bring you this. This piece that's just come through. This is from Ibrahim Gambari. But before I do that, Bishop, let me shuffle you to bring in a new name that's joining us for the first time. I'll bring you back momentarily, but let me shuffle you for this new name, Sama, that's joining us for the first time. Baba, let me quickly present this. It says, how Obasanjo missed opportunity to be United Nations Secretary General. This is Gambari Ibrahim. Pardon me. Professor Ibrahim Gambari, the former chief of staff to President Muhammadu Buhari, has revealed how the former president Olusegun Obasanjo missed out on the opportunity to become the Secretary General of the United Nations. Gambari stated this at the public presentation of the biography of the first African United Nations Secretary General, the late Boutros Ghali.
Ghali.
No, they only spelled it as Gal. I know it as Ghali, but they spelled it as Gal. The late Boutros Ghali assumed office in 1991, but served for only one term till 1996. According to Gambari, Obasanjo's military background disqualified him from being selected by the countries with veto power. Speaking on the event that led to the choice of the late Boutros Ghali as the U.S. Secretary General in 1991, Gambari said some envoy told him, "Your candidate, Olusegun Obasanjo, has no chance in hell of becoming the secretary." The former chief of staff said, "I asked, what do you mean? He is the most qualified former head of state, handed over power voluntarily to civilians, and was head of the group that led to the process of the end of apartheid." He said, "No, listen carefully. When we, the big ones, are looking for a secretary general, the emphasis is on the secretary and not the general." A very profound statement. The thing was that the veto ruling power wanted someone they could dictate to, not a general who will be giving them orders. Sometimes they think they are getting a secretary, but they end up getting a general. Ghali, who they thought would be a secretary, turned out to be a general, and Kofi Annan, who they thought would be a secretary, turned out to be a general. When you turn out to be different from what the big powers want, they do something about it. Boutros Ghali was not given a second term, and Kofi Annan was nearly forced to retire over frivolous charges. Gambari noted that apart from being the first UN Secretary General from the African continent, Boutros Ghali was also the first post-Cold War Secretary General, but encountered difficulty organizing a Security Council meeting that had all the heads of states as delegates. They said he hardly had a meeting of the Security Council where all the chief delegates were the heads of state of those member states. Gambari described the 1994 Rwanda genocide as the low point of Boutros Ghali's career. He said it was under his watch that the United Nations failed to respond adequately and to prevent genocide, and when it was happening, the big powers also did nothing. He added that Boutros Ghali acted as a peacemaking prophet in terms of being the de facto foreign minister of Egypt during the peace treaty between Egypt and Israel between 1997 and 1981. So there it is. So Obasanjo was just a step from being the United Nations Secretary General. And by the way, I've always thought of him in that ilk that Obasanjo's career was not fully satiated, because I thought there was an international big space that he could and should have occupied to cap off, because it's so well respected globally that he should have had that senior job. And I've always had the thought that he should have been the UN Secretary General, but now, why he wasn't, been explained by Gambari. Baba.
Yeah, I think, let me correct, I don't know which paper is this. Kofi Annan was not
That was
forced to resign.
Vanguard.
Kofi Annan finished his term.
No. They didn't say it was for. Boutros said was forced to
somewhere
resign.
Somewhere you read there that he was forced to resign or something like that.
They said they nearly forced him to resign under
nearly forced him.
Frivolous
I didn't
reason.
get the nearly, because
right.
he finished his term. And the story, the revered and renowned Professor Gambari said, I think it's incomplete actually, because the man who really went after Obasanjo, it was almost a done deal, but it was Professor Soyinka who actually sent a petition to the United Nations, and that you cannot make an ex-general, a military head of state, a coupist to be Secretary General. And the UN actually bought into it. More so that it's a Nigerian, the same person from the same Egba stock like him, that actually put it forward. And of course, I think it was IBB's time, and Gambari was either a representative then at the UN, if my memory serves me correct. But anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. Gambari was represented at the UN then. It was really Wole Soyinka that put it into the head of the Security Council chiefs that no, you cannot make a general the secretary to the United Nations. Even MKO, who was the person, I think it was in the story is either in an Abiola autobiography or in Wole Soyinka's You Must Set Off at Dawn or something, where Wole Soyinka said, look, Abiola came to him and Dobale begging him that he should withdraw the petition he sent to the UN and allow the matter to rest. Abiola went flat, and Soyinka asked him that, is this man not your enemy that is after you? Why are you begging me? And he used the Egba thing and said, look, we are all Egba people. We cannot be against ourselves. That just let the matter rest. But you know, Professor, he refused. He stood his ground. And that was the beginning of the end, how Obasanjo didn't get that thing. Yes,
no. I was just saying that. Do you agree that there was still one big international job left in the career of Obasanjo?
No, this was before he became Nigeria's president too.
Yeah, but even after I became Nigeria's president, I feel that his career is still it wasn't completely fully capped off.
Maybe he should be an Alaki of Egbaland, or where maybe Oluwu of Uwu. I'm sorry, Baba, please. I have no right to say that. But I mean, his stock is diminished as far as I'm concerned, with all the things that went on after he became ex-head of state, ex-president of Nigeria. I think he should have stayed his distance and be father of the nation. Welcome, darling, and become father of the nation. But if he chose to become heckler of whoever is a president and eating at their feet every time and writing letters to to the country and Aso Rock. I mean, it's not nice for somebody of his status to be doing that. I think somebody's even compiling those letters, or they've launched the book already.
You know, that's an excellent idea. A book should be written about Tinubu's letters, you know, Obasanjo's letters, rather.
Yeah. I think so. If nobody is thinking about it, or if they've not done it, they should compile all his letters. I think he started with Jonathan, and right from Jonathan, all the one he wrote to Buhari, I don't think we can even find them. How many we know about? Honestly, he should have just kept quiet and always look at what Abdul Salam is doing. Abdul Salam is more respected than OBJ. They listen to him all the time. He has clouds.
Who respect Abdul Salam than OBJ? Where?
Look at Abdul Salam as being the person that is going through acting between the Aso Rock and ECOWAS and Niger, isn't it? And that wasn't the first time.
Okay. I thought you were saying in the international community.
Babati.
No.
Abu Salam is an errand boy of the international community.
Say again, please. I can't hear you. You are very low, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Abu Salami is an errand boy of the international community. He has no pedigree, to have an international appointment at the UN, just an envoy. That is what they are using him to do, and simply because he did what he did in 1999. Thank you.
Well, I think he has some quiet power along, I don't say internationally, but I know along the West African space, he is well respected, and he visits a lot of these people. He's on the quiet. He doesn't make noise about it or chase the press around or carry them around all the time. Because I know for a fact, actually, that he moves around West African countries a lot, and is well respected, in my own considered opinion, actually. As Alexander, yes, he was married to, I think, the first two children, including Kweku Alakija, who got a contract from Baghdad that almost put Kofi Annan in trouble. Yeah, that's a good one. Yes, woman. Okay, can I just carry on? That space actually shows what the lesson I learned from that is Abiola doesn't know or did not know his enemies. That was why Shoyinka was very surprised that what this man has done to you, you are coming to Dobale for me and things like that. Because if Abiola knew his enemies, he wouldn't have died cheaply the way he died. And that it's a pity. He has his own fault as a man, but naturally, aren't we all flawed in a way?
Babati, I would tell you that Abiola did not die cheaply. Abiola didn't die cheaply. It was the Nigerian system that murdered him. Abiola didn't die cheaply. Abiola died a brave man who was defending his mandate. I was within the Aso Rock, even when he was murdered. Abiola was a great man. He didn't die
well,
cheaply.
Is this a man of prestige?
No, this is Maxwell.
Okay, Maxwell, I don't believe in dead heroes, actually. You understand? I think if he had stayed out, chances are he would have ruled Nigeria. But
sorry, sir. Do you know what they asked him to do?
Yeah, to declare himself president.
No, they said.
Oh, when he was in detention.
Yeah, they said abandon it.
No. Let's look at how he got into that conundrum in the first place. Came the Akaba Shoruns of this of the Nigerians activist space, convince him to declare himself the president. And that was a perfect excuse for Abacha to take him in. It was while in detention that they are putting all manners of conditionalities for him to sign and then go into exile. What I'm saying is that even before then, when he first went out, before he came triumphantly wearing that white suit, you understand, he should have stayed behind and be given plenty of trouble to the government. That's what I meant by I don't believe in dead heroes. If he had stayed out and remained outside, maybe he would have ruled Nigeria.
All right, Baba, let me take you to one more space and then I'll go on from there to Prestige. Let's go to this American space. U.S. President Joe Biden addressed the American people Thursday night from the Oval Office as he spoke about the conflict in Ukraine and Israel. Whilst warning that chaos will spread, the president pleaded with Congress to pass what is expected to be $100 billion in new funding, which is already being met with resistance by congressional Republicans, wary of giving any new money to the Ukraine. In his 15-minute address, Biden said Russian President Vladimir Putin and the terror group Hamas are responsible for the bloody October attack on Israel, represent different threats, etc. But it's really this $100 million dollars that $100 billion that
billion.
yes, $100 billion that struck me. And the person that sent it in, he was invited. He said this. He says that when they print this money, expect Nigeria to devalue again. Nigeria cannot continue to peg naira to the dollar. We are somewhat paying for their wars. So from that angle, that story, Baba.
Look, like the what Abiola, one of is full of proverb. He said, when it is inevitable to a woman that she's going to be raped, she better stop struggling, lie down and enjoy it. This American thing, the way they spend money, particularly on this Ukraine thing, the Republicans are very angry about it, and I think rightfully so, because you did not, in the first place, as a nation, ask Ukraine to become belligerent with their neighbor, Russia. And when they voted this, that's what he is anyway. He's a showbiz personality, a comedian, you understand, without experience, trying to challenge a big power. And the way you can provoke him is to want to join NATO and inviting NATO to come and have a base in your country. What do you think Putin will do? And whether America goaded you on or not, you should have common sense and stop even the idea, perish it. And look where the nation is today. America is using that nation to test some of their new armaments. And besides that, funding you and urging you to go on. Each day your cities have been destroyed, your cities are being destroyed, your people are dying, and your country as a whole is being destroyed. And yet you still go ahead, you walk with swag all over the place, wearing t-shirt and trousers, khaki trousers, and soliciting for funds. I don't know what kind of man Zelensky is made of, actually, but at the end of the day, America will get tired. They must have had all the reports of the effects of whatever armament they gave you. And the money, of course, like the other person said, it's the world that is denominating their trade in dollars that will suffer it. And when they are now with this new space opening, I think rightfully that thing may escalate, because if you look at it, the narrative has changed. The aggressor is now the victim. And I don't know how that's unraveled, if not for the power of the internet or the cyberspace, because those who have the space have the power. They've changed everything. They turn logic on its head, and we are hearing a different thing today. But how the whole thing started on the 7th, nobody is talking about that right now. And I think if the whole thing escalates, Biden wants to be a war president. Because if America gets involved, if Iran gets involved, naturally America will get involved also. And that could be
Do you think it needs a war to secure a second term? Because that's usually what American presidents do.
I think
They go
it
and
makes
start a war to get a second term.
it makes it guarantee that he will win a second time, because Americans are known not to vote out a president during the middle of a war. So it has not happened in history before. A war president
So he
remains.
wants to provoke a reaction from Iran
That
against Israel, so
that
America can deploy.
Yeah, because the thing just started within 1 week. You took a flight straight to Tel Aviv.
To go and say,
even when they're throwing rockets, you were even dodging rockets. It happened to the German chancellor. It happened to Sunak also, and all of them. They've been there. You can see. You can ask yourself that what is going on. That something that Netanyahu will say it's war, and it's not yet almost. It's just about 2 weeks, and about 4 head of states, the Western powers. They've all been there.
I think Israel is going to try and draw Iran in.
They've drawn Hezbollah in. That is Nasrallah from Lebanon. There is bombardment going on there right now. So it's expanding gradually. And of course, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Iran. Look at even from Yemen. Yemen yesterday sent some rockets and missiles into Israel, but they were intercepted. So you can see
the Houthi
in Yemen. So
in the Mediterranean, the U.S. carrier shot them down. About 2 of them.
Yeah, more than that.
And they were targeted at Israel.
Israel.
Shot down
yeah.
Yes.
So you can see it's expanding gradually. So we don't really know exactly what we can wake up tomorrow and it had escalated. And of course, Biden will get his second time, because this time next year, election is almost upon America.
How is Donald Trump positioned on what's going on? I've not heard him yet.
Well, I'm waiting today.
Can I tell you? Baba, no. Can I say this? You see, Donald Trump is very, very active as we speak. He said if he were the president, that war, that attack against Israel wouldn't have happened. He is capitalizing on the mistake of Biden now to champion his own political, agenda in the United States. Thank you.
What I think actually is his own prospects even of contesting is getting dimmer and dimmer every day, because another of his lawyer in the Georgia court case had pled guilty today. What's his name now? I've forgotten. A lawyer of his has pled guilty.
Cindy Power.
No, but that was yesterday. Another one, Cindy Powell, was yesterday.
It was his main lawyer.
Is that Puchero or something? I can't remember the name.
If Trump doesn't contest, Biden will get a second term. No doubt.
Will get a second term, because he wants to delay actually that thing until after the election, because the new motions he filed now in Washington court before that woman, which of course will moderate the other court cases. It's like, I did all of this you are saying I did as a president, And as a president, at the time I was doing it, I was covered with immunity. So that immunity covers me. So you cannot charge me to court. And I think that motion will be thrown out in a couple of days to come. That's what they just argue. Because it's always coming up with something as a barrier to put up in all of the cases. And as they do it, it gains 1 week here, another month here, 2 months here. The days are going. By May, June, it will nail down the Republican nomination, and that is it.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Baba.
Hey, 1 minute, quickly.
Come on, Prince Daddy, I've been waiting for you since yesterday. Because
actually, I heard it yesterday when you made a comment about Sidney Powell. I watched the episode later. But
good. What's the name of the lawyer that also pled guilty today? You remember?
You know,
Kenneth Chesro.
I didn't even know that.
A legal advisor to Trump.
Yeah, what's his name again? I forgot.
Kenneth Chesro.
Castro. Okay, Castro. Okay, go on.
Before you come in, Prince, Dino Melaye, he's been speaking on the Trump situation. So hear what Dino Melaye says. It's only about a second, and then I come in, Prince.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know?
There it is right there. Do you know Donald Trump ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba, Prince Daddy?
1 minute. That I don't know. That I don't know. But I tell you, I said that I don't know. That's not going to happen. But to what Baba was saying earlier, see, if Joe Biden wants to declare war and if Iran gets involved, it's not going to save him. He's not going to win a second term based on war. If you look at the zeitgeist of the time in America and what people are saying, nobody wants war. And I tell you, if Trump, which it appears it will be the nominee for the GOP, comes up as the main person, people will abandon Joe Biden and the Democrats if they choose to go the path of war. Nobody wants war. And Trump, for that reason, is more likely to win. I know you said based on antecedents and history that the American president always win during the time of war. This would be an exception. Everybody knows Joe Biden is not capable mentally and physically. And Trump is a much viable, better candidate than he is. So there's no doubt about that. So war is not going to save him.
Who is older?
Trump is 77.
Biden is older.
Biden is older. I think Biden is 80 today. I mean, sorry, this year, 80.
God.
Right. So Trump is more vibrant, more energetic as a person. You can't even tell his age, even compared to Tinubu, that's only 70 years old. But the point is that war is not going to save Biden, not at all. What you said, that historical fact will not apply to Biden. It's not going to save him. It's going to even make things worse. Why? Inflation is going to go up. Oil prices are going to go up. People don't want to suffer like that anymore. And even the people that don't like Trump, they like his position or his posturing when it comes to non-intervention into foreign affairs, into foreign wars. And also, you know very well that Zelensky and Ukraine, the only reason why they're fighting this war is because of the support of the United States. Forget about NATO. And so Zelensky himself, Volodymyr Zelensky himself, is not fighting the war. He's incapable of fighting the war. We all know that. So it's not him. It is the neocon and the people, which is surprisingly used to be the other way around, that the Republicans want war and the Democrats don't want it. But this time around, they are for the war. They want to fund Zelensky, and it's not so much about funding Zelensky anyway. It's all about the cesspool of corruption that exists in Ukraine. Ukraine, for all we know, is much worse than Nigeria when it comes to corruption. That place is filled with like
It's a cesspool.
all sorts of corruption, and it's a ground for these people to exchange their money or do
Prince
all
Daddy,
sort of yeah.
Prince Daddy, if I don't know, I don't know if I have the time to say some certain things here. If you knew what Ukraine did in Liberia, most of the weapons that they used in Liberia, the rebel factions used in Liberia, all of them were from Ukraine. In fact, ECOMOG, when I was there, so many of them were jailed. There was a ship called Sea Rose. If you browse it on the internet, you will see it. Sea Rose was a Ukrainian ship that was used to bring in weapons, designed to be like the ECOMOG for the rebel factions in Liberia. Thank you.
Well, this is part of the international. This is how they play the game. We don't know how the game is really played. We just get the end of it. And lastly, to put in regarding this Trump attorneys, pleading guilty, Baba, what do you expect? What do you expect? It's only somebody like
because
Trump.
it's plain. It's plain. You understand? There is nothing they can do, and the end game is to get Trump, to use his people.
Of course, like
against
the end
him.
game to get Trump. But guess what? Apart from that, the warfare or the lawfare rather that they have unleashed on Trump and his associate is so much monumental that it blows people's mind that pay attention. Do you know how
But
much
he invited it on himself anyway.
No, that's not true. But anyway, do you know the millions and millions of dollars that this man has spent on this litigations here
People's
and there?
money, not his money anyway.
Well,
It's
it does
all spat,
exactly. Well, to that
SPAC money accounts.
to that point, that's why how much is Cindy Powell worth or these other attorneys? This guy's gonna go broke overnight with just 1 week of paying the attorneys. They have no choice. They have no choice.
But let's
Trump,
look at
because
the
he has all
Iranian
the
thing again. I know you're a Trumper, but what I think is America is wary. And Israel is almost like the 51st state of America. Iran, they are making sure that Iran doesn't acquire what I would call the Islamic atomic bomb.
Who's making
And
sure? Is it the people that give them the billions of dollars and the people that nullify treaties and policies that favor that rather tries to punish Iran? No. It's all game.
No,
They
you're not
are
getting
rather
my
in
point.
support.
You understand? It is
No.
not in the interest of America for Iran to develop that bomb, particularly because of Israel.
That's what you're saying. I heard you, but not according to. You have to look at what people say, Barbara, and also look at their policies. Look at Barack Obama's policies towards Iran. They were actually much more favorable towards Iran. Look at
But
Biden.
that was too appeasing. I mean, you are taking it and giving them so much billion, you understand, and returning the billions that had been impounded before back to them just so, and you can trust these people. They are Persians anyway, but they are, of course, Muslims, almost 100% Muslim country. And if they acquire that bomb, Israel has bombed the old facility before, the site. You remember?
Yeah.
They storm, but they have
Actually, I don't think
still
they have
have
the
the
complete.
capability. Instead they dug their bunker 3 stories more deep inside, so that the Israelis missile cannot penetrate. You understand?
Baba T, there is something. You see, Israel.
Babati is a doctor who is on the comment section. I'm Baba.
Baba. Okay, Baba. You see, there is, no matter how they dig their bunker, there is what we call bunker busting missiles that can bring them out and explode them. And Israel.
But Iran cannot just go. I mean, if Israel can not just go there without America's approval and start using.
But Israel has gone there before without the support of America to bomb them.
No, don't be deceived, Max. Don't be deceived.
All right. I think we move this conversation to the latter session, that Thomas's session. But Baba, just for reasons of managing the time, let me go on to Man of Prestige, who we have been trying to get hold of. But hopefully we can get hold of him now. Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm on. If you don't mind, indulge me. Let me start from where the two commentators started, because this is something they actually.
Okay, you are staying with America. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, I'm a progressive, so I'm here to counter some of their some of their narrative, because some of them are against Biden, and I'm a Biden supporter. In as far as he's 80 years old today, Trump is 77. He's only 3 years older, and people are talking about his mental capacity. They are talking about his mental capacity, like he's not capable or whatever. He may look more fragile, and Trump look a little bit younger because of the way he look and something like that. Look is nothing. You have to think about what somebody has accomplished. If I start enumerating what Biden has accomplished, everybody will be baffled. Except the Republican or the mega people here. They will try to truncate his achievement. I mean, this man has posted.
Nobody's gonna be baffled.
Hold on. He has posted, he has posted the strongest COVID recovery in the world. There's no doubt about it. With the highest job growth ever, we have in the country right now. I mean, about 30 million jobs created in his 3 years, and the economy is very good right now. So let's not try to, because of your political view, give the man his credit, regardless of how old he is. I would have liked a younger person to come in to represent Democrat, but unfortunately, nobody wants to challenge him. Even my governor here, Newsom, doesn't want to challenge him. That would have been a good candidate. But that notwithstanding, he's doing well.
What of the Kennedy factor? That is going independent.
Oh,
the Kennedy...
forget about that moron. He ain't nothing.
From whose vote will he eat more?
Nothing. Nobody's going to vote for him. He's a moron. He doesn't know anything.
Okay, carry on, Man of Prestige.
He's just there to make noise. Okay, so let me proceed with my commentary about Biden. Then we go to the main topic. I just want to comment about this, because people are in the comment. A lot of Republican are dishing on him. I don't know about you, Baba, but definitely the other guy spoke. He's a Trump, supporter like Baba.
How do you feel about the way he was speaking in Israel?
Israel 3 days ago.
Okay, forget about the way he was speaking. What did he achieve? Y'all are basing on speaking.
Are you serious?
I mean, he may be a little
but
bit.
But now you support it. Look at you. Look at your hypocrisy right here. You are supporting. Yeah, hold on. You are supporting Biden.
I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going. Okay, but you are against Tinubu that he's too old.
Exactly.
That man should leave. But you can support your Biden here that he was sleeping. He was talking like a drunkard in Israel. Look at you. Look at your hypocrisy.
It's selective righteousness.
Prince Baba,
all of you. Hold on.
Let me learn now. You ask me a question. Can I answer you? Between him and Tinubu, I mean, at least we have his medical record. We don't have Tinubu's medical record. Does that answer you? Because his medical record, I can Google and everything. The man is very healthy. He's even more healthy than Trump. He may be looking
Are you serious?
His medical record said it.
I can see the way he spoke in Israel. So yeah, he's more healthy.
That's just his nature. That's just the way his nature. That he's old. He's only 3 years older than Trump. Trump looks younger. But that doesn't mean that man, that man capacity is diminished by no means. He may be speaking. He's always speak like that. But he has gotten bad recently. He always misses his word and everything. He goofed a lot. That's what he was known. Right from when he was a senator and everything, he does goof a lot. But just he has gotten worse.
Man of Prestige is pretty propaganda. You're not even facing reality. It's right in front of you, and you refuse to acknowledge it. Let's just move on.
What is the reality? The reality is
it wasn't like that when he was a senator.
It's amazing.
No, you goof a lot. Go and watch.
No. It wasn't like you people should not cover what you are. What is not coverable.
Okay, to make the story short.
When he was a senator, man, this guy was sharp, a straight talker.
Of course, this man
very
is 80
straight
years old.
to the point.
I'm not saying he's bad, but I'm talking in terms of
for the past 4 years, for the past 3 years now that he's been in power, man, you can see it's diminishing fast, man.
But why are you so more worried about that? Look at his accomplishment. And you can say whatever you want. Come 2024 on the 5th
But what we are saying is that look, how come you are supporting, you are giving excuses for his what we are saying about
medical
him.
record.
Don't let me say
Well,
it.
it's
But you don't want
accomplishment.
to
The highest inflation in the past 30 years.
you don't want
Highest
to
inflation in the past
accommodate
30
Tinubu
years.
at all.
Because I said, what did I just answer you? Tinubu has not released his medical record. Biden has. Cool, I can go with the medical
That's a
record.
lie. You don't know have Biden's medical
brain and
record.
everything is intact.
It's a
We don't know
lie.
what's wrong with Tinubu.
Are you
You don't know Biden's medical record. It's not there. Nobody knows.
Okay, we are not here for Tinubu. Okay, let me move on.
Please allow him to make his submission. Let's move on.
No, let's go with Nigerian politics because you spread
No, let me finish
propaganda
on
and
this
lies.
because let me finish on this because you're here bashing my man Biden. That's why I want to dive into this.
Are you ever fit the man of prestige?
What? He is doing well, and Biden doesn't need. Hold on. Biden doesn't need the war to become, for re-election. He doesn't need it. America don't have an appetite for it, but that notwithstanding, he doesn't need the war. The Democrat will vote him. Trump is going to represent a Republican, and he's done. Forget about all this nonsense poll right now. When it comes up, Trump will be a damaged person. Independents will not vote for him, and Democrat, they're enthusiastic, will be higher. Biden is coming. You don't want to bet it here. He's gonna win. But anyway, that's my opinion on that. So go ahead. I just want to count out those people.
Man of prestige, how are you?
I'm good.
Yes, yeah. Is it good for your president to be falling down, sleeping? Come on now.
What do you mean falling down?
Thomas, where did he fall down? Thomas.
We saw him on a flight for falling down on the stairs. Yeah. We played it here.
What do you care about? What do you care whether he's falling down?
It didn't fall. It didn't fall. Oh, Shubu.
Oh, Yoni go fall. Mama, you hear your Yoruba people? Oh, Yoni, it didn't fall. So, what is the difference of the?
But Tinubu also was shaking when the breeze were blowing him during the.
But the issue I don't have a medical record for Tinubu. That's all I'm gonna say. If Tinubu releases his medical record, then I'll be at peace. I'll be at peace that he's younger.
Listen to people, please. Yeah, listen.
I'll prefer. This is what I know. I live in America.
Wait, my brother. Wait, my brother. I'll prefer Trump on the wheelchair ruling. And let me finish it now, please. I'll prefer Trump, my Trump, on wheelchair ruling America than Joe Biden coming back 2024. Guys,
so
thank you.
Are you just after person or whatever? What you can do
Forget
for me?
about personality. Forget about personality, my brother.
Who can do better on the economy?
Man of president, how can an Australian be talking about American politics? Say that they want to prefer one. Is that you want to prefer?
It's people like you that has messed them, and not necessarily you. The other guy that spoke earlier.
Prestige, are you looking at your screen, Prestige?
Yeah, I saw it. I follow my guy. Regardless, he's old. He's my president. It's okay.
Oh God, forgive me. I shouldn't be laughing.
It can happen to anybody.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Minor prestige. Biden's going to put you back in chains. He's going to put you back in chains.
Okay, we see what happens next year, on the 5th of November. So we see what happens. We're gonna all of us gonna come back here, and what we predict, see what's gonna happen. Democrat is coming back to power. There's no way this country is gonna elect.
Man, you're watching too much CNN and
somebody
MSNBC.
who tried to perpetuate a coup. That is the highest crime in Nigeria. If he's not gonna go to jail, by that time, but. This is somebody who tried to perpetuate a coup.
Prestige, are you still watching your screen?
Yeah, I'm watching my screen.
Okay.
This one is slipped. Come on. He got up immediately, faster than maybe a younger man will do.
Yes, he was. Oh no, something was on the floor. He was tripped.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are you
Look,
talking about?
watch
Man
what
of prestige.
he
Man of
recovered.
prestige.
But
Is he man
That's
of
not
prestige?
a factor.
Is
That's
he
not a
blind?
factor.
Is he blind too? Is he blind? If
You,
somebody's
you,
on if
nah,
something on the
Terry.
floor,
No, Thomas.
you don't
I
enter one
said,
chance for that
I
America.
told you it was something there that he tripped on.
He
my
tripped
brother,
actually.
if
Yeah.
something is my brother,
Do you want me to
if
get you
you
more? Do you want me to get
No,
you more?
that's
There's
enough.
plenty.
That's
All
enough.
man of
right.
That's
prestige,
enough.
if
One
you are
man.
walking,
You like to
man of
you
prestige,
like to amplify
wait
things that
till
don't,
now. You can't win this battle, my brother. If you
I
are
know what I
walking,
believe and nobody can change
let me
me.
talking now, please,
Okay, go ahead, Thomas.
please. Yeah, if you are walking and something is on the floor, won't you cross over it? Will you trip on it and fall down?
Yes,
But
I've fallen
you
down
same
before.
people, let me give you your own medicine. When Baba de Sheikh, they are singing that song, you said, oh,
Forget about that. We
traditionally,
are
we
talking
shouldn't be
about
talking
Trump.
about
No,
a
we are
sick person
talking
and things
about
like that.
Biden.
And now
Forget
you are
about, I
talking
don't
about
care about
Biden.
Tinubu. My
Well,
brother,
I was never into that
is
chorus that
Biden
much, but I'm
blind?
after.
Is Biden
I needed a
blind?
medical record to ascertain, if the man is healthy. So that's my main issue with Tinubu. Of course, he's been functioning well right now. I don't know if he's functioning on his own head or if he's taking a booster. So I
Or
don't
is
know, but he's
autopilot.
I can ascertain. But if the medical record has come out, then it'll be good. So that's my issue with that. But he's doing okay now. So
Okay,
yeah,
take us to Nigeria, Prestige. Take us to
Okay,
Nigeria.
okay. You bring the topic. I've forgotten what the topic. I know some of the
All
topic.
right. The
Give me one.
commemoration of Lekito Gate. Baba was saying that it's a bit of a nonsense, but people died.
Yeah, I think I heard Baba when he was speaking. It seemed like, Baba, with due respect, it seemed like he doesn't have sympathy to what transpired there, because in my own opinion, there should be a commemoration every year until, I don't know for how long, but let there be a peaceful protest. There's no need. You can't truncate people to protest because what happened in that day, in my own opinion, I don't know how many people died, but it was a tragedy to the whole nation, I feel like the guy, the ones that I watched, that was praying, with national anthem and everything, I thought it was a peaceful protest. Of course, the hoodlum and some of the politicians, overtook the whole thing because we saw some people coming out from the truck sent by the government. I think some of them in Abuja or whatever. You saw them in a government truck. They were floating them to go and truncate the peaceful protest. Particularly the one of Lekki was very peaceful, but because it was like vigil at that night, people lighting candle and whatever. I don't really know what happened. Where things really where things really take over something in a bad, shape. I can't really say, but whatever transpired that day was not good for Nigeria. So there should be accountability, of course. We are not seeing it, not from Nigerian government, but I don't have any issue then going there to, for commemoration of that, but let it be peaceful. But of course, that didn't happen today. I think a little bit of that happened in Abuja by Showore. Of course, he said they tried to do something to his van. I didn't watch the whole thing, but the one of Lekki didn't take
Rayman,
place.
do you think it's time for Showore to just give it a rest? I mean, he
Give it a
turns
rest
up
for
every.
what?
It's just, it's not
No, he
handling it
shouldn't.
very
He's
well.
an activist. He's a Nigerian.
Yeah,
What is he
but
doing wrong?
they're always beating him up, and it's just,
Look, one man, they have beaten him up. They have beaten him up more than this. So I mean, there's nothing he can do to Showore. He has seen the worst of it. At least he has the privilege, to go all over the country right now. The mobility is there compared to before when he was like a captive in Abuja. But he's more, he has more freedom right now. No, I don't think he should, but I mean, he has his own way of narrating. I mean, he's still young. We don't know what's going to happen. So maybe all disobedience sometime in the future, maybe they will flock to him because that most of them used to be, his supporters. So.
All right, brilliant. Let me get to the headline on the screen. Atiku'S custom service record missing. So there it is right there. Just when he's querying everybody else's backdrop, his own backdrop conveniently missing. So is this the shadowy hand of Atiku disappearing his records from the archives?
Yeah, it has to be. How can that happen? I mean, at this right now, which has like I was saying earlier, he was trying to expose Tinubu, let them expose each other, that I don't really care. So, no, not that he know what was coming to him, maybe revenge or whatever, it probably, I don't know how he did it, but in Nigeria, or it's already been done, before. So that's kind of very mysterious. How can all this record be missing? We know his antecedent when it comes to corruption, but none of them has been able to be proven. So as out of this stage, when people are investing their time, try to bring it to limelight, but they are missing.
Ma,
So
ma,
just
ma,
yeah,
man of research. Man of
yeah,
research. Okay, thank you for giving me this time. You see, if anybody wants to know much about Atiku's performance and his deals, whether good or bad, let them go and contact this man. Is it Dan Olase? Dan Olase. I have heard him in AIT enumerating everything Atiku Abubakar did when he was the CEO of custom, the
right.
head of customs at that time. So that man
No,
has
also
a
better,
very
the police officer, the Oba of Lagos,
But
served
uh,
Atiku one time.
Baba,
yeah, Dan
Oba of
Olase
I
is
Lagos.
one
mean,
of them.
we
Yeah,
already
thank you.
know about all this. They've been talking, but he's just talking. But what one man is talking about right now is evidence, concrete evidence, the data. That would have been more explicit. I mean,
Yeah,
people be talking.
but it's a non-issue, my brother. It's a non-issue as far as I'm
But
Yeah, yeah, but
is it a non-issue though? When is
not
querying
really,
everybody
not really.
else's?
I mean, the government can still come and work at the same time, So I don't think it's a non-issue to my own. I mean, if there's any evil
Okay, what
deed
did you
that,
want to discover you don't know? Or it's not in the public
but at least we
domain?
have the proof. We have the proof that he did it. You know,
And
that's
then
what I
and then
want.
and then his identity is under question as well. So that's part of the
I
unraveling of.
don't care. I don't care who it is. Anybody that commit crime, he should be exposed. If you have if you have the right data, not just people coming on TV to narrate what they know about this man. Those one doesn't weigh any water. It doesn't weigh any water. We have to have a data, to back what we are saying. That would have been a better thing. But it's
That
very
that file will have been missing over 20 years ago.
yeah.
Atiku
You're
is
right. It
smart.
could be. It could
Long,
be.
long ago, that file has developed fit and gone away. So they shouldn't just bother himself.
But
Think Atiku
Baba,
is a fool?
are you saying even I thought it happened 20 years ago or whatever? Are you saying there shouldn't be an accountability if the means is there to bring that accountability up in the surface? I mean,
Well, the kind of person I am, I don't like dwelling into things
okay,
that at the end of
you know what that's gonna do, Baba? I mean, the next generation, the next ruler or whatever, that will still be happening to them. I mean,
no,
there should
I
be an
don't think so.
accountability and
I don't
punishment.
I don't think so. Because if we discover, let's
Hmm.
say for the sake of this conversation, that actually that is certificates, they are all forged, or the way he entered the custom is not very clean. Okay, what do we want to do? We want to charge him to court? He's retired. You want to charge him to court? No, it's not possible. It will be
I don't
started
believe.
bad even.
Yeah, but
If
I'm just saying that will hinder, that's I mean, bringing all those, exposing all those criminality or whatever happened in the previous wouldn't disturb the functioning of government. It's just another. I mean, there's room for anything, government to be functioning, and you're exposing, holding people accountable. I don't think it has any, I mean, it's going to impede the government from functioning or whatever, or they are concentrating their energy on that because they have people that do that. Tinubu doesn't do any, they didn't have people, that manage all this kind of stuff and other people. So in
look, for instance, sorry, the Panama Papers that came out first.
right.
Most countries prosecuted all their citizens that were mentioned in Panama Papers. We didn't do anything. Pandora came. We know
Well,
what's
if
in
there
the
is,
list.
I think
We
you are
didn't do
referring to
anything.
if there's an
But
evidence. If there's an evidence again in prosecute, it doesn't matter if it is still right now. I think they should come out. That's how I look at this. I mean, if you commit a crime, I mean, the problem, you are not a civilian again. You're a public, person. So when you run for public, you know what the implication that everything about you, it can happen 20 or 30 years ago. I don't know where you live, if you live in America. You know how American politics work. Even things happen when you was in high school or whatever. They come out because you're a public official, particularly when you're running for president or a president. Nothing about you right now is off touch. It's
But
in
the
the public
American thing
domain.
is just when luck is against you, particularly because there is nothing. What's this man's name? The guy who messed up with a lady called Rice. That's up and coming Democrat who was to be president before Clinton. That fell in when he was caught making monkey business in the boat's name, monkey business, carousing with a woman of easy virtue. That was how his career ended. But Clinton, that came and won the nomination after, had something more profound, and
But it was,
nothing happened.
I mean, it wasn't investigated before before Clinton become a president. It was after after the edition, after the
No,
election, then the Republican took it up, and that was what.
no, Clinton was a draft dodger. That was proven. He said, "I'm too intelligent to go into the army." He said
Okay,
that
how about
plainly.
Bush? How about Bush that said something about his bone? So, I mean, how about
So
George Bush?
what I'm trying to say, man of praise, that look, something that brings one man down may not
All
bring
right.
another man down. So if we are to dwell
I
on
mean,
issues like that,
I see your point of view. I understand your perspective, but I mean, I guess everybody has different perspective when it comes to those kind of things. Right? There is probably nothing going to come out of it, but is this something to expose or whatever? Put it in the public place because you are a public official. You are not a civilian. You are not, like you and I. That's different. You have you have a right to protect your record. But once you're in the office as a public official, everything about you should be out in India, whether good or bad. I mean, before you start running for the office, you know what the consequence is, that everything about you should be out there for public to view. I mean, that's our right. But regardless
but
of
it's
what's
not
going
a
to be there,
guarantee that it will bring you down, other than just cause embarrassment.
which is good. If you do something wrong, yeah, why are you running for public office? You let it embarrass you. You may not, let it embarrass you. So maybe some people will learn and you will tell your kids or whatever, this is not good. But that's a learning lesson for ordinary people and some other people that may be running in the future. You don't want an embarrassment when you already ascend to that throne. So that's the way I look at that.
Okay, maybe you
So
have a point there, though. Carry on,
yeah,
please.
yeah, that's the way I see that. Well, anyway, one man, we can go to the next topic. I don't want
Oh,
to
oh,
keep
oh, oh,
people.
oh, oh, all right, brilliant. So let me take you to this one here. This one is this moral maze of introducing surreptitiously LGBTQ
Oh my
related
God.
So there's a particular book. It's called the Primer, which is one of the books one of the recommended study books
You know,
for
I
for
use this
yes.
book.
Yes.
Primer. I'm
I
not
use
aware
this
of
book
it.
in
Wait a minute, Baba,
primary
you use
one.
the book?
Yeah, I use it in primary one,
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
1960, 61.
Go ahead.
No,
61.
yeah, we use it.
Okay.
I use it, the same color. They didn't change it.
Okay,
Yeah, go
what is it
ahead.
about? What was the book about? What was the caption? Well, I mean, what was the
All right. Let me, for the purposes of the conversation, just quickly represent it. It's not that long a read. It says that Nigerian lawmakers in the House of Representatives want the federal government and other sub-national governments to ban the use of the popular children's book Queen Primer in schools for containing pro-LGBTQ text. The lawmaker made the call on Thursday, October the 19th, during plenary, following the adoption of a motion moved by Suleiman Gumi, who wants the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, a regulatory agency, to exercise its statutory responsibility to vet educational materials before being used in Nigerian schools. Gumi said that the book contained words like gay and eros, and that there is a covert attempt to slip books in with immoral culture into primary and secondary schools in Nigeria. Gumi said, Queen Primer subtly introduces terms like gay, eros, etc., that communizes sexual perversion and immoral behavior, thus exposing innocent children to terms inappropriate for their age, which is unlawful, unethical, highly immoral, and antithetical to child upbringing. The lawmaker added that there is a need to project moral values in children and society at large by resisting the use of educational materials that teach or promote any form of alien behavior which violates the law and moral values in educational institutions. So that's the backdrop, Prestige.
You know what? I've never agreed with Gumi in my life, not that I can remember. But on this case, I completely 100%, 110% agree with him. That should be, I mean, the way things are going in Nigeria right now, because there's an indoctrination going on, to a
But
minimum
it's your
level.
people, it's your party, Democrats, promoting it, isn't it?
Exactly. Okay. Let
Defend
me
it
come to
now.
that, Baba. You know my party well. Like I was saying, you seem like you have some knowledge about. I don't know where you are, but yes, they are. That's what I don't like about them. That's probably one of the most thing I hate about them.
Good.
But I will never go for Republican because of their evil deed and what they stand for. They're not a welcoming party and some other things, and they're
But
mega.
is this not
But
worse?
huh?
Is this not worse?
Look, I'm against it, but as far as you don't bring it close to me, just keep it to yourself. That's the way I look at it. I mean, when I used to go, at work, I have some gay, manager and some other, junior and upper, and working with it, because what you can understand, particularly why this is very, why this is very big in America. All these gay people, they are very powerful. They occupy a lot of top positions. That's what people don't realize. This is why America is promoting, not to deviate away from the conversation, but they kind of intermingle the whole thing, because America is the one that promoting the whole thing right now, like what they try to do in Uganda.
No,
Uganda.
not America. The Democrats.
Okay, it's the Democrat, not Americans.
Okay,
So
parties.
when I come to America, I can differentiate it. When I'm talking about America, I will use the word America on the word. I can't use the word on. After all, there's some gay Republican, but they may not be as, I don't know how many. I don't know
They're
how.
intolerant of it. They're intolerant of it.
Yeah. Where some of them, they try to pretend, some of them are already gay. But anyway, that's their own cup of tea. Yeah, I completely. That's the only place I agree with my party. There's no doubt about it. They should. But this has already been embedded with them, so there's nothing there's nothing we can say or I can complain. I don't know when it started. Before, during the Obama time and everything. That's when all this thing emancipated from. And right now it has been. It has become one of Democrat manifesto, if I may call it like that, unwritten manifesto. That's the way I hate that promotion. And moreover, what you can remember, one of the most progressive state in this country, if not the most progressive state in this country. So when it comes to gender equality, it's highly promoted here now, but we are dealing with it. Everywhere. Go to LA, go to San Francisco. San Francisco is the hub, or of this gay something. But when I used to travel to San Francisco a lot. Those Silicon area and everybody. I used to travel over there. So, but
if there's one thing that I cannot abide beyond same-sex coupling, is people that tell you that they are bi. What does that even mean? That has no
crazy.
meaning.
One man, look at that.
That has no meaning. What does
I don't know who's in America. I don't know who's in America
any
here.
rule goes. Any
In
rule
TV, right?
goes.
In TV, when you're watching TV, they will show men. There's a medicine they're promoting. I've forgotten what the medicine is for. They show two men kissing. Oh man, whenever you want to come out, I will just run out of the room. My wife say, "What's wrong with you?" I say, because that it kind of give me like I want to throw up. I don't even watch it again.
That's right.
Whenever that happens, I will close my eye until it go off for a minute or less than a minute.
It's funny actually. I always flinch away from that. I just can't bear to see things like that.
Yeah, it does something to me. My wife thinks something wrong with me about it. He knows,
those I feel sorry for. Those health workers, people like Babati, Alexander Gomez.
Why you say that?
Joel, how do you cope with such people? How do they deal with it?
Well, that's their profession. You have to do it. What can you do?
If I work in that field, I don't think I'll cope.
It's not just health workers though. And we have to be delicate with this sort of topic, by the way. But
right.
in the civil service here, I remember when I used to work in the civil service here, the top echelons it was just full of just them all the way through.
No,
and you have to be comfortable with it. Sometimes they even come and
a lot of them are very intelligent. They are well educated
on the cheek.
They are well educated. They occupy the top notch in the government, in the media, and everything. You never believe me. I live in California. I know what their position is in America. This is why it's being promoted. It's already embedded. So the part of America, particularly the Democrat, they're already in there.
Man of President, if you don't mind, man of President, I want to take you back a little bit. If you allow me, and if you want my
Yeah, go
I want to take you back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to take you back a little bit what you said earlier on. But my word on what this subject you are currently discussing is that look, Armageddon is here. So let's leave that. You did say something about the economic situation of America, and you say it in a very glowing terms to qualify that unemployment is this, economy is good, this is this. I mean, I just chuckled when you said that the reality of what is being reported is completely different, totally different from the reality. I mean, I shudder that when people say inflation is at 4% or 4 points, whatever percent in America, when in reality you know that whatever you were buying at $2 2-3 years ago, or
I know where you're going to.
Yeah, let me land it.
Okay.
Whatever you were buying at $2 post-COVID, you are either buying it at $4 or more now, even to ordinary bottled water. I mean, whether it is coffee you buy, whether it is grocery, anything you are buying, but inflation is still stagnant at 4.something%. But the reality speaks otherwise. And you give us all manner of statistics for the employment. But in reality, it is not true. Look, 100 people come in through the front door and 200 people go out through the back door. The crisis that is rocking the automobile manufacturing industry, they've been on strike for almost how many weeks now? How many millions have lost their jobs as a result of that strike that is still unresolved today? Now, it is not just the automobile manufacturing factories like the GMs of this world, like the Chrysler of this world, like the Ford of this world that is being affected. Their suppliers, the people that supply them, their parts from others.
Even Hollywood is on strike for more than
their industries out of America to Mexico. I can count more than 10 in the past 2 years that they have moved their manufacturing completely. People are losing their job in their hundreds. The unemployment claim is rising, and somebody will come and say they've created 30 million jobs. The 30 million that they recruited 1 million from the front door, and before you say Jack.
But Bishop, America doesn't lie.
Can I
America
respond
doesn't lie with their statistics.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Ajale Koko land, and then let Prestige respond. Yeah.
America doesn't lie.
Hold on. Let Ajale Koko land. Let Prestige respond, and then you round up your interjection, and then Prestige carries on. Ajale Koko.
Yeah, America doesn't lie with their employment statistics. So they don't lie. They are not like us that doesn't keep. We don't even have statistics to show. I mean, we do have statistics to show that where we are on unemployment rate. So America statistics does not lie on employment, on job creation, on company that outsource and other things. They don't lie because don't let us don't say it as if they are lying. No, they don't lie.
Okay.
We all know that.
Thank you very much. Let me continue where Jale Coca, stop. Okay, the point I'm trying to make, I think the guy that was speaking earlier, I think he had some, he was basing some of his analysis based on emotion, without rationalizing the state of things in America. Right now, the unemployment rate is 3.8%. and we deal with hard data. We don't kind of make up with, go with different permutation to come up with, the same. What is happening? He was talking about the Hollywood, they are requesting for more pay. Even the auto industry, they are requesting for more pay because they say they make about 40%, profit. So they are requesting for their own, they are requesting for their own. I mean, the managers and everything keep all the home money and everything. So they are rightfully requesting for their own. That has nothing to do with unemployment. If you look everywhere in America, particularly where I stay, the other day I went to Florida. I just came back from Florida. I mean, it's a sign for employment. I mean, all over. It's not even advertised. Everywhere you go, I mean, job. I'm not even talking about McDonald's, whatever. Some of the big companies there, if you go for Orlando, everywhere we want, we're hiring, we are looking for people. I mean, everywhere, Amazon, everybody. So the job is there. It's people that don't want to work. Maybe that's what you're looking at, Some people don't really want to work, neither because of the COVID, they retire or some other things. But in terms of employment, yes, it's there. This is one of the best unemployment. It can equivocate it whether it's better than Trump time or right now. That's another story for another day. But the unemployment here, anybody who wants to work in this country is going to get a job. I mean, I think the only country that has a lower unemployment, maybe one or two, definitely I know about Japan. I think they are the best, 2 point something. I forgot another country that comes second or whatever, but America is right out there in the top 5, maybe in the 3 or whatever. Right now, it's 3.8. So in terms of job, that's what I was saying about Biden, but like I properly stated earlier, in terms of that, sometimes the president doesn't control what happened to the job market, stock market and all that kind of. The president doesn't control it. It depends on the economy. And you were stating, and let me give an example. I went to the gym, the other day, last week. So when I was coming back, there's a place I normally stop by and get me some breakfast. I get a coffee and I get a small breakfast. I used to pay $4.
What,
So
what,
when I
what do you have?
decided,
What do you have for that breakfast? Is it what do you have?
you mean, what I have for that breakfast?
Yes.
It's a wrap chipotle wrap.
Oh,
It's
all
called
right.
chipotle wrap, right?
All right. So that defeats all your efforts in the gym, then, doesn't
No,
it?
it
But
didn't
carry on.
because hold on, because it's more healthy. It's it's
No,
green
carry on,
chicken.
carry on.
It's green chicken. It has egg in it, and it has Spanish. So it has vegetable. And then they put a very light chipotle. So it's very healthy. I eat healthy. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that I was paying for I think 4.35 before. But the next day when I come there after my gym, and I'm surprised they increased it to $6.99, almost about $7. Do you see the percentage it went up? So I asked them, I said, I bought it last week. How come it went up last week? So the point I'm trying to make is inflation. That's what's driving everything. Yeah, I know everything is high right now, but it's inflation. It's all over the world. It's not just in America. So that's why they are raising interest rate, try to contain the inflation. I mean, it's making a dent. I don't know how good it is, but yeah, the point you are talking is something you can't control. Remember, inflation come every so often, maybe every 10 years or 7 or 8 years. It's bound to happen. There's no way you can't keep it. I mean, interest rate is very high for mortgage right now and all that kind of thing. But that's part of the capitalist country we live. Inflation has to come. You can't go, you can't, this is probably the longest before we start seeing the inflation right now in this country. So it has nothing to do with people and don't have job. Anybody come from
That's
Nigeria
what you
today,
call
you're
a
gonna get
good
a job.
economy, right? That's what you
Huh?
call a great economy. That's what you call a great economy, right?
Are you gonna
High,
okay, wait a
high
minute.
inflation,
I know you're very
poor
knowledgeable. You're in
employment
America.
numbers.
Yeah. You familiar the way the economy work. You can't control nobody can control the inflation. It's something that come by every so often, every so often.
No,
You know
that's
about
not
that.
true. That's what CNN
Oh
tells you. There are
man.
policy, there are government policies that
No, not this one. I know government's
What,
policy has an effect,
tell us
but this
about
is
tell us about the gas prices too. Is that normal? Is that okay?
gas price is good right now. I told you I just came back from Florida. And you know how
Yeah,
much gas price? Hold
from
on.
a
Do
dollar.
you know how much
You're
gas
probably
prices
rich.
is in
Hold on, you're
Florida?
probably a rich guy. You're probably a rich guy. But from $1.99 to almost $6, that's good for you, right?
When was
Good
it
for
a
the
dollar
average
99
person.
last? Tell me the year.
Well,
Tell me the year.
the last year of Trump's presidency, we are paying $1.99,
Do you, okay,
$1.89.
okay, okay. You see where you're a little bit misguided, or you purposely want to put it there. And I will tell you what the dollar was the dollar was less than $2 by that time. You know why? because that was during the COVID. Nobody was going to work. Nobody was driving. So the gas is plentiful everywhere. It's over surplus. So what you do when what you do when the demand is low
Okay,
and there's a
sorry.
supply?
So I'm talking
It's
about
a supply and
2019,
demand that
before
make
COVID,
gas to be less than $2.
before COVID,
Yes,
2019.
everybody knows it. It's a simple. Come on, guy. Now, calm
Oh,
down.
oh, oh,
Forget.
oh, 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 all right, proceed. To manage the time, we have
Yeah.
finished what you're saying, then I'll move you on to another talking
Yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah. I don't have that much to say. We were saying about what was he saying again? I'm sorry, they divert my attention back to America.
You've lost me. I think you were in a conversation with Bishop.
Yeah, I thought we pivoted to Nigeria before. I thought we are done with America. We were talking about this we were talking about the gay and everything. Yeah, that was what we was talking about. I was just saying.
Yes, we were talking
I
about
support.
how they were surreptitiously introducing
One man.
Yeah, I said I
I will
support
say
Gumi
this one more time.
110%.
I will say this one more time. I will say it again. Almost you will say I've talked. You shut me down for Adale Kuku now. That you shut me down for him, even though you interjected me without me. I was saying something, but now you have just I don't know whether you forgot or you just deliberately choose to move away from it. I wanted to respond to what you said because I was talking.
Respond. Respond. I thought that conversation was over, but respond and then I move.
It wasn't over. I did not talk. I was saying
No,
something.
go ahead and talk. Then after that, we
go
go back
ahead.
to we go back to
Now,
Nigeria.
it was very convenient. It was very convenient for Adale Kuku to say that, America has an unemployment record. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't have employment record. I'm saying 1,000 people were coming in from the front door and recorded as being employed. And when 1,000 people goes out from the back, they are not added back to it, to the number that they say was employed. I said a lot of factories in the past 1.5 years or 2 years have left America manufacturing. I said that the automobile manufacturing industry is losing jobs as we speak today in their hundreds and thousands and millions. I'm saying that. I said that inflation. So they're telling me that inflation is at 4.1%. But I know what I used to buy in the market a year, 2 years ago. I know what market is talking. I know that house, what do you call it, property something, it's at 7% now. The all-time high from 2.9%. So when you say they have records, they keep records. It's the record of the man that just said that he went and bought coffee. I use coffee. I take coffee every day. I'm trying to break away from it. But I know that coffee was costing about $1.29 a few months ago. The same coffee now I buy for $2 something. If I buy just a cup of coffee and a 1%, that used to be like $3 something. Now it's about $7. Just like you said, 1 cup of coffee, all within 2 years. But inflation is still the same. How do you reckon that? How do you reconcile that? More people are losing their homes to what do you call it? To foreclosure. More people are becoming homeless. The man that lives in California I've been to California a couple of times. If you go to areas in Las Vegas where the homeless stay, you will be appalled. You will open your mouth, you'll not be able to close it. So where is the record? The record that is telling me that America has record. Does that represent 4.1% in inflation in the past 2 years? How much are you paying for groceries? I went to buy chicken at Sam's about a week or 2 weeks ago. Even though I don't like chicken, but I wanted to buy. But I know how much I was buying that pack of chicken wings just about 2 years ago. It's crossed more than 100% now. And you tell me the inflation is at 4%? Look, I am saying the reality of what is being reported is not the reality on ground. People like Adale Kuku can believe that it is the best in the world. But the fact of the people that are losing their jobs, that the record is not being taken account for. People that know how much they were paying for groceries, rent, electricity has gone up. Insurance, I know how much I was informed that insurance has gone up in this past month. Insurance, everything from rent to electricity to gas has gone up. But you tell us that the inflation is at 4.1%, the best ever. But the reality, when you go to market, you know it's not. Bottled water, I wanted to buy bottled water a few days ago. I took a picture of it. How can I buy a pack of bottled water for $6.89, $6.89? A pack of 24 bottles of water. How? So okay. I'm saying, yes, we can pay. I'm paying the picture. Yeah, that's what I want you to be like that. But the reality of ground does not support what you claim that the economy economy is at its best ever. That's what I wanted to put out there. Thank you.
Okay, to make the story short, you know what you should do?
Can I make
Ask their job to give you a pay raise, ask them to give you a pay raise to make up the difference
can I make
for cost
a
of living. Go
point?
ahead, Aja.
Yeah, look, Bishop, look, if you are talking of a country that is highly institutionalized and a country that keep records and statistics of employment and unemployment rate in their system, America, I can tell you that
I
is
think we should just
one.
believe. That's what you believe. That's fine. Believe what
Yes,
you want to do. I know what I'm saying. You can believe what you want to propose. That's fine. I mean,
okay.
the same thing to inflation. Inflation is at 4%. You compare what you were buying a year and 2 years ago to what you are buying today and see whether 4% makes sense. So let's just move to that.
On the employment rate, look, it is mandatory for all employers of labor to report to the Department of Labor when they hire people and when they relieve people out of their position. They have to report it. And it is on the basis of that, across the country, both the private sector and the public sector, it is reported, and based on that, they get the statistics of how much job that the economy, created, and how much job they are losing, because it is mandatory. Employers of labor must report when they hire and when they fire and when they close down their business. If any company closed down today in America, they have to report it. And how many people involved, they have to be reported.
I'm sorry. I really don't want to say that you are living in a bubble. I really don't want to say that you are living in a bubble, but it's obvious that you are. It's obvious that you are.
I'm going to want I want to move this conversation on, just because of the people waiting still. There's still so many people that have spoken.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and
that is why,
and then we move on.
And that is why, look, even we have minimum pay here in accordance to the law. There's minimum wage you must pay your workers. It's the law that you must pay your worker minimum of so per hour. And so you must report whenever you hire worker. And whenever you relieve them out of their position or you fire them, you have to report it. When any position is open or when you cannot cope, you must report it. And you know why? It got to be recorded. It got to be reported for tax reason, because you're going to be filing your tax at the end of the year. Every corporate body must file their tax as well as individual. It is not a rocket science. It's a system that is already designed, that this is what you must do at social time. This is what you must do at social time. If you don't do this, you cannot get this. And employers knows that. They report it. And based on that statistic, they get their statistics right. How much job? And then how much company or how much businesses that is licensed every day, every minute, they have it in their system, state by state, across the federation. How much businesses are closing down every minute in America, they have it in their system. The system report it state by state and to the federal system. It is reported. This is not a system that is just a Jankara system, like
what we used to know that they practice somewhere else. No. Let me leave it here. Thank you.
Let's move on. Let's move on. You can believe what you want to believe. I see the reality. I see where I am standing. You are seeing what you are seeing where you are standing. So it's fair, but let's just be true to ourselves. Inflation is not 4% in America today, and you can say whatever you want to say. I know better than that. So that's just fact.
I'm not contesting the inflation rate with you. It's just the job rate and the statistic that you are saying the other time that is not correct. That is what I'm contesting. America will not lie on job statistics. It's never done.
I am saying to you, there's nowhere you will find the statistics of job loss. There is nowhere you will find the statistics of job loss. If you have it, bring it out for me. Let me see. Of job loss and the countries that have been located. Bring them out.
Back to the
Do you know that job people?
We have to move on.
Let me say this.
Can we move on?
Do you know that job? Do you know that people file for unemployment benefit in this country when they loses their job? They file for unemployment benefit if they can't get job. How do you look? The system is there. How many people that walk into the labor office every day trying to claim unemployment benefit? They have it. On what basis do you lose your job? Why can't you get another job? And they have a system that, look, if you are looking for a job, they can get job for you if at any available time. They have the system there. Look, this is not a place that they lie for. Why would they be lying with statistics of joblessness and unemployment rate? It's not done here. It's not done in America.
All right, over to you, Prestige.
Okay. Let me conclude on this topic we are talking about. I just want to make 2 comments about the inflation point we are talking about. Like I stated earlier,
sorry, you can open that up during Thomas's session. By the way, I just want to make sure that
let's move on. So
you can make that comment, but I'm just saying because I know that Ajanle Koko and Bishop are still not satisfied.
I was just talking about like inflation is what's coming. If you know economics, it come every so often, like every 10 years or more. But the only thing the government can do is to control it through the fiscal policy and the exchange rate policy. That's the only thing government can do, and that's what they are doing right now. Increasing the interest rate, and some other policy they are implementing, like adjusting the exchange rate. So that's my summary on that. We can move on to, I think, the topic we are talking about. We're almost halfway on that. That's about this gay policy. We are talking about. So, like I stated earlier, I 110% support Gumi in this case. We don't need indoctrination in that country. I mean, we have a lot already, not the indoctrination that's already going on. We already have people like Bobrisky, James Brown, and some other. What's his name? I think his name is Uche. Very skinny guy that will be coming on.
Yes, he has beard, doesn't he? And then he's always wearing a bra.
He looks scary, very skinny. I don't know if he doesn't if he doesn't even eat. I don't know what he does. But anyway,
is it the same guy that is always wearing a bra?
Yeah, that's the same guy. Yeah, that
do always on Linda and KG.
Yeah, that do some caricature one time with I think
Prestige.
That when they beat him up, but it was just stage anyway. So having said that, they should. I thought Nigeria has a law against gay, but they have not been able to enforce it. I'm not saying make it like a banana republic or draconia form, but
Prestige. Yeah. You are making a mistake, brother.
How?
Yes. Let me just say this, please.
Okay.
Those guys are not gay.
What are they?
They are. Let me finish now, please.
They are businessmen.
No, they are cross-dresser, making their life influencer or what they call it to make money. Thank you. Bobrisky never come out. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Bobrisky has never declared herself or himself as a gay. Even in an interview with Dele Momodu, he said he still go to other room with ladies. Yeah, he said it. Ajale Koko, if you remember the interview with yes, I think you remember you referenced it one time. He still go to the other room.
He revives them as still a male, not a female.
It's a
Yeah,
Bible
but
said that it's a male.
he also granted an interview where he said he has done sex reassignment and all that. So he's having a conflicting interview. What
maybe maybe
man,
after
these
the
guys, these people
Delegiwa
are
interview,
cocksuckers,
maybe that
simple
was
as ABC. You know, the
Yeah.
Okay,
cross
if that's
dressing
the
of this
case,
culture.
if
Thomas
that's the
is being
case, the
deceived,
picture
and
that
many
one man
others.
showed here earlier,
One
how
voice, yeah.
did he change his sex? I
Oh,
mean, look at the way he looked before, ugly man. Now he become whatever ugly woman. So what are you talking about? He has undergone some changes in his life. I don't know. You may be right, Thomas. I don't know, but
Yeah.
all I know, all these gays.
Prestige, would you
Yeah,
believe that this is the same person? It's
yeah. I've seen it
unbelievable.
before, and I've seen it. That's what I just said right now. Yeah. Okay. If somebody say, she's not, she didn't change her sex or whatever, how is he making all this money? Because the
What
money he's
adjective?
making is not about being an influencer. He's
What
sleeping with
adjective are you
politicians.
using? Are you saying she? Is that where we
Well,
are
I don't know
now?
what to call him. Now, because he portrays, himself as she. I mean,
My
just make
goodness
what.
me.
One man, there's something you guys are not understanding. All these things this guy is doing, is using it to make fortune. That is
Fortune.
it. It's
But
about
Thomas, are you saying
it's about
there's no homosexual penetration in Nigeria? Is that what you're
Hey,
saying?
settle down,
you
on
have to you
Prestige.
have to hear mind the word.
Oh, I'm
Prestige.
Yeah,
sorry. I'm
carry
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, it's
Yeah.
all
Pardon me.
right.
I'm sorry.
Carry on,
It-
carry on.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, Thomas and one
That
man. Okay.
Don't upset the Chioma's
pres
delicate ears. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
she's not
Prestige.
used to language. Yeah,
I'm
Prestige,
sorry.
let me tell you
I'm
something.
only joking. Carry on, Prestige.
Here in Australia, they've been practicing this thing before. Undone it. But nobody can come out and say it openly because it has not been passed to law. But now they've passed it to law. Everybody came out, they do their wedding in thousands. Fine. But in Nigeria, nobody, let me use the word I used for Oshibajo that time. They no born everybody. Anybody come out and say you are a gay in Nigeria, you will be arrested and jailed because there is no law backing you. You understand what I mean? People practice it. I didn't say people don't practice it. Don't get me wrong. People do
You
it.
know,
Well,
But
Thomas,
okay.
you know
Bobrisky is
what
Okay.
is
just a
How about
true?
James
cross-dresser.
Brown? How about James
He
Brown?
is a cross-dresser. He's not
He's a
into other.
cross-dresser. He said it. I'm a cross-dresser. He's not a gay. Don't
Yeah,
call him a gay.
Thomas,
Okay. Okay, but I'm
Thomas.
just saying that there seems to be a penetration of that kind of lifestyle in Nigeria. I mean,
Come
I
on
mean,
now, Prestige.
All right. Yeah. All right. Prestige, bring it home, and then I want to go on to Ogbeni, who has been waiting for a very long time.
okay, thank you very much. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
that shouldn't be allowed to happen in Nigeria. I mean, like Thomas, everybody properly said, I've not been when I go to Nigeria, I've never seen anybody. But yeah, I'm just going by what I see on social media. I mean, some of what Thomas said may have some credibility, but in Nigerian space, because they are trying to imitate everything about the Western world, particularly in America. So I'm thinking that's having a penetration in Nigeria to a certain degree. See, if there's a way to stop it, that's the last thing a country like Nigeria, which believe in tradition and some other things
Man of
need right now.
prestige.
Yeah,
Man of prestige.
yeah.
Mark my word, very soon in the very nearest future, they will relax that law. Mark my word. They
Why
will
you say
relax
that?
that law in Nigeria.
No way.
You want to bet? Okay, maybe
No,
not in the next 5 years.
the conservative North will not allow it.
You will see. There's a way we adopt something and we make it look and we normalize it. You will see
That's
very soon. As far
exactly
as the money,
the way.
money is involved,
That's my concern.
they will relax it. Probably they will try to find a way to water it down or make it the penalty attached to it kind of reduce it so that you'll be able to accommodate. They will find a way to make it look normal. Maybe not now. Maybe in the next decade. I bet you.
All right. Bring it on, Prestige, and then we're going to
Yeah.
Ogbeni.
That's pretty much. I've been here. I've been talking for a long time. So next person. I'll be listening. One man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. That's the man of prestige, of course. It needs no introduction to anyone. So, somebody that needs no introduction to man of space, Ogbeni, the majestic one. So, Ogbeni, I hope you are not asleep.
Oh, man.
Ogagba, I have to find the title for you.
You
The
know,
Ikemba
you,
of no, you are not an Ikemba.
you know,
We
these
have to
days
find
I
me a
appear
title.
once in a while on one
Eh?
man show. So when I appear, I try to put all my alacrity on
Yes.
point. So I'm not sleeping. One man. I've been listening to Man of Prestige. I think I used to listen to his once in a while on Dr. Damages, and I understand his disposition towards Tinubu. Uh, well, when I get there, I'll talk about that. So, what do you want me to talk about, Omar?
We're just really rolling around a variety of topics. It's the anniversary, or it was the anniversary of NSAS yesterday, the 20th of October. And we were just speculating as to why it just came and went and not much of a mention. And then the custom service are telling us that they cannot find Atiku'S record. So, of course, Atiku, knowing him as we know him, he has already organized for the boys to go and disappear it. But what's in that record? How many names does Atiku has? Sadiq Abubakar, we know that. Atiku Abubakar, we know that. Also, Sadiq Kwadoli, we also know that. So, I mean, who exactly is this guy? That's the one thing we don't know. You know, so that's he's asking for somebody's school cert.
Nigerians,
Eh?
like is it Bishop or Enigmatic? I don't know. Like somebody here who is of the view that all these things are just not necessary for now in our space. We need to be consolidating all our efforts presently now to rescue our country. I don't know how our politicians and our leaders don't know that we are in a serious state of what I can call near collapse in terms of many things in Nigeria. Our economy is not in a very good state. Security, where I think we are maintaining that a bit now recently. Infrastructural, in fact, deficit that we have over years, and a lot of problems we have in our area that I think we should that should bother a serious-minded Nigeria than you are digging this person's certificate, here and there. Nigeria is not a developed nation. People don't know. And I keep saying it. You know, you may be living in America, you may be in the United Kingdom, and because you have stayed there for too long, the kind of mentality you have now, you have mentality of an average Oyibo man who has been in a developed space over time. Men, wake up. You need to wake up. You are not, Nigeria is not United States of America. Nigeria is not United Kingdom. Nigeria is Nigeria. Nigeria is a third world country, a developing country. We are running a developing democracy. So you should understand that when you have leaders, among your leaders, even citizens, how many citizens in Nigeria can stand up and say the curriculum vitae I'm using, there is nothing fishing inside it? How many? Even for those ones that are staying abroad now. If you go and check the records of the paper they filed to get them to the US where they are, how many will you scrutinize and you won't get some things? At least one or two things fishing there. And that's why I want to agree with that person. I don't know if it's Bishop or Enigmatic, one of them. I said, look,
It's me.
Bishop, right?
No, Baba.
It's Baba. I said, look, we don't need all these things in our space. And I agree with that person. We don't really need it in our space. I don't know why Atiku started that journey. According to Reno Omokre, who I know is closer to Atiku than any of us here, said it, that David Dudoin and all those guys just push Atiku into this voyage of discovery where he has gone and come back without discovering anything. And that now has been opening layers and layers of cankerworm, which they will continue opening. But then they should please close all these cankerworm. We don't need it. Focus on what matters a lot for our country now. Obama, Trump, and others, yes, they are president of developed countries. Already, their citizens don't live below poverty line. Even immigrants in their country don't live below poverty line. They are developed nations. They have an economy that is very buoyant. See the amount that guy is marking to go and fight war in Israel. See the one he has marked to fight war in Ukraine. And America is still standing. honoring Niger, we are within our space and still bothering about the economy impact on us. We can't even go to Niger, you know. So that is the issue for me. But if they keep searching for Atiku, I can tell you that Atiku has removed that thing, possibly since Obasanjo days. Because don't forget that Obasanjo tried to dig Atiku a bit after Obasanjo lost that third time agenda thing. But he couldn't get much about Atiku. The one he could get, Ali Burton and others, he tried his best to push, but it was too late for him because his time was very short in the office. And alas, you had another northern guy, and that Fulani Mayaradua who took over after. That one will not do anything, will not dig Atiku in any way. And you have Jonathan, who will not even do anything too. So here we are again. So for me, that's all for that space. I don't think it's a space I really want to be.
Yeah, Ogben, it's a shame that you were not here yesterday, because the news broke yesterday that the Supreme Court has set October the 23rd to start the hearing on now this final appeal. So we were hopeful that you talk us through that space. Perhaps you could now.
Well, I can quickly do that, and I think I've said it also here before. You see, Supreme Court is not a trial court. Supreme Court is a court that will simply review what you are presented before. Supreme Court will not call witnesses. Supreme Court will not ask you to start tendering documents one by one, and then we are going through cross-examination. It's not their business. And I said, I think it was Pasato was pushing back then, but there is little he can push back because he's not a lawyer. So for me, Supreme Court is, and I think I also mentioned it here. The judgment of Supreme Court is 60 days after the delivery of the decision of the Court of Appeal. Note it again, after the delivery, not when they file whatever they like to file. He said file within 21 days, not their business. After you have filed, but from the delivery of that judgment. So they deliver the judgment, I think sometimes September 6, right? So by October 6, you have 30 days. So Supreme Court has less than 30 days, maybe 19 days or even 18 days now to go.
Somebody said they have to do it by the 5th of November.
They must. So, and when we are saying doing it here, they must deliver judgment. That's what we
The
are saying.
sorry, 5th of November is Sunday, so and 4th is Saturday. So it probably would come in around.
No, if it ends in not serving on Sunday, then they can extend to Monday. But they won't take that risk. Okay. They will deliver Friday. But my point is
deliver Friday. That's 3rd of November.
Yes. So my point is this: people should know that it is not when they will hear them; it is when they must deliver judgment. They will still need to write that judgment. Don't forget. So when they resume, maybe Monday now, they will hear everything together. Okay, you want to tender new. See, let me tell you, they will admit those documents because Supreme Court is a court of policy. They won't want to lay a policy to say, okay, you are bringing a document from foreign. We won't admit no. For me, as far as it's concerned, they say, okay, bring the document. What exactly is in the document? They will admit your document, and at the end of it, we have analyzed those documents here before. What has it proven? The document said he has forged? No. If you go back to what is there, how do you prove forgery? That's the next thing. In case the document even say anything about how do you prove forgery? Do you prove forgery at the Supreme Court? The answer is no, you don't. You prove forgery at a trial court. Forgery is an offense. Forgery is a crime in Nigeria. So do you now prove forgery by bringing something from front? And let me tell you, whatever you are
police
bringing,
case.
all those documentary evidence you are bringing from abroad, they become question of fact in Nigeria. They are not cast on stone. They are facts that you need to start proving it. So, you see, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing in that case. Atiku has wasted his time again to the United States. Instead of him concentrating on his case, he wasted the first 28 days pitching for documents around. And after that, he used another 2 days to do what he called World Conference. And after that, he told his lawyer to go and file. What have they filed? So let us leave that for that. The space I would like to talk about is this space of LGBTQ and others in Nigeria.
Oh, all right, yes.
So you see, I wrote an article and I presented an article on this LGBTQ thing in the United States, and I think it's online. My paper is online. If you Google, I think it's even the only paper from the Nigerian space presented in the US. And my paper tried to, I didn't condemn or favor anyone. I tried to look at the jurisprudence of this issue. And I tried to look at the position of the African nations on it. And then I tried to trace the history of all these laws within our own space in Africa, particularly Nigeria. So eventually I tried to say, look, if you are a person that belongs to this LGBTQ plus thing, these are the ways Nigerian laws expect you to relate and live your life if you come to our space. Nigerian laws is not saying they hate you. Nigerian laws simply, or lawmakers are simply saying, in our own space, you don't do XYZ. If you want to do it, you keep it in your own space. But you can come as a human being. When you come as a human being, you must abide by this law. It's just like going to Saudi and you want to go and be doing some things in Saudi, or you go to Dubai, you want to be doing some things in Dubai. Dubai is not going to change its law because you're an American and you are coming. Or Kuwait or even Somalia here. They won't change their laws. They have their laws. So if you are coming from America, your wayward American life, and you are bringing it into Dubai or Qatar or Saudi Arabia or Iran, you know the way you have to comport yourself because those are their laws. That's exactly what is in. But when I now look at it, do we really?
What do you mean by wayward American life? Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from?
He won't let that one go.
Aja, elite offer.
Agbeni, continue.
Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Continue.
Can you hear me?
Continue.
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
Okay. So sorry, Baba Daniel Koko. You see, you know, America is the vanguard of what do you call it? Fundamental rights in the world. And my reading of fundamental rights is this: when you allow a loophole, you will get to a floodgate. And I will repeat again: when you allow a loophole, you will get to a floodgate where people are simply saying, "Tolerate us." Will start saying, let it become a right. They will start saying, impose it on others. They will start saying, okay, create an institution for us. If you are the type that follows development of history and theories of feminism, you will quickly pick this thing I'm talking about. How did feminism thing start? When you pick it, how did it start? Some women just believe, okay, give us a representative right. They push. Okay, we need reproductive rights. They push. Okay, give us a right of equal pay. Same American space. They keep pushing against, okay, right to equal education. Don't forget that at a point in time in that same year, America, a woman cannot open a bank account without the husband approval. I hope you know in the history of America.
They can't even vote.
We can hear you.
But they start pushing. Oh, no, I want to open my own account without approval of my husband. They push. Okay, right against domestic violence. These are good rights. Nobody is saying it's bad. But the issue is this. When you now premise it on some wrong theories, those theories will bet some perverse lifestyle and conduct that will eventually break the fabric of the entire moral and the social fabric of the system. And that's it. Okay, where have they pushed it to now? They push it to the athletes. See somebody who say, I'm transgender, therefore, a man, no, biologically, therefore, I want to be running the same race with women. You will win now. Why would you win? And so, and the way you see, if you study sociology very well, you see this thing it goes around and comes around. And the same people or the same class of humans that fight to get that loophole will now be fighting to close the floodgates. But one day they will close it. Look at what is happening in the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister, you see what the Prime Minister said recently about all this homosexuality, same-sex thing. See the Breverman, the state the secretary, home secretary. See what she said also about the women thing and co. So it's eating them now. They are pushing back, but they've allowed the floodgate to open already. So to close it now will be very difficult.
Remember when Sunak had to remind the country that a man is a man and a woman is a woman?
Yes,
remember
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Just recently, he said that you don't deceive anybody, a man. You know, because it has pushed them, that loophole of decades ago now has turned to a floodgate you have opened, which is right in any social. If you study human sociology very well, it's things that happen. It's anti-climax we are getting to now, and you see government people in government will start even fighting. Look at the one that happened in America. An athlete, a transgender, you go and contest with women, and you're winning. Why would you win? Another woman started saying no. The same women that fight for equality back then and gender fluidity and all these things, they are the one now fighting back and saying no. Where do we stop? We have to put stop to this madness at a point in time, because how will you allow a man with all his muscular and anatomical build-up and everything to be contesting against her? You will always win. And I think that the court in America now has given the final verdict or something like that. Was it Congress or so? I know there's an authority now that gives verdict that if you are trans, you shouldn't go and contest with a biological woman. So the madness is gone. Okay, look at the one in the UK. They said they put men who are trans in prison, and they are impregnating the women there. See the ridiculous extent we push things to in the world. And then they say health facilities are having trouble now. Women and men want to be using the same loop. You use the same toilet, and you can get raped inside public toilet and things like that. And
remember when some little girl disappeared under those circumstances, she was found dead. I don't know if you got that story.
Yeah, I got it now. There's another one. I think it was Elon Musk that projected that thing recently, where somebody was doing a survey of who is a woman, and nobody could actually answer give a correct answer, and they said it's complicated to even just define who a woman is. So when you now see all this thing and put together, you realize that it's a phenomenon that will get to a stage where, when the floodgate is open, human race itself will fight it, and they start fighting back. And I think we are gradually getting to it now. But
do you think the human race can fight back? Because I think we've crossed so many hurdles, so many stop points along this journey that we're too far gone into it for it to ever be reversed. That's just my thing. I think
they are just 3%. They are just 3%.
My one man, they will fight back. Let me tell you, as at the last I checked, by Gallup, was it Gallup? That survey, that website.
Yeah, polling, pollsters, yeah.
Yes. Gallup said people that self-identified gays, or almost all these LGBT everything, self-identify in the US, they are just less than, I think, 7% or something like that identify. And in the UK, in fact, UK is even very, in the UK, they say 1.5% in the UK. And then they said bisexual 1.3%. So put the two together, or the three or all together within UK space, they said they are like about 4 or 5%. So despite all the transparency, stigmatization that has been removed and everything, what's the population of this class of people pushing this agenda? What's their population? So when you look at it, naturally, when it affects the majority, okay, yeah, there are minorities that are powerful.
Sorry, Benny. Quick interjection, real quick.
Powerful, and I keep saying it. So they're in a space where they can talk. They're in a space where they can influence things with money. They're in a space but you see, social phenomenon. When you talk about social phenomenon, there are things that your resources cannot influence in a real sense and in the long run. It's just like religion. It's just like you go to Iran today and you are saying, oh, I want to change the Iranians. So maybe Christian or Hindu or Buddhist. Where are you coming from? They would rather die in their poverty than you changing them. So that's the way I see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let Obeni. Yes. Okay. I think he wants to interject. Obeni, Prince Daddy.
Okay. Prince Daddy, you can, please. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just quickly. So you talk about the real numbers. Okay, I think about 20 or 30 years ago, the number was in super low single digits for this group of people. But really, that's not the number we should be looking at. We should be looking at the acceptance rate of these people in society. So it's not an issue if you're LGBT or LGBTQ or gay. No, not at all. It's about the straight people that have accepted these people and they think what they are doing is normal. That's what we should be talking about. And that rate is much, much higher. It's much, in fact, the people fighting and pushing this agenda are actually not part of their group. And that's why they have so much a higher penetration rate or conversion rate in society, in the minds of the people. That's what I said earlier. When it comes to the power suggestion, especially in our children, they are making headway and they are quite successful.
Okay, can I answer that?
Yeah.
Now, if you study the sociology of human race, like I've said before, things like this will start from tolerators till it gets to impose it, institutionalize it. When it gets to institutionalize it and it starts to affect the majority, they fight back. And there are a lot of instances you can pick. Look at the monarch system in Europe. The monarch system in Europe at a point in time had 100% acceptance, right? If you agree with me, at a point in time had 100% acceptance. So that you must be a prince or princess, and whatever they find any royalty, then you can do whatever you want to do as a royal, this and this and this and this. And a time came when they were able to institutionalize this thing, and then it started declining. And then it started losing its acceptance. Nobody can imagine 100 years ago that in the UK, some people will be protesting that they don't want monarch system again. But it's happening right in our face. The day they were crowning King Charles, some people were outside protesting that they don't want the Windsor. They want them to leave. They don't want. So the level of acceptance, don't worry, we may be looking at level of acceptance now, but when you study history and social human race, you understand things like that must happen and it comes down. Another example I can give you is slavery. Today, we say slavery is evil, slavery is this and that. In Europe, at a point in time, that same slavery had 100% acceptance. And at a point in time, it got to institutionalize it. It started affecting business interests of some people. And then, not because of us, just because of business interests of some people, and some people were able to extend their empire more than others. And then conflict ensued. And then it started declining. And the acceptance level started dropping. Look at colonialism again. And that and that. So you can pick human endeavors over time, particularly
Bernie, I like your examples, except that it's the inverse of what we're talking about, in the sense that this group of people, it was like zero before. Now it's gradually going up. You're talking about a system or an example where it was like 100% and gradually declined because people revolted or were against it. But this one is going the opposite. It was, you can say, pretty much zero, 1%, 2%, whatever. But now it's gradually creeping up, going up, and the acceptance rate is being encouraged with powerful people, with influence and indoctrination by people by young people from schools. You follow what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. Can you imagine 20 years ago or 10 years ago that a prime minister of the United Kingdom can come out and speak against homosexuality? It's most unimaginable 10 years ago. But today, a prime minister of the United Kingdom, not just a prime minister, and a son of an immigrant, right, in the United Kingdom, as a prime minister, speaking against homosexuality, and to date, nothing has happened. It should send a signal to you that is getting to the anticlimax. Then after that, you see what happened. That's the way I see it anyway. It may not be now, in the next 5 years, 10 years, and others. Then, if you now ask me, is it possible we liberalize in Nigeria like somebody suggested? I don't see that. And why is it that I don't see that in Nigeria? See, the law we have in Nigeria is limited. That law is limited. It has few. Do you know that law is practically against same-sex marriage? That's only what that law is about. It's against same-sex marriage. It's against people contracting the marriage.
Was that not the law that got Goodluck Jonathan out of office when Obama told him not to do it and he did it?
It's part of the law that Goodluck Jonathan signed. He signed it in 2013 December. So, but
Benny, just like you know, the issue we have in Nigeria and Africa is very simple.
Yeah.
Do we take the money, or do we fight against the law? It's an issue of money and law. So if you trust our leaders that much, then I guess you're right.
No. You see, my own is this. You see, I've related with politicians at least a bit in terms of having them as time. You see, there is a red line, particularly when it comes to northern politicians. Those northern politicians, things that affect their religion, they don't go that way. You rather go and do it in secret. But to come to their space and make it a law, they rather die. No matter how corrupt they are, no matter the angle they are coming from, they are not liberal in terms of some things. Look at the 19 northern states. Look at the age.
I'm sorry, real quick. You have to separate these northern leaders and the people. Two different people, two different categories. The leaders and the people, or the religious people. Two categories.
No, they are not in Nigeria. They are not. See, the leadership, the northern leadership, and that's why in Nigeria, when you see the northern leaders coming to talk, you see most times they come with the religious leaders. They don't separate it. They don't. And that is why when you see an emir talking, you see an emir sometimes talking even for the political class. Okay? And okay, I want to give you a simple example. Why do you think in the 36 states you have in Nigeria, the space where the marriageable age is lowest is in the north? What do you think is influencing that? It's religion. It's religion that keep influencing it. When you break it into two, and by the way, let me tell you, do you know, for instance, adultery is not a crime in the south, it's a crime in the north, in Nigeria. Because the criminal laws you use in Nigeria, the one you use in the north is penal code, the one you use in the south is criminal code. There are different codes, I hope you know, and they contain different crimes. So when you go into the space of the criminal code, or which they use in the north, and by the way, you see this anti-gay law in Nigeria, it's been there, particularly in the northern space, before Jonathan passed this 2014 anti-gay law. I hope you know. It's been there. So it has always been in their space, and it has always been in their consciousness about that. The only thing that can make all those northern guys to accept this kind of thing in Nigerian space is if in the Saudi and the Middle East, they pass and liberalize it. Beyond tomorrow, you will see it happening in Nigeria. But if not, whatever laws you see in that space is being influenced from their home base in that space. So for me, because of that, I don't see them liberalizing or removing that laws. No matter how much you want to go and get from IMF and WHO and all that, I don't see them. And I know that Americans and all the United Nations, they understand Nigerian space. They understand what propel Nigerian laws and others. But what I'm even saying is this: the law we have is just a toothless bulldog. That law doesn't prohibit doing it in your private space. It doesn't prohibit it. It doesn't prohibit when you don't marry. You are just doing it on your own. It doesn't prohibit a lot of things, which I identify in my papers. I don't know if you can. My paper is online. If you just Google it, I think it's the only this thing from, because.
Well, how is it titled?
I'm coming. Fundamentals of, I think, anti-gay laws in Nigeria. Or I'll look for it and send you the link in your WhatsApp. When I'm less busy, I'll send it to you. So the point I try to make is that there are a lot of ways, there are a lot of loopholes in our law. Let me give you two examples. When I was writing that law, I just I went to Konga.com and Jumia.com. The kind of sex toy they sell on Konga.com and
my goodness me, you were researching sex toys.
Yes, for paper. I'm a researcher.
My learned colleague. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
No, as a researcher, there is no. It's just
I'm only joking. I'm only joking. Yeah.
And we don't have any limits to how you seek knowledge. So I try to go to our space and look at it, and I realized that on Jumia, on Konga, and others, they say sex toys that promotes this same-sex thing they were talking about here. That is the toys they use, that you see it being described as is for XYZ class of people. What is Nigerian police doing? But they can't do anything because the law we have doesn't even cover that. It doesn't criminalize it. Do you get what I'm saying? It doesn't criminalize it. And let me tell you again, You see all these, this senator that they just sacked now, Abu, this one from Madam.
Abu, yes.
The toy
Sex
shop
toy,
that went to
sex toy
Abuja.
shop senator, yes.
That you see all of them when Ghana, and they see them. There are so many in Abuja now. Go to those space, go to Banners, go to we say to another. They have so many sex toys shops. If you go to, they sell all these things, and when you check the label, you see who are the class of people that this thing is meant for. They write it clearly, so they are importing all those things. So you now wonder when people now say, "Oh, I want to get Nigeria 14 years," I just laugh. It's just ignorance of law. But it is good people are ignorant of it and let them just keep it in their own private space, and then we can maintain our sanity in the public space. So that's just my own on that thing.
Do you think it's not a human rights issue to have an anti-gay law? Because being gay is not. I mean, some people are born gay, so you cannot have a law that inhibits people from being
One man,
gay.
I disagree with you. No one is born gay.
No, hold on. They've even seen it in the animal kingdom. So it's something that is innate to some people. Maybe not to the extent that we see it, but it cannot be the case that some people are not just born gay.
It's a mental thing.
Mama, being gay used to be a mental issue until I can't remember the year again. Very recently, maybe 1970 something or something like that. I would still say Wayward America again. From the Wayward American space.
Aja, where are you?
It's just to prompt about Aja again. So until the Wayward America, they removed the thing again from their, I can't remember, something like medical dictionary or something like that. They removed it completely from being a mental issue to being yourself, and then being thing that is nice. And over time, don't forget that I told you this thing started with tolerate us, then later allow us, then later accommodate us, then impose it, make it law, then institutionalize it. That's the way it graduates. If you look at trajectory of events in that space. So I don't see it as human rights. Let me start with that. I don't because
start from this premise. Do you think some people are innately by birth gay?
Well, I don't think so. But you know what?
I don't think so too.
Oh, hold on now, Baba. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. But you know what I think doesn't matter. The Wayward America will still come and tell you that some are born gay. So what I don't think doesn't matter. Whatever American can influence, my thinking cannot change in that space. The only space my thinking can change is in my African setting, my African space, which majority still believe that no, it's not inborn, it's not instinctive. You're not born gay. It's just your own. They sell it and you just believe it. And then, when I was growing up, there are a lot of tomboy we used to have, because I grew up among. I have so many sisters, and they used to have friends who are tomboy. They used to distance themselves from them and da. But so many of those tomboys are married today. Some of them are even grannies today. So if they had sold that thing of, oh, you were born like that to them, probably they would have been by now having gay partners and others. So I don't hate them. But the truth is, as a researcher for me, I won't subject myself to things that are not rational, that cannot think, to give me empirical fact and let's subject it to reasoning. Don't just tell me that because some people in far away America said it, therefore I have to believe it. And that's why I like Mugabe, late Mugabe, before he died. He made a simple analogy. He said, look, if you are saying this gay thing, show me a gay monkey, show me a gay ape and gorilla, and then I will believe you that human should have gay. Have you seen two gorillas pairing together as animal scientists that study animals? Do we have it in any of your textbook? Two male gorillas. They even chase each other away. They claim territory. Gorilla will claim territory. Gorilla can claim far away miles. They have their own girls their own female gorillas there, and they are polygamists in nature, and they claim their territory. So the man, Mugabe, was giving an analogy that, look, I think he was talking to, I think the man is also late now, but I'm not too sure. This Bishop of South Africa, Desmond Tutu, I think was Desmond Tutu was talking to. I said, look, because I think Desmond Tutu's daughter was a same-sex person.
Was gay, lesbian.
Was lesbian. So they were discussing. I said, look, Bishop, all this thing you are tolerating, show me where it is in animal kingdom. Say we are advanced mama. So if it is not at that level, then why do you want to have it at a very civilized, advanced level? So that's the way I see it. And I believe in Mugabe. It's an African leader that I so much believe in his reasoning. Though many times,
you know, I used to like him too, but he went sideways towards the end of his life.
Well, his own weakness, you know, human beings have their own weaknesses too. So for me, majorly when I still look at him substantially, one of the best African leaders.
He has one of the sharpest brains that that I've ever come across. I've not yet met anybody that can defeat him in a conversation.
Maybe Lumumba.
That one.
Not the prof, Baba. The Baba Lumumba, not the prof. Not this one that is talking about.
Not this professor, the old Lumumba in Congo during the time of Kasavubu.
Not this one that is talking around. This one is just an orator. I don't really rate this prof, Lotiti Lobene.
Ogbeni, you know why I believe that it will fade away, according to you? If you remember International Athletic Association, the Semenya girl, the South African girl.
Yes.
Oh, I even call him a girl. Why am I calling him a girl? Who was competing with the women and beating them?
I remember. I just mentioned it now.
Got all the medals.
She was an hermaphrodite, though. They said she was an hermaphrodite.
That not guy. I tell you. Winning everything. If you see the gap in 400 meters, you can't believe it.
What do you expect now?
There was this Angola girl too who was playing as female soccer team. But at the end of the day, International Athletic Association has banned all of them.
Yes, now they have to ban them.
All of them has been banned. Initially, they admitted them. They were just winning all the medals, and all of a sudden, in the last 3 years, they started this.
Baba.
I don't think it's going to be diminished, right? It happened in the Roman Empire, so it was also visible in the Roman Empire. Part of the reason why the Roman Empire got weak, right? So it's normal with human nature. As human nature begin to progress, grow, expand, you begin to see these situations. And collapse, right? The rise of empire, the collapse of the empire, the rise of another one, the collapse. So it's not going to diminish. It may be what would
or fade away.
Part of it will be part of the things that would collapse the United States empire and the rise of another one. You can see let's not pretend the rise of China is there for everyone to see. It's imminent. It cannot be stopped. So and China frowns against stuff like that. China is a strong communist.
Like anything.
China is a strong communist nation. So we will definitely see communism taking over democracy at some certain point in time. Already China is infiltrating other countries. Their hands are almost everywhere. So once the United States...
China is not a communist state
China is
anymore.
not really a communist state too. It's just America just like labeling China.
It's not a communist state.
You Americans, I know you are in America. You Americans.
Even Cuba is no more 100% communism.
Well, I think China has learned a lot from the debacle currently going on in the United States. So it's a wise nation. It's very wise. And they are looking at the nonsense going on in the United States. And they're like, hey, no, we don't want to be like these people. But definitely, we would see the Chinese empire coming in. And you can see the way they practice their own sort of colonialism is like a partnership structure. So let's see.
Empire.
Exactly. Business oriented, business focused. Exactly, Ogbeni. Let me leave it. Let me leave this one for you to handle. It's such a delight having you around.
All right.
Can I just
Who's that?
interject with you? This is Sadiq Pajoli.
All right. So Dick.
Not Sadiq
Okay.
Abubakar.
Yes. Yes. It went from Sadiq Ojoli to Sadiq Abubakar to Atiku Abubakar.
It's all the same. So that's what I want to let you guys know. However, Ogbeni, earlier you said that it's going to fade away. That is more or less like a fad. It probably will not fade away. It's probably going to reinvent itself and turn into something more urban or something widely accepted. The reason why I said this. You remember in the 70s there was the emergence of hippies in America and in Europe, where
Flower
and was
children.
partially influenced by the rock music and all that, and then the drugs came in and mixed everything upside down, right? And before then, we've had hillbillies in America, and stuff like that. So and now there's no, we can say there's no hillbilly, but it's more of or hippies to say, but it's more or less like some people that are taken to drugs and some other urban stuff. So, and also remember that the people behind this movement, they are fully loaded, they have money, they can go toe to toe with anyone, even countries, right? So, and in the face of financial influences, we can't truly trust the leaders that we will have in the future. Reason why I said that the possibility of this being relaxed in Africa or in Nigeria in particular is they will try as much as possible to see whatever they can remove to make it look more acceptable, and then they'll start doing their underground work. I don't know if you've watched YouTube video. There are a lot of these people that belongs to this group that have done a sex reassignment, transition to man and all that, and then now decided to the transit back to their
Detransitionalize. Yeah.
original. And when I was watching the video, I watched like almost 4 episodes, and I realized that this is not just one uh, isolated case. It's a very huge, number of people that are trying to do transition, and some of them that could not, or they're regretting being transitioned. Some of them are committing suicide because of of what they discovered.
So let me just ask you a question. What do you think? Do you think this is all an aim to control the population of the world, to reduce world population? What do you think?
And I don't think there's a grand
All
scheme
right.
like that.
Yes.
I think
Sorry.
there's
Give a brief response to that. Round off that space, Ogbeni, and then I want to move. Just because of the people waiting, including you.
I'll tell you what I think on that.
Hold
okay.
on. Let Dewale go first. Yeah.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
think there's a grand scheme towards that. It's just that people just wanted, because it has become the norm, and people wanted it to be widely spread just to, I don't think it's more of putting a stop to the existence of humanity. It's just so, their way of life to them. They've tried to spread this by indoctrinating kids and all that, but I don't think it's just there's a really grand scheme behind it per se. It's just like, hey, this is my lifestyle and you need to accept it. It's as simple as that. I don't think there's a one big theory behind it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ogbeni.
Okay, so my take on that is this. I think it's the liberalism taken to extreme end, and then within that liberalism, there are researchers, some captains of industry, and some opinion leaders who are all out to attack the family units. Now, let me start from the liberalism. My thinking about that aspect is this. See, towards the end of the 20th century, the world, or the opinion leaders and captains of industry and people that hold powers in the world, tends to move from religious-based conservatism into liberalism, particularly in the Western world. So they move like, okay, we dismantle all the monarch system and others, we dismantle colonialism and slavery and everything, then let man be free. They started generating human right. And that's the loophole. Now, so what's the floodgate? So the moment you set up a principle, okay, let's man be free. Everybody should be free to do their own thing. The extreme of it is that people who don't their own pervert sense and everything will start finding space within those human rights.
But Benny, these captains of industries you talk about, they believe in eugenism. I don't know if you eugenics. I don't know if you know of that thing.
Yeah, now let me give you an instance of Pope. Which of the Pope? I think Pope John Paul was the one before Reverend, the one before Pope Benedict had use with condom, and some captains of industries who were producers of condom, they never supported him, and they were Catholic. They were real strong Catholic. So it became a serious issue because they are captain of industries that need to sell their condom, and they feel that why would the Pope not allow them to, do their own market well and go? Some of them were in Italy language. When Pope John Paul died, some of them were celebrating, and they were Catholic because they believe, oh, this was the man who never allowed this to spread. So, what I'm just saying is that within that space, there are a lot of people who have their own business, strategies, agenda, and different agenda, and they all find a way to settle within the space, and they will take it to the extreme. That's the way I see. So, religion over time, for donkeys of centuries, have been able to maintain that conservatism within that space. But since they've been able to break religion now and take the space of power and governance out of religion, then people take it to extreme. Then secondly, family. You see, there are some researchers and also captain of industry and others who believe that the way the world is going with the population, it will get to an extent that the world will be overcrowded. And they are taking it to our space. They are saying it almost every time now. I won't mention their names here because they are powerful people, You won't mention, but we all know. People who want to reduce our population, they are everywhere. If they will not just do anything about ailments that keep people much, they will be paying lip service to it because they believe in that agenda. So, and when you look at it, what would promote that agenda most without attacking people is to attack family units. That's the way I see it. So, how do you attack family units? If you still allow the conservative way of the family structure that everybody believes, man and woman, and then you're having children, you're going to have problems because you continue having that population. So then, how do we dismantle this conservative family way? Create alternatives. That's the way I see this thing. Create alternatives. So start creating alternatives. Okay, say man, woman, and woman. Say, oh, man that even want woman can say, okay, I'm a dog today. Tomorrow I'm a cat. Next tomorrow I'm penguin. I'm dog. I'm this. I'm that. And then destroy that orientation. So when you create a different alternative orientation, then everybody pick his own. Then you scatter that unit that everybody believes in. When you scatter it, you start depopulating. And it's happening. It's not happening, right? I don't know. I've not read research on it, but I know some people must have made research on what this alternative to the conservative family life, what is the impact on the world population, and what will be the impact in the next 50 years. And don't forget, these people they have money to carry out so many research. They must have carried out all these research and say, okay, don't worry. Just give them, call it human rights, and then let it flow. In the next 50 years, 30 years, we'll come back and see what will be the result. So for me, I can't really say that it's a grand scheme, but I believe that so many people with different interests have been able to find space within this particular thing that we have created for ourselves in the world. Woma, thank you, but there's this last topic I wish to just speak 2 minutes on, or 1 minute.
Yeah, before you go on to that last topic, let's give the final word on this particular topic to Robert Mugabe. But before we give the final word of on this topic to Robert Mugabe, can I ask that at least 10 people who are not already subscribed, please subscribe to get us over a threshold. So if we need 10 people to subscribe today to get us over a threshold, so we can set new targets for the platform. So 10 people, if you're not already subscribed and you're listening now, please subscribe. But Mugabe must have the final word on that particular topic.
We equally reject attempts to prescribe new rights that are contrary to our values, norms, traditions, and beliefs. We are not gays. Cooperation and respect for each other will advance the cause of human rights worldwide. Confrontation, vilification, and double standards will not. Mr. President, self-determination and independence are intrinsic and fundamental rights that should be enjoyed by all peoples everywhere without distinction. We are deeply concerned by the continued denial of this basic right to the Sahrawi people. We urge the United Nations to expeditiously finalize what must be done to conclude the decolonization of the Western Sahara.
So that's Mugabe. We are not gay. So that's Mugabe. We are not gay. So yes, you said there was one final topic you wanted to speak on. Or Benny, go for it.
Yeah, but there's this quote. There's this beautiful quote of Mugabe that I always love. When I read about somewhere, and then he said, "I've died many times. I've actually beaten Jesus Christ because he only died once." So very funny, man.
It's just his use of like I like the way he uses language. It's a vast. You know, I like people who are orators. It's just there's I'm not sure if you know this British comedian called Stephen Fry. He has one of the best speaking voices that I know. You know, I delight in people that are able to use language in such a creative
It's a very good man. Mugabe is a very good man. I remember when they banned was he one of his team also, they banned from Europe, and he said we don't mind having sanction banning us from you, that we are not Europeans.
There you are. He'll say
very funny man. So yes, the space of where American is spending money on Israel and all that, I know it's a very sensitive matter now. Hamas as at yesterday released 2 Americans, and I think Americans will start knowing why America is spending money on Israel and Ukraine. But for me, my understanding of why nations spend money to hate their allies, there are many reasons. And one of the major reasons is to protect their national interest. No country will go to any other country to hate them during war against another country without having an interest that they are protecting them. It's either a business interest or sometimes even future business interest, and sometimes intellectual properties. Sometimes they have their military base somewhere, and a lot of reasons why you see them protecting all these interests. For instance, Israel has been a blessing to America, no doubt about that. Over years, many of their presidents have talked about it. Many of the intellectual properties you use in America there that you call made in America, you see many Israelis, they are in charge of it. The University of Jerusalem alone, the affiliation he has with Harvard and many universities in America, it's a direct entry straight. You are coming from University of Jerusalem. And many of the intellectual property they generated from that school, what they do most time is they co-author, or more like they patent it together, okay, for the American populace to enjoy. So when America is devoting money to go and fight in Israel, Americans should just support. You know, you don't want to support, just keep quiet. Because many of the things you enjoy in that your country there are so many of them that are from Israel. So many brains, so many intellectual properties you have in your country that are from Israel. So don't say, why are we spending this money? They are part of the source of your money. And sometimes also, see, geopolitical interest or influence also matter. And then there are alliance and partnership to weigh war against enemies. Israel is like somebody said, number, I think, is this 61 or 58 states of America in the Middle East. Israel is the one checking. Just take, for instance, Libya. Just 1 minute and I will leave this and I will close. One man, sorry. Look at Libya. When Gaddafi was in Libya, many people hated Gaddafi and many people loved Gaddafi. Many Africans who were uninformed and gullible, they hated that guy. Yes, I know that Gaddafi at a point in time also went overboard, started killing opposition, and started doing so many challenges that the leader should not do. But substantially, when you look at him, in a whole, you know that Gaddafi was a blessing to West Africa, because Gaddafi was pushing a lot of things back in the Sahel that should only have come to West Africa. You see all these Boko Haram and everything we are fighting today, they should have come long years back. You consider the agenda of those guys, the mafias in the Sahel. But Gaddafi was decimating them. Gaddafi was blocking that side for us. But the wayward America, they came again. They killed Gaddafi, picked that guy away from that place. And what do we have in the West Africa today? What we have in West Africa today, you can attribute it almost 60% to exit of Gaddafi in that axis. So that's the point. So when you see Israel fighting along that axis, don't see Israel fight as Israel. My heart goes to the innocent Palestinians. I sympathize with innocent Palestinians that are suffering from all this. But I don't sympathize with Hamas. I don't.
Ogbeni, you are describing it as if only America that was responsible for the ousted and killing of Gaddafi. Are your country in Europe where you live, Britain and France and European, are they not involved? But you are you derive pleasure every time. Wayward America, wayward America, wayward America. But you don't want to mention your
green passport now.
You know that Britain actually created Israel. Britain.
Aja is defending his title.
Yeah. So it's been saying it, wayward America, wayward America. It was the European, particularly France, that was in the lead of that thing. It was European that was in the lead of it. France, particularly. Mitterrand, what is the name of that corrupt leader? I can't even remember his name. Maybe it's
Mitterrand. Is it Mitterrand?
Is it Mitterrand? No, the one after Mitterrand. That
is it Chirac?
Jackie Chirac?
No, not Chirac.
Sarkozy.
Sarkozy.
Yeah, is he not in prison now?
Yeah, from money scam. Yeah.
Yeah. So
before Hollande.
They are the one in the lead. So don't call us wayward America. What do you? If I say that even that green passport you are carrying now is more wayward, is the worst wayward passport in the world. All of you will fled up now. But you are enjoying calling wayward America, and it's America that is that give everything for sustainability of your country. You're looking up to America. You're looking
for another deal.
Everything from you are looking for America to help you out, but you can still call America wayward America. Stop it, Ogbeni. Give America that respect.
That's a topic for another day.
I'm surprised everybody keep it quiet here. All this American, no.
All right, Ogbeni, let me.
You can't win that argument, Ogbeni.
All right,
you can't win that argument.
I know.
Let me play you this clip, and then you tell me who is in it, and then from there I'll go Prince Daddy, and then Ajanle Koko, and then Zita. But let me play you this clip. Tell me who this man is.
If we look at the Middle East, I think it's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
Okay, so who was that already?
Biden in his
Joe Biden, younger days,
that
when he was in the Senate.
And somebody was trying to spin it. Oh, this is the way he used to talk. Man of prestige the other time.
Woma, that is the sleeping Joe.
The sleeping Joe.
The sleeping Joe.
All right. Excellent.
Woma, let me say this. I listened with rapt attention to the way you guys were talking down on President Joe Biden. Listen, This man came at the point or at the time in history of America where the nation needed a leader to stand up and support the democracy that has been entrenched in that country for decades. Now, because of one person, Donald Trump, that was the reason or the reason for the emergence of Donald Trump. I mean, not Donald Trump, Joe Biden. And I think in the history of that country, history will find him in the on the good side for his emergence to ensure that democracy continues in America. Whether we call him Sleepy Joe today or not Sleepy Joe today, tomorrow, that man played his role and he did it with integrity. He did it. Even if next year he's unable to secure second term, he will be remembered for the good deed, for coming at a difficult time in the history of this country, just for one thing and one purpose only: ensure that democracy continues in America. I would say that, and I will come back to address that later.
Oh, yeah, Prince Daddy, defend your title.
All right, Prince Daddy. So that leads you perfectly in, doesn't it? So there it is. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Yeah, Joe Biden will be remembered for corruption. Will be remembered for wars. He will be remembered for economy
Rigging
and
election.
the suffering of American people. A rigged election too. That's for sure what Joe Biden will be remembered for. Adu Ali. Yeah, one man. Thanks, one man. Thanks, everyone. Like, subscribe, and share. I think you wanted 10 more people to subscribe today.
Yes,
Hopefully
I want 10 more people. You get us over a threshold. Yeah.
Okay, that'll be great. Okay, let's do that, and let's continue to love the show. Yeah, great one, man. Where do we start?
All right, you can launch at it from whichever point you want, but I suspect you want to come at it from the LGBTQ narrative, which is somewhat of a. I was saying earlier, but that there's been studies to show that they've identified this sort of behavior in the animal kingdom, even in birds, and more to it in chimpanzees, which are the closest relatives in terms of the animal kingdom. So it's something that is fundamental and innate to human beings, to beings. So maybe not to the extent that we see it demonstrated, but if it is something that is innate to a person, then how can you through law debar it? So I'm saying it's a human rights issue that it cannot be banned by law.
Yeah, so this same scientists or these statisticians and all these people in academia that produce this data or results, we have to be careful. We know in today's world, one can produce any, perform any experiments or produce any data to favor whatever position that you want it to be. So, homosexuality in animals, like, wild animals, whatever you want to put them, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We haven't proven that. It's possible, but there's always birth defects in creatures all the time, even plants. So, but that's not the point. The point here is that we all don't celebrate, for example, when a child is born blind or crippled. We don't do that. And there's a reason for that, because we have a model that God has created, that this is what a man or woman should be. We know that. To what
Is this not just some religious puritanism that you're using to foist on? Because it's widely acceptable in places like India, where they don't have the burden of the Abrahamic faiths. I think actually in spaces outside of the Abrahamic faiths, they don't have issues with it.
That is not true. That is not true. Yeah, I mean, it is accepted in many cultures, maybe like the Indian culture, but not to the extreme or to the forefront as it is in the West and other parts of the world, especially in the Western America and Europe, right? So this issue is very quite frankly, if I wanted to talk about this issue, it's not something people or you guys want to perhaps listen to or entertain. This issue, quite frankly, is rooted in spirituality, or rather in the things of the spirit, if you know what I'm talking about. Okay, because um, homosexuality and other afflictions that we suffer are spirit based, if I can say that. Okay, and that's the way I understand it. So I cannot be bamboozled, so to speak, because I can talk about it just in a normal context of human behavior as being abnormal, and I can also engage in a spiritual conversation about it also, which to me is the real source of the problem.
Can I
Okay.
can I ask Prince a question? Can I ask you a question? So
Yes, sir.
you talk about spirituality. Now, in the court of law, if we're making arguments for civil rights, human rights, and the LGBT will tell you, I don't believe in your God and I don't believe in spirituality. Now, the court of law is not where you argue spirituality as form of defense for your own opinion, even if you present facts. So where do you draw the fine line between their human rights and your own belief system, where it does not infringe on their own rights? They still have that freedom, but at the same time, they don't infringe on yours. Some kind of equality, fairness is what they're asking for. I'm not defending that community, but in as much as you claim spirituality as part of your own belief system, that might infringe on their own rights, where they feel that you stifling their own. So where do you draw the line between what you believe, and because there's this shift in the belief of the society compared to like 10 years ago, we've kind of moved. People are more accepting of that, right? So, but you're very conservative. Where do you draw the line between what you consider as spiritual, which not everybody subscribes to, but at the same time giving them, at least understanding where they stand, if you get what I mean? Like you have different beliefs, but at the same time you understand that they have the right and they have the right to exist in your society. Where do you draw the fine line between that?
Yeah, I understand the question, Babachi. See, that's what I said. If I were to analyze, I would go to the realm of the spirit to analyze it, and of course, that's not for everyone.
But we live in a society that don't share that same beliefs. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to use that. That's not the base. That is not the base at all. I'm going to make my argument based on what we see physically and what is socially or culturally acceptable. Nothing with spirit. I can't do that. It's not acceptable, even in my own of my own point of view. But to get a true understanding, that's why I said we have to go to the realm of the spirit to get understanding. But when it comes to the issue of where is their right, or where did their right start or stop? See, this issue is well documented in the Bible, just like I'm not sure about the Quran, and it's there. The reason why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed was really enshrined in their sexual deviance, back in the day. So this is not a new thing at all. It's in every culture, in every society, in every race. So and it's if you're a Christian, okay, for the record, I'm totally against the maybe the killing, the pain, or the abuse of people with different sexual orientation. I do not agree with that. If you're a Christian, you're doing that, you actually failed in the first place. These people are our candidates. They are equally viable in the presence of God. There's nothing in that. There's nothing wrong with them in the sense that, hey, they're acceptable. We have a job to do to convince them otherwise and to help them, just like we help other people. So they have rights. They have rights in the sense that we cannot go after them and try to hurt people because we disagree with them. Not at all. See, not at all. Trust me, I would jump into a river. For the record, I would jump into a river to save somebody that I know clearly that person is a homosexual or LGBTQ. It has nothing to do with that person at all. It has nothing to do with that person. I love them equally. I can't tell you that I love my fellow brother and sister and hate them. It's impossible.
But when you use the word save to a member of that community, that to them, they then see you as a threat because you think there's something wrong with them, that they don't believe that they have any problems. You are the one trying to save them from what they don't consider as sinful or harmful to their own lifestyle. So
yeah.
So you can believe that somebody is sick. Like 1973, the APA removed that you described from the list of mental illness. That was 1973, I believe.
Well, yeah, that's a DSM diagnostics.
They removed that as a diagnosis. Then you've had laws over the years, kind of, So, I mean, this is my point. I'm for pro-marriage between man and a woman, but there should also be provisions for civil unions who can be between anybody. So we should make that clear distinction that, okay, religious beliefs is more geared towards marriage, right? But civil unions should then be the official recognized. For taxes and all that stuff. It should be more of a civil union than actually marriage itself. I think that people get it. That's where the issue is. When you use the word marriage, there's this religious affiliation to that word over the years. So
what about don't ask, don't tell? I mean, why do we have to entertain all sort of things? What about don't ask, don't tell?
That was more from that was more from the military because they didn't want any destruction. You remember when in the military, it's more of you don't want any form of distraction.
I understand. I'm trying to extend that to the general society. See, and this is the problem we're having today. Say if you give sin or evil an inch, well, you might as well kiss everything goodbye.
But to miss my point, that is what you consider as sin, but they don't. That is nothing as sinful in today's society. Is what I'm saying. So your own perspective does not hold up in the court of law in today's world. So you cannot make a spiritual argument in court. You can't say that in the Bible somewhere there's some demons that like possessing people, so therefore it should not be legal in society.
We're not going spiritual, but a society that society like America, even Barack Hussein Obama, when they ask him what is the definition of a marriage, and he says between a man and a woman. We have foundation. We have foundation in this country.
Come on. You know better than that. That was a political talk. I hope you realize that years later they found out all his old letters, right? I hope you've gone through that. His old letters to his girlfriend back in college.
I've heard that, but I just said that it's beyond.
That was
it's beyond it.
Talk. That was remember. Hold on. Let's put it in context here.
Well, Clinton said the same thing.
Hold on. That was in front of the Christian union. That was the guy from California. That pastor that is killed himself. The Warren guy. So the audience was the American Christian conservative. Of course, he's going to say that for their vote. So that was just political talk. He didn't really mean that. Come on, now, you know better.
Well, yeah, okay. I agree with you. My point here is that even before Barack Obama, that has been the foundational principle of this country for a very long time. That's what we believed in, and it wasn't just a belief in the aisle of the Republicans or conservatives. It's a belief even with the liberals and the Democrats. So it's something we believe together as a nation. We didn't make any distinction. Bill Clinton answered the same question. So it wasn't about Barack Obama. My point here is that in this society, we have to define our moral values when it comes to certain things. We're not an open door society, even though we can't say that's what we are right now, that anything goes. There has to be moral grounds and a foundation for which we operate. And we have to draw a line. And that's the reason why this thing is propagating across the society, because we refuse to, they've moved the line, or some people right now are trying to erase the line that there's no distinction, anything goes. And that's why today we have more than, 24 types of sexual orientation.
One more question. I know you follow Dr. Neil Tyson. How did you feel when it came out supporting transgender? Were you disappointed?
Who's that person?
You don't know Neil Tyson, the grass? the
black guy.
The grass.
So
what about him?
How did you feel when he came out, literally supporting the LGBT and even justifying this transgenderism, like gender fluidity?
I feel nothing.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
I know, but I heard about it. I know.
Kaizo is doing a big piece on that. Look out for it. When he does it, I'll bring it here.
That shocked everybody. Like, wait a minute. No, because
it didn't shock me. Why would it shock me?
Because it wasn't that. Like, it wasn't. It's a very. We know it's not a Christian or Muslim, but it wasn't. But this sudden shift, because people like think maybe it's been induced or like something else is going on behind the scenes.
One of the children.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. There you go. Okay.
Well, just like Cheney. You remember Cheney?
Yeah, with the daughter.
Exactly. So people can have a shift in mind or position on things they once believed to be otherwise. So that is fine. And if his daughter was not, I wouldn't care. How can Tyson DeGrasse be the one to determine if I know the difference between the man and the woman, and if the marriage is between the man and the woman? No, not at all. No person in this world. There's certain things that's beyond human beings that we know naturally that exist. So I don't care. I didn't feel anything when he said it. I heard it. It makes no difference to me. I didn't even know his daughter was one of those. Not at all. So, but again.
But the thing is, there's no end to it if we don't stop it now, because it started with LGB.
Let
you
me
understand?
Guys,
and now we have about 6, and they put plus. That means there are more classes to come.
Hold on. In fact, you're way behind. We have about 78 right now. To different types of gender. So you got 5.
78?
Yeah. 78.
Well, I know, Baba T. I just said 2000 because
Yeah,
I had to draw a line.
You are even far. You are behind. Here's the reality. It is here to stay. It is how you raise your kids in your family. Let me be honest with you.
What did you say? It is here to stay.
Yes.
Hold on, Baba. Yeah,
that is the reality. So I know people come at it from a. People, because the way I'm speaking, people think I'm like actually promoting. I'm not. I'm just being realistic. I'm telling you what is going to happen. What you should do is empower and educate your own family and friends and people. It's like going to war. You have to empower your kids that when they get exposed to.
I can hold myself, Babati. I think your profession is molding your opinion.
No, it's not about profession. Okay, partly, but there's also because I deal with evidence-based practice as a profession, but I also see what's going on out there. Do you know how many times I will have kids that teenagers come to the office for cardio issues, and sometimes we have their parents stay outside for a minute, and they will come out to us, but we can't tell their pastor or their born again moms and dads. So don't think about it from your own perspective, from your own generation. Think about Gen Zs. That's what you should be thinking about. They are more accepting of this than you. So when people discuss this issue,
that's what I think is a fact.
No, you're right. But see, I agree with you from that point. I do agree with you because I said earlier, it's a battle.
The next 20 years, they already have the half of this kid's mind. They already have half of them already. So now think after them, their own kids will be more accepting. So you're gonna have quarter, half, something before in the next 20, 30 years, it's gonna be the norm. So when you're thinking about this issue, you must think about your kids and your grandkids, not the way you think about it. Look at it from their own perspective. Okay, that is the way you should see this issue. So it's not about spiritual stuff. You have to when it comes to social issues, think about Gen Zs. Okay, stress levels, anxiety, depression, all these psychological issues. They are more fragile. They are more frail than you are. I'm telling you, they are.
Yeah, Baba T. See what is going on more so than these people. They use what they call maybe called the Russian cauldron style of war or battle in the war front. They have a way of isolating these children and many people, and they force feed them. And they are. I mean, of course, it's easier to convince a young mind.
That's my point to you guys. So if you think you're fighting some kind of war, the war's already lost. I'm sorry to put it that way. So
that part I disagree. It's not lost here.
You lost the war, right? No, listen.
I said that earlier on that we've crossed too many.
It's already over.
It's already
No, Bob, we have the African frontier. We have the African frontier.
Hold on. Let me tell you how you lost the war. These things seeps in gradually. Once we started to accept the value system that you guys claim to hold up to, you was accepting abortion rights. You took it in. The feminist extremists.
Yeah, man of prestige. Yeah.
It's a slippery slope. They know where they're going already, but they know how to get you. So they start slowly, gradually. So by the time you know what's going on, it's already too late. Once again,
I already give these people a lot of credit. I mean, say I know what is going on. I'm not like many people lost. They think
how can
it's
you
something on the
equate
screen.
abortion law to what we're talking about? How can you compare? But they're not the same.
Well, you have to see that's a problem. You have to see the link.
The productive right is woman's right. It's not. You can't equate it with what we're talking about.
Hold on, please. That they get what I'm talking about.
No, you lump everything together, and that makes him happy. No,
I said it's a slippery slope. It's about value system. Once you lose one or two, it goes down the drain from there. Nobody will. Okay, let me shock you on this platform, unknown to many people. The end game is, I said it before on this show, it's called Lambla. Lambla is the end game of this whole thing. It's called man boy love. That is the end game of this whole thing that you're seeing right now.
That's what the plus stands for. The plus is that.
Yes, that was known to me almost 20 years ago. I already knew what they were planning. They already tell you what they are doing. But
and people from Adewale is waking up from the slumber saying, they can't tell you it's a new game.
Boy love already, boss. This is the plan. Once you say, a boy can be a girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't listen to these folks. They're talking from the conservative viewpoint. Okay?
Just listen. I'm being serious now. I'm being serious on this show. Listen.
But what is the end game here? What is the end game? What do they set out to achieve? Please educate me.
Get them. Just stay with me. Once you say a man can be a girl can be a man, you have transgender in it. You have transracial, you have trans of everything. The whole point is you're going to have transageism, where somebody can be 40 years old and they'll claim that they are 14 years old.
I hope we are not going to territory that will get us kicked off the platform.
That way, when a 40-year-old sleeps
no. Hold on. Okay. No, don't go there because you'll get us into trouble.
Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
When you have that age disparity being blurred, that is the end game. So you make it legal. It's okay for that to happen because guess what? I have an old man's body, but I'm actually 10 years old. So
then they have to meet all of us asylum material before that happens.
Just if you have time, study Lambla, man boy love, man boy. That's the whole end game of this stuff.
All right. I'm a bit uncomfortable with
these people are crazy theories.
Everybody hold on. You see that some of the things we're discussing here, it could upset YouTube. So I'm not going to stop the conversation, but I will ask you to guard the language. Yeah.
We can't go too deep in.
We can stop it, man.
I have a question for you before you stop it. Can I ask a question? Okay.
But mind how you craft that question, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Like everything that you and the other guy are agreeing to, I don't agree with that. But who are those people that they have this plan to do exactly what you're saying? Because you have to understand.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let's do it this way, because so we can. So when we do the after show, when we go offline, we can then go deep into spirituality and how it relates to what. Because I know where Prince is going, but we can't do that.
It has nothing to do with that. I don't understand.
No, we can't. No, because the host said we can't actually say those kind of things on the live show right now.
It's not me. It's YouTube. They came after Kaizo. They came after Kaizo for a similar.
I'm giving you evidence. Years ago I was arguing with somebody that it's going to be legal for 13, 14-year-old kids to have their things cut off, and people say, oh, you're ridiculous.
Wait, but it's not legal. It's not legal.
It is not. I am in the field. I'm in the profession. I'm telling you what's going on. Pay attention.
Wait. This not legal.
You know what you've just done, Babati? You know what you've just done? I'm going to vote for Trump.
Pay attention.
See, it's not legal. What you're saying is not legal.
Let me finish.
It's not legal. All
Let me finish my point, sir. Please.
Wait, because the point you're making is not right. It's not correct. So you want us to just believe what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, it's not correct.
Okay. The after show, when we're done here, I will come back when we're not offline. Then I will give you actual. Even in young, I will give you actual patience, because in my own practice, when you do this thing too early to kids with hormonal supplements, they tend to have cardiovascular issues. I deal with that. I'm telling you, I deal with kids with that issue. I'm telling you what's going on.
We're talking of two different things. I'm not even talking about that particular area that you're saying, because you have to understand, this country was founded. Christopher Columbus found this country, and when he founded, all the Europeans, especially those who are not in favor of the kingship and who are not in favor of religion, most of them moved here. This is a Caucasian country. They moved here, and when they fought in the 16th century, when they get their when they gain their independence, one of the reasons is they don't want to be under Queen. So liberalism is part of the foundation of this country, meaning at some point.
Oriola, you're breaking up.
I'm not going against what he's saying. That I'm not saying that it's not part of the foundation of the country. I'm just saying that something that have been hidden away. They've always been there, but they want it to be out there. They want it to be separate.
Well, but I understand you, but people like Oriola and Depro doesn't understand. It's telling me that it's something is not illegal. Because something's not illegal doesn't mean it's not wrong. I mean, that's his argument.
One man, please, God willing, after it's over, I would like to, when you're offline, I'm sure Prince will be here. We can then go into more discussion about it.
All right. Wait. Did I call away?
No, you broke. Your line was breaking, so we couldn't hear you. So you were going back and forth. You were going in and out.
Oh, okay. I'll just wait.
All right. Back to your Prince.
Okay. Well, since it's kind of sensitive, I mean, there's a way we can talk about this issue, a serious issue, not just on the background. We should be able to talk about it in the foreground also.
Yes, we should be able to talk about it in the foreground, but I'm relying on you guys to be able to quote it in language that does not trigger anything.
Sure. Yeah. No, to on my end, to kind of wrap it up, I said it earlier. It's a battle, and it's a strong battle. Unlike Babati, I don't believe we've lost, or you one man. It's not a lost battle.
No, because we're looking at it from a religious prism. That's really the thing.
No, see, me, okay, not to talk about myself. Somehow, and Babati understand, I have a leg above many people, okay? But I don't talk about this stuff on a spiritual level, not at all. I understand the other aspect of it that we're talking about. I know the impact of this policy. So somebody asked, I think it was Real, they said, "Oh, who are these people planning?" And I just chuckled. See, this is the difference between us and them, okay? Americans, white people, and Africans. They plan. They just don't wake up one day and say, "Oh, this is what we're going to do." They spend years and time planning. The reason why the DSM-5 changed its definition and understanding of this issue, they happen overnight. There are people in academics, in politics, and everything else designing and planning to shape our society. Our society just don't run by itself. There are people guiding it. If you believe it or not, that's your problem. But
that's
Hollywood.
That's not true. That's not true, Prince Daddy.
Well, that's
what
fine. Yeah,
is not true.
What part is not true? We don't budget. We don't plan.
Do you know what? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what's this is a very basic question. Do you know what social engineering is?
He doesn't have a clue. For him to say that, doesn't have a clue. So let's just move on.
It's a very basic question. It's a very basic. Do you know what social engineering is? Do you know what that means?
Wait. I know what you mean. Meaning like what we see on TV. They use it to program people.
Oh my God!
People's mind.
Let's move on.
Let's
move on. One my next topic.
But he's broadly right, though. They use television to social engineer.
No, because
it's not only television, but okay, tell me if that's not social engineering.
No,
what is social engineering?
The planning itself is what I was.
But you just flat out
like people don't fund this program that you're talking about. That people don't spend a lot of money on research in order to introduce something the next decade. People like you think things just happen in happenstance. Not at all. We live in a very planned society, for that matter.
We know what you mean. We know what you mean.
Hold on, please. Before we come, let's calm down.
Oriola.
Okay, this is my point. Before it comes on TV,
that's his name, though. Oriola. Yeah.
I apologize, Oriola.
Yeah.
I'm saying that before anything comes on TV to control people or whatever, they've already it's already been studied. It's studying human behavior. Human psychology. So before anybody comes on TV to manipulate you with anything on TV, I was asking about the planning stage itself, behind the scenes, before it comes to what you see.
Okay,
takes many years.
Wait.
I'm actually talking about.
All right, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the particular topic that we're talking about, they're not trying to make everybody become what you think. They're not trying to make you become them. That's not what it is. They just want to be accepted, and that's the reason why this country, especially those that practice democracy, they believe in liberalism, meaning you are allowed to change your mind. Like the way I think 10 years ago is not the way I think now. So I'll give you an example. About even like 10 years ago, not even 50 or 30 years ago, weed is illegal. But at some point now, the change is they're saying it differently. Like, we can use those type of drug to cure some things. That's why you see now those people that were jailed back then, they just went just for a little grams of those drugs, they went to jail. But now the mindset is changing. That's the same thing. That's the thing about life. Some people, some of us, we just want to stick to the same thing. Like, this is what God said. We don't want to change it from there. That's the people that have the conservative mindset. But that doesn't mean that the Democrat and the Republican, they don't have that mindset. Even part of the Republican as well. Some of them, they still lenient to change. Like they're more, some of them are liberal, but maybe not far liberal, to the extent that they understand that the life changed and I can change my mind. So for example,
let me clarify. Let me clarify with you.
All right, clarify, and then take the floor back after that, Prince.
Okay, so you said that these people were just trying to live their life, but there's no form of imposition on other people to adopt what they believe. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay. They just want you to understand, like, they don't want to be discriminated against. That's how I see.
I did mention that earlier, right? I did mention that some form of it, but okay, we can let's move on to something else.
Because that's what I think, that your social engineering, what you're thinking, you are social engineering. I don't think they see it that way. It's just like, this is how I see they don't discriminate against me. You can live your life. I don't want you to be like me. So but
I will give you examples in healthcare. So it's all evidence-based. Okay. So we can do that. So because I can't put, but when we
I like to see those stacks. I like to see.
No, it's not. No. Evidence-based. So I'm telling you my own. So it's going to be from what I see and what I experience. So it's not like
but that's
okay. That would be more like
anomalies. That's anomalies.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No.
We need to see stacks. Like you need to.
No. Yes, no. In fact, I will bring in this. No, I will bring receipts. No, this is the way they talk now. I will bring receipts. So
yeah, but how many people will be in that, like the census you did
so
that you're talking about? What number are we looking at?
So if I discuss child mutilation, do I need to bring 10 million people to provide evidence for that?
All right.
Okay.
Let's say
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No. You can have the conversation, but we wait for. I want to get it to Thomas's bit, and then you guys have a free for all.
All right. Okay. 1 minute. So.
Yeah, but so back to you, Prince. So I don't know if you want to round up that space so that I can take you then to how Obasanjo missed opportunity to be United Nations Secretary General. Hopefully you heard me do the readout, but it's a space that interests me. Hopefully you.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let me wrap it up. So, to the point about things are not like planned out, and things are not like introduced in a systematic way in our society. It's kind of comical. So on this issue we're talking about here, I think we've passed. There are 4 stages when you do social engineering. Now I think we've passed the stage of introduction and acceptance. The acceptance rate of this thing is quite high in our society. I said it earlier. People that don't even belong to that group, they are like, or realize they are accepting of the lifestyle, and trying to shroud this whole thing under human right and people's right. And that's why some people have been able to bamboozle the Black community to align with these people and fight a civil rights issue when it comes to this. These people are quite clever. So it's very much well accepted right now in our society to be this thing we're talking about. And it's quite the adaptation to it, it's high. Now where we're trading right now, for those that pay attention, like Baba T, is that we are between the adaptation of it and confirmation, to conform people to be that and accept it. I know we are in classrooms nowadays. People are being conformed to accept it and profess it and believe in it. This is the stage that we are right now. So some people who think that, these things that just happen naturally. There's no agenda behind it. It's untrue. It's very much untrue. And we are fighting the battle. This battle is about our children. Now, we passed that stage. But those that have children in school that are paying attention would know what I'm talking about. It's not as easy as we think. Not only in public schools, but also in private schools. This is a war. Okay, let's talk about this man.
Who is saying that there is no agenda on it?
Well, I have to realize it then.
When you see federal government threatening state to deny them of their financial how do I say it, subvention. Have you guys forgotten?
No. Baba, be specific. They're not denying them. They just don't want to be. They don't want you to discriminate against them. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's an agenda.
It's not agenda. But you live here like you have your liberty.
It was sponsored. It was pushed, and it was defended by federal might during the Obama's regime. You understand? And
that's how democracy works. You have
went
to fight
all
for
the
stuff.
way out. They went all the way out to punish state of their financial need, or how do I describe it? During that time, they threatened them to deny them their financial benefit. Yeah, let me say it's benefit, their financial benefit, and even organization as well. It was there was an agenda behind it, and they succeeded. And there's nothing we can do about it. We have to live with it for the rest of this world.
There's a law we can do about it. They didn't force it on no one. And if you don't like it, You
What do you
can
mean?
you can
Not
wait. You can
what do you mean?
contact
Not
your rep. You can contact the Senate rep. You can tell her your House of Rep
It's your
and
rep.
tell them to fight against
I
it.
said that's
That's
your
funny.
rep.
Yeah,
Come
because
on,
they
man. Yeah, how you
wait.
do it? Like, come on.
Wait, didn't they create a law?
Don't
Is a
say
law now.
it wasn't
So
forced.
stop
If you are saying
saying
that,
it's
then
not
you are not.
force.
Yeah. No, it was
How did,
forced.
how
It was forced.
how?
How? Yes, under the banner of human rights. All right.
Yeah, but you enjoy
Under the banner of
liberty.
human rights.
Don't you enjoy liberty?
Didn't Trump stop the
First
military from paying their bills
Who's
for the
Trump, man?
trans? Trump stopped
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just say one thing on this?
But that's discrimination.
Hello.
That's what I'm
Hello.
saying. It's
It
discrimination.
was
That's what
forced
I'm saying.
under the
It's
banner of. It
discrimination.
was forced under
Okay.
the banner of human rights,
It's
and they used
discrimination.
all the law necessary to force it on us and for us to accept it, and they succeeded.
Wait, so why
They've not
are you
succeeded.
discriminating?
They've not succeeded. They
Why
have
are
not.
you discriminating against them? People
Yes, sir.
have their lives to live.
Can
You're
I
discriminating
One
against
voice,
them.
one voice, one voice.
Yeah, Bishop.
I
Yeah.
want to ask if I can say something. I've been trying to come back on. It was terrible. I don't know whether it was the network. See, on this topic, right? I'm not an expert, but I have a view. And my opinion is this. Whether we want to hold the Democrats responsible and we want to exonerate the Republicans, I think it's neither here nor there. Because none of them created what was on ground. I mean, the story dates back to the days of the Bible and several hundred years ago. And that the story of it's taking a very different and frightening dimension now. And they're trying to do damage control. But the fact is that this perverse, sorry for using that word, behavior has always been there. It was there in the days of Noah. It was there in the days of what do they call it now? In the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. It was there in the days of Abraham. It's always been there. I mean, the history of what has been happening in some of our big churches. I don't want to mention any denomination.
Stop making it religious, man. Stop making it religious. This has nothing to do with religion.
Religious. I'm making it a human thing. I'm not saying it's religious. I'm saying it is not just, I'm not for it. I'm vehemently against it. But I'm saying it is not something that just started with the Democrats. It is not something that started with America. It's something that has always been part of human being. Whether it is you consider it as perverse or that it has been given a different and elaborate or expanded definition now. But the fact remains that it has always been there. So it is not a matter of religion. It's a matter of human problem or human evolution, whatever you want to call it. It is not that it is the Democrats that invented and promoted it. No.
But it's an animal that has been tamed, quiet.
Wait.
They beat it up.
But it's not all Democrats it's for this. Inside Democrats, you have the conservative, you have the progressive, you have those in the middle. Why are we like labeling that this is all about Democrat? It has nothing to do with them. In their party,
But they are floating a lot of legislation to back it up, and they.
No. Okay, so let me land this. Just like you have the Republicans, you have the Tea Parties, you have the people that support Trump, heavily support Trump, and you have the those that they're just in the middle. They want the right thing for their party. That's how it is everywhere. Whoever get the chance to be in the seat of power, get to the loudest voice. So now in Democrats, the progressive, the young people like AOC, Tahib, they're like in the forefront. So they have the loudest voice for the Democratic Party. That doesn't mean that everybody in the Democratic Party, they believe in what you're saying. But what the point I want to make is this country is all about liberty. So they allow, after some years, they change their mind on things. That doesn't mean they're forcing down everybody's throats. They're not forcing down anybody's throats. They just want you to not discriminate against anyone. That's
I agree.
what it is.
Let me just drop one thing to BUGAJE and the guys here.
So Oriola, so you said there is no agenda.
They say they are transgender, and then they are introduced curriculum for elementary school children
So let me
on this
give you
on this gay issue in
let me
the
give you a
school.
stat. Let me give you a stat. Do you know how many Gen Zs now call themselves LGBTQ right now as of last year?
One
But see, that's why I call it a fad. It is a fad. It will fade.
Hold on. 18%. They don't really care about you and the parents.
Hold on. What's the previous stat? Because you can't hold the stats in isolation in comparison to what?
So from the years past, so that changed from 8% from what 2004. So from 2004 to that's almost what 20. How many years is that? 18 years. So you've gone from 7 to 8% to almost 18%. That
All
now
right. So based on your stats that you just mentioned, you have to understand that
let me
by
finish
2004.
Let me finish my
Wait.
point, please. Let me finish my point, please. I'm going somewhere. My point to the so-called religious people is this: you left your flank open. They don't really care about what you think. They care about what your kids think. That is their main target. It's not you. So you are busy there jumping up and down. I'm against. No. You forgot what your kids are thinking. They have friends. They go to all this part. That is what they are more focused on. But you are getting all worked up. Pay attention.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, I'm just leaving it at that.
The stats that
actually,
you just
one
let me
second.
speak on that.
Let me go to that. One second.
Hold on.
Okay.
Prince has the floor. Prince.
So on to what Babati just said, to wrap it up, it is true, because when I sit across the table and debate my daughter, it's real. I debate her just like I'm debating you guys or talking to this platform. She has her own point. I have mine. So it is real, very, very real. Now, if you don't have a strong foundation, if you don't have a way to balance and counterbalance these issues and what you teach your children from young age, you will easily lose them to the system, because they are being brainwashed. So it is true. You're not there yet. It is true. On the back end, Joe, go ahead.
Why would you want the system to train your kids? That's why we are parents. We should teach our kids, not the school system to teach my kids.
You're talking naively. I'm sorry to say.
Why? How?
Because they spend 8 hours or so, plus after school or whatever, with the school or their teachers and their colleagues, their peers. What do you think? What do you think?
Wait.
It's a battle between
out of 24 hours, they spend 8 hours in school. Let's say out of school activities, they spend 2 more hours. That's 10 hours. What about the rest of the hours?
They spend more time with their school peers than they do
more
you.
Active
they
time.
Come home, have their dinner, go to bed, and repeat it again.
That means you have to be active with your kids. That means you're
talking like a young man, but that's okay. That's okay.
Wait. I'm a young
I'm not denying that, but if at the stage of dealing with a teenager, or it would know right now. We're just talking based on textbook.
But that's the thing. Why would you wait till your kids are teenagers?
One man for
the
sake of
that's what I'm telling you. I thank God I'm lucky, so to speak, like many other parents that recognize these things, and I've been having this kind of discussion and talk with the kids. So when the time came up,
can you bring up the second article for the sake of the discussion, please?
It's not available in this country. It says that this content is not available in your country, so it's not letting me in.
That is even higher than my own number.
Yeah, because one thing I would say is this: what I learned about kids is this: majority of the time.
Can you say it, Babasi?
I do, yeah.
Majority of the case, what I see about them is they watch TV. So when it comes to social programming, like you guys mentioned before, they learn it either by watching their little things. And most of those things, they see those characters, they go to school. So most of the time, they spend a lot of time away from their families or away from their parents. Like parents actually actively asking their kids to do this and that.
The teachers are directly teaching these children. Hold on, I'm not making it up. They're teaching these children on how to think about their sexual orientation and telling them that they have choices. Talking to 5-year-old children about this. This is real thing I'm talking about.
You're true.
I'm happy
I believe
parents are
what you're
fighting
saying.
back. Even the school
You're,
realm,
wait,
choosing the
you're
school board and everything, parents are fighting back hard. Don't
wait.
discount that.
But it's
Wait,
too late. It's too late.
wait. It's not too late. You're right. But here's the thing. Before you actually, do you know that, I'm definitely sure you know. You know, like every day that your kids go to school or after a long weekend, they actually sit your kid down and ask if there's something happened in their household. They want to like let them know.
Realize that in an idealistic world, you're right.
Sorry, Prince, hold on. Hold on, Oriola, as well. Zita wants to insert a question. So, Zita, insert your question, and then Prince pick it up from off the back of that. Zita.
Yeah, woman, how are you all?
Yeah, we're good.
I wanted some clarification on your platform. Last time they wanted to discuss about Palestinian-Israeli war. I think I asked a question about Israeli and US tie. And you said that YouTube is going to react to it. Did you say that?
Yes, there are certain topics and certain conversations that are, YouTube, they essentially have a bot within the system which just scans through things. And then there are certain trigger words that those bots look for and then they react to. So we just have to guide conversations around that. We can speak to some extent, but not take take the conversation to the furthest extremes in terms of the long language we use to discuss
because I see a lot of YouTube videos on this topic, and other platforms I see them discuss freely about it. So I was just trying to ask if you have a pause in your platform that you should not discuss such a thing, because
no, I don't have a clause on anything.
Oh,
all right. You are taking us away from what we were discussing.
Can you bring up the last, please? It's very important. The last article is very important. So just to show, just to button my before I'll just hold on for listen for a minute, but just bring up that. Okay.
All right.
Now, calm down a little bit so you can see what I'm talking about. Calm down. There, right there. This should bother if you are people like things like this should bother you. Do you see it? This is what I'm talking about. You see the numbers? 20.8. They refer to this as that. So this should bother you if you are on that side. But I get what they saying. But if you are conservative and religious, this should bother you. I rest my case.
We got to live with it. There's nothing we can do about it anymore.
Okay,
they have
Oriela, finish up so I can move on.
They have won. They have defeated us. We got to live with it. It is left for every family to see how they can manage
see,
their
that battle was
last.
That battle was lost 20, 25, maybe even 30 years ago.
Wait, can I say something real quick? You know that there was a point where it's kind of like a taboo. If there's a divorce, you get married and you divorce, and after a while, it doesn't seem like it anymore. Like nowadays, people can just some people even marry like 10 times. So did you see that? So according to the stats, at one point, based on the age, it looks like this was like no. And all of a sudden, millennial and Gen Z, they don't see it as that. So I just want us to look at it all the way. To be honest, I'm not for this, but I'm just saying that discrimination is what they don't want. That's how I see it.
All right. Before I move, Prince Daddy on to the next topic, just to what Azita was inserting there. YouTube has a policy around misinformation and disinformation, and they have it around. Take the C19 something for instance. They have policies around that, and if they deem that what you are saying is misinformation or disinformation, then they can penalize you in so many ways. They can put restrictions on your platform. They can take you off so many programs. So that is not to say you will not appear, but they will constrain you quite heavily. That's why I was saying to be guided around the language. So people can discuss it however they choose, but YouTube might well flog them at the back end. So that's just how it works. So that's how it works. Let me take you to this space. Did you hear the readout of this one, Prince?
Yeah, I heard it earlier. So is it Gambari that stopped Obasanjo from becoming the UN Secretary General?
No, it wasn't.
Right?
It wasn't actually Gambari. Gambari was actually at an event telling us how Obasanjo did not become the UN Secretary General, and he went on to give us the narrative of the fact that Obasanjo was a military general was essentially because he was the most qualified, but because he was a military general. And the people felt that it would be too difficult to control. And that essentially is what Gambari said led to him not being the UN Secretary General. But I had always thought that Obasanjo's career was incomplete without having that high-octane international portfolio. I'd always seen him in this position, but now Gambari explains why he did not get it.
Well, I see. Well, I guess he occupied himself writing letters back and forth, so he probably made up for it. To me, it's a non-story. I don't care.
Oh, all right, let me take you to this one then that somebody just sent in. We will take it. Labour Party Senator Sean Aburi's directive on SUV hail Tinubu. So now it's coming home to roost. So just as early as a couple of days ago, the Labour Party chairman, Julius Aburi, he gave out the directive that this 160 million SUVs that was bought and being shared out amongst the parliamentarians, that his party members should shun it because it's the public face of corruption. But we were saying then the allure and luster of a brand new car and the trappings of power, and it looks as though the Labour Party lawmakers in the National Assembly have rejected an advice by Julius Aburi, the national chairman. So they are taking the car. So what are you making of that? That veneer of piety and self-righteousness and all that.
Yeah, I don't think there was any veneer. I don't think so. That's those were the values, so to speak, that the voters or the constituents put on them. I don't think they care much about that. And is he what's the name? Julius Aburi. Is it the one to talk about this issue? Really? It's not the guy a couple of months ago telling people around the world that they should be gearing up for a rerun in the election. This guy, there's corruption written over this guy in every way possible. It's not the right to be telling the LP members, if they should reject an SUV or not. I don't know. That's why I kind of crack up sometimes when it comes to this, the people that support Peter B, right, and these other politicians, even including Tinubu for that matter. These people are politicians. They're human beings. They're not any different from each other. They are the same, fighting for power. They'll go as dirty like Atiku, right? But we say at the end of the day, they become friends. Of course, they have interest. They have interest to protect. They have things to do, power to grab. So they will fight dirty to the point of pying themselves if they could. But if they lose, they get back together and do the whole thing over again. But we shouldn't be disillusioned that they don't really fight or they don't really argue about things that they quote unquote care about. These people are the same. These people are the same, and that's why I don't spend time trying to defend Tinubu's record. I just believe at this point in time, this dispensation, so to speak, that is the best candidate to be in power, and not Peter B. So when people like our good friend Joe of Nashville thinks Peter B is an angel, can't do wrong, I always laugh. I don't know what to make about it. I mean, Peter B is no different from these people. He's the same, torn from the same cloth as Tinubu and the rest of them. That was the bottom line. If we put it in percentage-wise, I think Peter stole more money than Tinubu that allegedly, if he did in Lagos than compared to Anambra, because Lagos is much richer, they have more money. But from a poor state like Anambra, when he was the governor, that ran on international aid and had no real discernible IGR to run the country, country plagued with erosion and all kinds of stuff. It boasts about the educational system and all these things. But, they're all the same people. They're all the same people. The LP candidates or the Senate or whatever, House of Rep, they're not stupid. And that's the system we run in Nigeria. Even in the West, the people are greedy. The politicians are really greedy. They talk about American politicians like this lady just died not too long ago, Feinstein. I'm not sure how much she had a very small amount when she came to Senate. She left with like millions and millions of dollars afterwards. You want to talk about Nancy Pelosi and all these people. They're talking about AOC we're talking about. She was a waitress at a bar or something. Nothing wrong with that. My point here is that she was not a wealthy person. But today, my understanding is that she's worth $4 million or more dollars. That's a lot of money for such a person coming from that background, not having that much in the first place. They all make money. They're all the same. It just happens in some countries, they have stronger institutions and they can track these people. They can track them and they are held accountable. But LP, APC, PDP, YPP, or whatever, when they get into power, they're going to enjoy. Who's going to go home, and have a bunch of money right there to be stolen or to share among themselves, and they're going to turn it down? Yesterday, I think Eizon was on the show. I can't remember. Yeah, Eizon was talking about maybe short of minute encounter with a government agency ministry that they have to go to Ghana, and they was given an envelope which he didn't turn down. Maybe somebody can tell me later what an ESTA means. I'm assuming it meant a stipend or kind of a perk, but whatever that means, someone can tell me later. Sharing money in politics, greasing people's hands is part of the whole game. They have to get paid. They have to get paid. LP, same as PDP, APC, they are the same people. They are the same people. We don't have angels running our country, just like in the West and around the world. The best we can do is to try and have checks and balances, right? To have institutions to hold those people accountable, to hold them accountable. If they say they're going to do something, let them do it. Not just steal the money and run away. I think one may ask the question before also. Would they have Wike do a great job? And I don't know how you put the question, and at the same time leave, like have a lot of money, let's say stolen or whatever, taken from the purse for himself. Well, this is debatable, but people, if we see results, people will be happy. People will be glad. Barack Obama never once in his life created anything. He never sold a pin to anybody to make a profit in his life. He doesn't even know what simple commerce is. He doesn't know. But today he's a multimillionaire from what? Well, go figure. So to me, it's a non-story. Let's move on to the next one.
All right, let me take you to more familiar territory. So the person that's actually submitted this, he went on to make a commentary on this headline. So I'm going to give you the headline and give him the commentary and give you his commentary because his commentary struck me. So this is, you probably saw the broadcast. We cannot and will not let terrorists like Hamas and tyrants like Putin win. President Biden says as he asks Congress for $100 billion to fund war efforts. So you know the backdrop, so I'm not going to read it to you again, but the person that submitted this added this as a footnote. It says, when they print this money, expect Nigeria to devalue again. Nigeria cannot continue to peg Naira to the dollar. We are somewhat paying for their war. So off the back of that, your commentaries are Prince.
Yeah, I see what the person is saying, somewhat, but it's our problem pegging our currency to the dollar. It's the U.S. that's doing the real spending in the trillions of dollars.
Sorry, Prince. So, what should we peg the naira to then? If it's not the dollar.
Cassava, they've already told us.
No, man,
Cassava, yeah. Well, say, if we take our time to study what happened to this Russia in this past year or so, year and a half, when the entire Western world went against Russia to destroy its economy and ruin Russia. The Minister of Finance must be a really brilliant lady. She was able to devise a plan to stabilize the Russian currency, and in fact, it was documented in American media that when the dollar was getting weaker, the ruble was actually getting stronger because they were able to, do something.
What they did was they denominated transactions in the ruble. So you know that Russia was it still is the largest gas suppliers to Europe. So if you wanted to buy Russian gas, you couldn't buy it with international money. You had to buy it in rubles. So you had to bring your international currency into their currency, and that was what they did.
Yeah, that's one of the things they did. They did more than that. They actually applied, I just can delineate to you right now. They actually applied a lot of economic theories that they put into effect. They did a lot of things. They did a whole lot of things. But and what can Nigeria do? Well, number one, see, the Chinese deliberately devalue the currency. Why? Because they have a strong manufacturing base. That's a good reason. So it's not an issue so much that the naira is weak, but what is our economy? What is our manufacturing base? What do we have? There's a way we can counterbalance this currency issue that we not figured out how to do it. We have somebody like Emefiele in there. He had nothing to do but steal money. And I'm actually going to ask you, one man, a couple of days ago, you had an headline saying Emefiele stole 2.9 billion.
Trillion.
Trillion naira. Okay, I'm not sure where that came from, but about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was talking on this issue, and someone was just coughing at me and pretty much maybe mocking me for saying that Emefiele must have stolen up to 2 trillion. I think it was Joe Nashville or Pansat. Must have stolen up to 2 trillion naira. I said it. And I just used a crude, simple math to arrive at that number, and it came up because this so-called 15 billion naira settlement that I thought was a joke, and I'm not sure the reason why they're doing it for a man that must have stolen trillions of dollars. So back to I'm not the economist running the central bank or that knows. There's so many variables out there. Okay, one for sure is our manufacturing base.
This came from the new EFCC chairman, by the way. That storyline, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If we have a strong manufacturing base, nobody would care so much about the weak naira because we'll be selling to the rest of the world. And in so doing, of course, we're going to have a lot of our foreign currency coming to our country. Yes, and somebody, and I was thinking maybe a day or two ago that really, is it possible for Nigeria, if we leave this naira to dollar to float naturally, is it possible that to get to a point of equilibrium? Is it possible? Now I'm thinking, I don't know. Maybe Kulata can answer that question because everything we do, it's just dollarized. Every part of our economy is dollarized. And it is always demand for the dollar all the time. It's never ending. Our appetite for the dollar is so high, but we don't have a way to counter this appetite. We don't. And I was suggesting the other day, is it possible to have a kind of a relationship with the rest of the maybe 1 or 2 international banking institutions whereby they can facilitate this exchange? For people wanting that currency, let them go pick it up in their country, in the country where they need those hard currency in the US or in the UK, and let the central bank be the
Prince, can you tell us an example of that banking that America does not have influence that you're going to deal with away from the dollar?
What do you mean?
You said we can partner with some banks. You just trying to.
Well, I'm saying, like, for example, a Chase Bank. A Chase Bank, you want to pay tuition for your daughter in the U.S. Okay. Instead of trying to source that dollar locally in the Nigerian market, and in so doing, competing with the rest of the importers and some other people that need that money in a vital way, why don't you go pick up that money at a fixed rate with the central bank of Nigeria, with Chase Bank, for example? If you need let's say $100,000, okay, at the going rate or the rate set by the central bank, let's say 700. Okay, go pick it up there in the U.S. and they're going to transact, pay they take your money, okay, directly from your deposit in the Chase Bank and convert it directly there to Chase Bank. And when you go to the U.S., I don't know how they're going to do, open an account with you, give you a card, go withdraw your money, or write a check to withdraw your money, so you can ease the burden on the.
That's not the way things work, though. Unless you want your government to peg the naira. If you want them to peg it to a fixed rate, then they have to pay the back end of it. That is inflation. If you're going to peg something, but the demand for it is more than what you're pegging it at, then you must pay the difference of that. So that itself is not going to work. So,
well, the way I'm thinking, well, of course they're going to pay a premium. They're going to pay a fee for it.
So should they peg the naira against, let's say 1K regardless? Because if you do that, if the demand for the dollar is more, then you must pay the extra. If it keeps going up, but you keep pegging it to 1,000, your central bank will have to make up for whatever the difference is.
And it leaves room for arbitrage.
That is it. There you go. So I don't know how you want to do that with Chase Bank.
Well, don't we have a fixed rate for the naira to a dollar right now through the central bank?
Yeah, there's no. Do you see the?
No. It's a buyer seller. That's what determines it.
It's been jumping by 50 naira almost every 3 days now. For the past how many days now? It was 2010 the other day.
They do it in an auctioning system. So they have a certain amount of dollars, and then the demand comes in, and then they auction for it. And
how can you tell Chase Bank to do that for you when they buy from you, it was 1,000, and before they can even get the money back, it's already jumped back to $50, 15 naira.
You should have a fixed rate, a fixed amount, a dollar to. So, for example, okay, I mean, if you had, like, let's say 1 million naira, are you able to exchange that in London?
No. Yes, you can do that.
There's no way to exchange
in London.
No. Yes, well, in United States. So, for example, if you're coming back and you have some money with you, you can change that. Or as long as you declare it at the border that I have some change with me. So once you get to so I know I do that. Like when I come back from the trip, I think I did it the last time for Nigeria as well. I was able to change it back at the airport. I can convert my money back.
So at which airport? At the American airport?
Yeah, JFK. I did.
You gave them naira and they gave you dollars.
Yeah, JFK. Yeah.
There you go.
They have a window that you can change your money. But the thing that I want to say to Prince is this. Here's the thing. People that have their kids school abroad, or those that need that money, do you know that currently a lot of them, they have domiciliary account? So they even, like, most of their money is not in naira. They save them in dollars in Nigeria because they know how, like, the rate is not stable. So a lot of Nigerians that have money, a lot of the middle class as well, their money is in dollars in Nigeria. A lot of them. And even some things in Nigeria that you have to do, even some government things, you have to pay dollars. That's the problem. Like a lot of things.
I have nieces and cousins that they are paying their school fees in dollars in Nigeria.
Why?
$15.
Exactly. Yes. Why? You see, they're in competition with the people that need those money. Like, why? Why are we doing this?
That. Not uni, secondary school, not university, secondary schools that get those
saying, yeah. Some government institution in Nigeria, they collect dollars from you. Like the amount they want, the payments you made, you have to make it in dollars. Why? That's some of the problems that we have.
So in other words, as you get based on what you're saying, it's impossible to get to a point whereby the dollar to the naira exchange rate would be acceptable
because the demand for dollar is too high in your country. You can't keep up.
Exactly to the point. What I was suggesting is just to find another way to alleviate the demand pressure in the Nigerian economy.
Prince is easy.
Start producing.
First of all,
that's
what I'm saying. Wait, one thing we can do is this. Why would you be using someone else's currency in your own country? Just like make a law against that first. You will have more money because a lot of people have to store money.
Hold on, listen. There's already a law against that.
The dollar is not legal tender in Nigeria.
It's not. So by that, it's already illegal to spend that in Nigeria now. Already.
Exactly. Then enforce the law. Enforce it.
By who? Okay, the person God, they spend the guy said they spend himself, they spend the like we won't come and enforce the law, said now they spend. Who want to the law?
So now we can see where the problem is. Like if we can tackle simple things,
your governor is spending dollar, your chairman is spending dollar, your police is spending dollar. So who wants to enforce the law?
Yeah. So why are we complaining?
So we should be expecting like based on what he's saying, you should be expecting like 3,000 naira to $1 in the next year or so. Something has to be done. It's quite clear.
But Prince, why do we care if the dollar is going down? Like, for example, number 13, we according to GDP in the world is South Korea. Their dollar to one Korea currency is like $1,300. $1,300 their currency. So that's not and they're number 13 in the world.
But let's talk about South Korea's South Korea's manufacturing powerhouse or capability.
Yes. Indonesia, their currency is like 15,000 to $1, and they're like number 18 or number 19 with GDP. They're manufacturing a lot of stuff. So going down is not what we need. We need to be able to produce something to the world.
Yeah, but those economy you're talking about, their manufacturing base just didn't start yesterday. You know, the Koreans have been at it for like 20, 30 years now. The Indonesians also, you know. So what is the short term?
We got to start from somewhere, though.
I agree. But so what is the short-term solution to our dollar problem is the question. Because trust me, not only do we start manufacturing, we also have to look for market, you know, and reciprocity in that international trade. It's nothing we can just start off today and it happens tomorrow. We need like a long-term plan. But right now, what can we do?
Why do we always do this? Why do we always do this? No, you must know. Nobody, guys, wait, hold on. A serious government should not be out there looking for a market. You should make your country attractive enough for people to be looking for you. You make your environment. That's the way it's supposed to be. Stop flying.
Thank you, sir. Great point. Thank you.
Stop doing that. Stay back home. Make your own economy so good that people will. Money should be coming after your own goods, not the other way. That's the problem.
I mean, let me ask you. I mean, I think one of the major problems we're having is that there's too much emphasis and too much talk and noise around this dollar, naira, whatever. The narrative out there, I don't know whether it is deliberate, that they want us to believe that the value of our currency determines the strength of our economy. And I've always said that narrative is false. I mean, as false could be. And you just gave us two examples now, Korea, Indonesia, and there are several more. At least we know China, we know Japan, we know even Italy, and you know. But if we are producing enough and we have manufacturing industries, that we have things we export. Just like you just said, that dollar will go. Let me give you this. A few days ago, I was at Procter and Gamble, somewhere here, and I was talking to a gentleman, a white man, where I was. I never knew that he had been to. So we got to the point of where I'm from. Say I'm from Nigeria. I always say he was from Nigeria. That he had worked in Nigeria. Obviously, the gentleman used to work at a Procter and Gamble in Ibadan. I don't know how many people know that we used to have a Procter and Gamble in Ibadan, somewhere around the Ring Road, Oluyole, what have you. Now, I just asked, why did they shut down, blah, blah, blah? Is it the business environment? And the young man said, no, it's not the business environment. They actually made the Procter and Gamble to shut down in Ibadan, the factory. That is actually the level of pilfering. And I was shocked that a big company like you said, look, every angle, that they were spending so much money to plug people from stealing. I was shocked, I was embarrassed, I was ashamed that a major factory such as that had to shut down because everybody everywhere, from the messenger to the gateman to the security to the accountant to the procurement to the marketing, everybody, and make a company as important as that and contribute to a factor. So every one of us in our little way will contribute to this dollar thing. Number one, the over concentration of the fact that everybody's talking about dollar. Dollar. Everybody is about dollar. Because some people are sponsoring that narrative that our economy is bad. We have challenges, definitely. But it is not all about dollar. If we pursue the policy of having to produce, especially from our strength area, where we have a comparative advantage, like in the agricultural sector. We talk of cassava, but the majority of the cassava we produce today, it ends up as consumption. Our rice and skin ends up as pomo and what you want to add, and pepper soup. But there are several areas that we should be at least number one, number two producers. And if we exploit it and export more of those products, honestly speaking, in a couple of years, nobody will bother about whether dollar is 2,000 or 3,000. Because if you want to buy in dollar, if you want to spend in dollar, well, look for the dollar. If you have to buy it for 5,000, if that thing is important to you, so be it. It's good for you. Even though we know that the dollarization of several economies is a deliberate whatever by the United States government. Like someone said earlier on, that the cost of this war, we are all going to pay for it. That is a fact. Because America will just print the dollar and throw it out there. They will use their printed paper to come and buy our oil, buy our gold, buy our diamond, buy our uranium, and whatever. Just their own worthless printed paper, because it has that title, dollar on it. So if we don't win ourselves, we don't, jar our back from this dollarization of our economy, it will continue. For how long, I don't know. But it will just continue until we just forcefully take ourselves away from it.
All right. Back to you, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Just like every part of our economy, everything we do, people are always trying to circumvent. That's how people are profitable, deliberately. And the dollar issue also, just like Bishop was saying, I think has fallen into that category also. It is the interest of some people to make sure that the naira continues to be weak and find ways to circumvent, the system. Just like in petroleum, just like name it, and every sector in Nigeria is being circumvented for the benefit of a few people. And I've always said it on this platform that, look, the reason why the Nigerian economy still remains, and perhaps if something goes wrong with the government, can maintain or sustain itself for the next 2, 3, 5 years, is simply because of the diasporans. That's just the fact. If for whatever reason the Western world, America or the UK, somehow, some way, fractionalize or reduce the remittances going from their country to Nigeria, their countries to Nigeria, Nigeria will reach the brim of collapse in just a short time. The diasporans are the ones sustaining this economy. And I was trying to ask Colata the other day, how come? I said we appear to be getting all the benefits of a manufacturing economy, but we don't manufacture nothing because we have a lot of dollar coming into the country, but we're not selling any real tangible goods in a large quantity to the rest of the world. But we're surviving. Thank God to the diasporans. Once something happens, it's going to be a disaster in Nigeria, a big disaster. It's really, really poor, again, that we have no real manufacturing base. Even something decent, we can say, hey, we're manufacturing this product, adding value, sending to the rest of the world to gain foreign exchange. Now we reduce the pressure. If you want $1, for our product, those countries buying our product now have to go source the dollars in order to pay us, in the payment terms. But we're not doing this. We're not really doing this.
Prince.
We're really lucky in that country, quite frankly. It could have been worse, much worse.
Actually, I agree with you to this extent, but I actually think we manufacture stuff. So, for example, like towels, the toilet bowl, some TVs. But the thing is, those manufacturers, they're not from Nigeria. They're more like Middle East company, Indian companies. So I'm guessing, and maybe like the raw material as well, maybe they actually import them in as well. But we do manufacture stuff. I'm guessing we just didn't. They're not like. I don't think we organize.
I'm talking about manufacturing to export, not for consumption, not for local consumption.
No. We export to those Western countries next to us, though. All the Western Africas, we export those things to them, like the towels, like I said, the toilet bowl, a lot of stuff like cables as well.
I know we do. We probably have.
Let me do you know Home Depot?
Yeah.
So picture that Ogun State, all those West African countries, when it comes to like Home Depot camp, it comes from Ogun State. We try to supply them all those things. Wood finishing, those tiles from Ijebu, from Sagamo. These things goes to those West African countries. We say we do manufacture, but it's not enough to make a dent like that, like the level of oil.
Of course, we manufacture. If you ask me, we probably manufacture over 1,000 products. But my question is, on a scale of 1 to 10, Ariella, Day, and you, what scale, what number do you give Nigeria when it comes to manufacturing?
-4.
Wait, I believe there's a stacks out there. I believe there's stacks. I can't see what the stacks is, but I just think that a lot of has to do with the fact that a lot. I don't know how to put this. I just feel like we do manufacture stuff, but because it's not indigenous, those companies is not indigenous to Nigeria. They take advantage of us in a way, because they do make a lot of profits, and some of the raw materials as well. So like the TV that they actually put together, maybe assembly. Those companies, they import them in, so that might be of disadvantage to us.
Let me add to what I already saying. So we don't maximize the profits in the entire value chain of what we produce.
Yeah, but we're not those companies are not indigenous.
No.
That's some of the problem.
So they don't keep their profit or reinvest their money in a greater way.
You are right. Yes.
There's no
correct.
Because they don't have against your country, they're not Nigerian, so you can't expect them to want to promote.
Well, you can't do that. You can't do that in China.
Well,
they tell you what they tell you out your money, where and how your money goes.
Yeah, it's corruption. But I mean, like they have a little people that they settle in order to like manipulate Nigeria. I believe that's what's going on. Because just like you said, some other country wouldn't just take it like that. You have to be able to like pay some tax and do something, reinvest your money.
Nigerians have shares in those companies. They might be quiet partners. Even MTN that you say they're making their 4 billion. The Nigerians are actually own. There's Nigerian MTN, that's SA MTN. The Nigerian MTN one, there are people, the Nigerian that have interest in those companies that are
It's always
benefiting
like
from billion.
BT is like that for every company. Like if
Right.
you put your company into, so like you remember like Mercedes, there's Mercedes USA, and if you look at the people that has some of the shares in it, a lot of American like the hedge funds, they have like a big stake in it. So it's always like that everywhere when you bring your company like, to another country. So like for example, now there's Microsoft in Nigeria, I believe, and they have like a huge stuff. I'm definitely sure if you look at it, Nigeria will have some stuff,
But
some
why
stake
don't
in
we
it
then
as well.
hold on? So why don't we then copy from others where they have shares in those companies, but the money they make from those companies go into something else? They expand the market with something else, as opposed to just capping and spending.
All right, let Prince Daddy respond to that by way of bringing it to a crescendo, and then we go on to Ajan Lekoko. Prince, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mohammed. We have a long way to go. We are a country that knows what to do, but we don't do it. We have the human capital. We have all these resources available to us, but for some reason, we don't do them. We are incapable of doing it. And a good, a strong society is one that has good leadership and the ability to organize. We just can't get it right. We can't get it right. But again, now we're just surviving by see the UK there, where one man is in America. Those countries, those two countries, and other, Finland, where Remy is at, these countries, they are heavily what we call it welfare states in a lot of ways. They depend on the welfare system. They tax people a lot, and provide a lot of amenities or social services to the people. Nigeria is not that way. Because we don't really depend on the government, and that's the reason why a lot of people are talking about, and that's the reason why the country is strong. If it had been a country that depends, a huge percentage of the people really depend on the government for their survival, Nigeria would have been over for a long time, quite frankly. It has always been a private sector that holds that country together. It is. With all the shenanigans and the politics that they play there, it is not possible that we would have survived. But to wrap it up, talking about the conversation yesterday about the concrete or asphalt has been a better option for road construction. We basically yesterday, Bishop offered his point of view in terms of the actual cost in procuring this materials, and Allah did also provided the economic aspect of it. But there came somebody else did offer an option, the political aspect of it, of using concrete or asphalt, and the reason why, at the end of the day, Umai, right, the minister, I think he knows better, or he knows where it's coming from, that in the long run, that concrete will be better off, because of the total cost of ownership of using concrete over a period of time. So we talk about the procurement process, whereby our leaders are willing to procure the inferior materials, the low-graded ones, and import them for road construction, whereby the roads that they construct don't last for a very long time. But if we are able to procure the cement locally, then we have control over the quality or the grade of the construction, which will last us for a very long time. So I believe that Umai may be right to use concrete, but the politics of it has to be acknowledged. There's real politics in it, and that's how this, senators or the House rep get the money. Somebody tried to break it down yesterday how whatever the unit cost is, they're able to reduce it greatly, but still charge the Nigerian state for the full amount. And in so doing, even though they spend it on the books, it appears to be quite expensive. Okay, but we're not getting the same value for what we paid for in terms of the product that come into the country or the material that come into the country. So I think people should encourage UMAI and the people that know better that it should pursue the concrete option of construction, because I think that would be better. Because if you look at it over the long term, inflation is going to go up. The cost of material is going to go up. Labor too is going to go up. So by the time we do the total cost, really, if truly a concrete can last for 50 years, we'll be much better off than using asphalt.
And it's also better for the soil. That's one of the things he mentioned. The soil, the type of soil we have in Nigeria, the concrete is way better.
Is that right?
Sorry, I want to move on.
Just one sentence. Just one sentence.
All right, one sentence, but then we're going to Ajan Lekoko.
And there are about 19,000 asphalt plants in Nigeria that will shut down. 19,000.
All right, Ajan Lekoko, you're up next. Thank you, Prince Daddy. Ajan Lekoko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, what's the topic?
Yeah, well, we've gone through quite a myriad of talking points. I'm not sure if you heard me read out how Obasanjo missed the opportunity to be UN Secretary General. So this was Ibrahim Gambari at an event. We have quite some really rich in terms of experienced people in Nigeria, and Gambari is a good example of that. Did you know that this guy was the special envoy of the United Nations to Myanmar at some period in time? He has a vast experience, and he's telling us then how Obasanjo missed out on that chance. Did you hear the readout, and is it something that you'd like to comment on?
Yes. Well, yeah, Gambari, I think in the history of Nigeria, United Nations UN representative, I think his name will go down as, will be written in gold. Because he was there as our permanent representative at the United States for, I think, for decades, maybe 2 decades or so, 3 almost, I'm not sure. But I think he was there for a long time. And it's one of the highly placed, diplomat in the world. However, the way he served with Buhari as chief of staff with Buhari, and all this shenanigan and disrespect to the rule of law and corruption and all the rest of them that was perpetrated during Buhari regime, with him as the chief of staff. I think that will record some negative in his history. So what is said about Obasanjo, yeah, he was there. He knew what happened. And some other factor to it was that the Shoyinkas and the Fellas and all of them took a protest to United Nations as well, and pasted on the wall around United Nations all the images of killings by the military under the during the time of Obasanjo, the way Fela's house was burned down and people were brutalized, killed, student protests, the Ali Must Go protests, where we recorded some killing and some other protests. The way, during the time of us, we used to have military in the school back then, and the molestation they committed against people and stuff like that. So all those images were taken to United Nations with protests and all those one. I think they contributed as well because there was one program I was listening to on Arise News when what's the name? Professor Akinyemi, what's his name? This highly placed diplomat too. Professor Akinyemi, I guess I believe I get his name, Professor Akinyemi. He said that the Buhari Babangida have pushed hard and put a lot of weight behind Obasanjo too, or rather insisting that yes, he wants Obasanjo, maybe Obasanjo would have got it. Obasanjo didn't get it, but God crowned him with the president.
Do you think that international portfolio, do you think that's the one missing bit of his career? Because he offered so much that he could have offered, it would have really shined if he had taken an international portfolio, especially that Secretary General. Can you not? It just seems like the perfect fit for that role, Obasanjo.
I agree with you. Yes, if he had succeeded in getting that position, that will have
nobody will be able to bully him around.
It would have been the greatest black man ever in the history of the world. And why I say that is because the history that Obasanjo has recorded in his name as the man that finished the war, the civil war, as a man that won the civil war for Nigeria, a man that the Biafran surrendered to. That is number one history. Number two history was this is a military head of state. The number three, which he couldn't get, that United Nations. And before the United Nations opportunity came up, he already, being a general in the history of Africa that handed over to civilian administration, that was what, international community was very delighted in that, because it's not common among African military leaders to hand over power to civilian administration. So Obasanjo promised, it followed the promise of his boss that were killed, Muritala then, and he delivered. He handed over, and he started organizing leaders after then around Africa. If you remember, he had he was bringing he was organizing some kind of workshop, seminar, and all leaders all over Africa will come to Ota. In fact, we can quickly forget what Obasanjo have done back then. He was doing that, and he was positioning himself before the world and before other African leaders that, look,
Look at what I've done. A military head of state handed over. Now look at what I'm doing. You can emulate the same thing. Let us. And he was organizing leaders. He was holding workshop. He was holding seminar. He was holding leadership. Training and all the rest for other African leaders. So, and that really convince the Western world that yes, this is a man that they should do business with. This is a man that they should encourage rather to continue to promote democracy and good governance in Africa. So Obasanjo, being a very smart man, he was able, while he was doing that, he was able to connect himself with many leaders around the world. German leaders back then, the American leader, Jimmy Carter was his friend. A lot of Western leaders, Australian, a lot of them back then, they were his friend. So, but unfortunately, he couldn't get that position anyway, but he would have been maybe the greatest black man if he had succeeded in getting that position, because he did the history, as I explained earlier, will have put him in a very strong position as the greatest African, but he couldn't get it. What do we do? So let's leave that. Let's go to another topic.
I remember we were discussing just, was it last session or the session before, when Ajuri, or whatever his name is, Julius Aburio, the chairman of the Labour Party anyway, he gave out this directive that they should reject the SUVs, 160 million naira. So the Labour Party parliamentarians, lawmakers, they've responded and they've told him to go and tie a rope on a tree and swivel. We will take it.
What do you call that?
We will take it. Labour Party Senator Sean Aburi's directive. So all this where Peter Obi gets there, we will be whiter than white. It will be like the Vatican. There it is right there. There's the response. Everything changes but remains the same.
Oh God! But how do they help you do?
Imagine that brand new SUV. When they say I am a Labour Party, I will not take it.
And I was saying on that day that he was just grandstanding, he was just acting, and it didn't really mean what he was saying. If he had wanted to do the right thing, he would have summoned them, because the chairman of the party in democracy, the democratic setting like ours, the chairman of the party can summon anybody at any time. He can call for emergency meeting, and he can call all the parliamentarians to a meeting for them to address the world that this is the position of our party on a particular issue, particularly this very sensitive issue, 160 million just to buy a vehicle when all Nigerians are suffering, when many Nigerians are going through hardship and pain that we never had in the history of that country. But these insensitive people that doesn't care about the country, they are not patriotic people, sharing money to buy 160 million to buy vehicle. It should have called a meeting and let them all together, each one of them address the media, look up to the camera and say, look, me as the senator representing so, I am not taking that money. It is evil for us to take that money at this time. We are giving that money to the treasury so that Nigeria can use that money for the benefit of Nigerian people. So,
I have a question
but
for
he
you.
didn't do though. He didn't do so. He was talking, and he was talking on behalf of them. Let me not even on behalf of. He was talking at his own volition that our party this. You didn't consult anybody. You want to write. You want to run a party and give out information on behalf of a party at your own volition alone, and not in cooperation with other leaders of the party. It is just a complete stupidity.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why do you think they didn't listen to him? Number one. Number two, during the campaign, all we're hearing is this particular party, they have the best. The point of them coming into position is the fact that they want to change Nigeria. They want to do away with the waste. So, do they actually need him to speak to them?
Yeah, they kill him.
I know.
I like all those questions. So.
Do they actually need him to actually speak to them that they shouldn't take the money? Because I don't understand if they're going there to actually change the perspective of how the other politician has been doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think they need someone to now tell them that don't take the money? It's something that they should be against in the first place.
You're right.
So why do you think they don't listen to him and they didn't do what they said they would do in the first place? Why?
Let me tell you, don't let us divide ourselves. Why they didn't I mean, what's the question again? Something distracted me now. What's the question again?
So first one, why
Yeah.
why don't they listen to the party leader? Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, how come they need the party leader to actually tell them that they shouldn't take the cause? If in the first place, when they're campaigning, telling us that they're the best for us to go with, that they want to change this perspective of Nigeria, consumption to production, whatever. So why would they need him to tell them if they're telling us they're the best in the first place?
The chairman is right now technically is on suspension according to the court. So technically, it's not even the chairman of the party. Technically,
I know.
So who is it? He's not the chairman now. So
It's the Aizon conundrum, isn't it? When it was presented with a bag full of with an envelope full of dollars, and suddenly he lost all of his moral something.
You see, why they didn't even listen to him shows that, look, they are no different from other Nigerian politicians. They are no different from the APC and PDP politicians. And the way they are doing things, they are no different. It's an opportunity. Being in that position is an opportunity to enrich yourself. So they are there. Opportunities are open for them to make money, and nothing going to stop them from not making that money. Nothing.
So they lied to us.
So they lie. That's why you get it. So it's all lie. We have been saying all this. Look, Adeola, look.
I'm already now. We knew that now.
Adeola, we said this before the election that this is all lie. This is they can't do nothing, and now they have seen it.
I have a question because this is the fun part. So why do you think the obedient have not gone after these guys? You think that in that same spirit of want to change the country. So why they quiet? Why are they quiet now? I've not heard anything from the obedient now.
Yes, great question. No.
Look,
they got 2 million. We didn't hear anything. No complaint. They are getting HTV now. We don't hear anything. So where are the obedience now? Where's the Kenya? Where's all the boys? Where are they?
What was the meaning of obedience in the first place? Is it not lazy people that will be obedient to this system? Once you call yourself obedient in this system, you are worst. Why would you be obedient to this kind of environment? You have to be disobedient.
Look, let me tell you, Babati, why are the obedience not talking? You think they don't know that
you can't talk with your mouth full, as the Yadeyoju would say.
You think they don't know that Obi is corrupt? No. Majority of them that are shouting, making a loudest voice, their support for Obi is based on tribal distinct. That we know.
Everybody knows that now. Everybody knows.
We know that.
Everybody
we don't need to lie to ourselves. It's based on, and we can understand why. Because they never had it before. This is an opportunity.
Sorry, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
To the man, everybody that tells you that Obi is a national Nigerian project, 85% of the people that say that are Southeasterners.
That is it.
So Joel will come here and tell us that Obi is a national project.
I'm not supporting him because it is not because it's an Igbo man I'm supporting him. Who are you lying? Who are you? What a lie.
Woman, do you remember your friend there on that meeting that we were debating, that professor?
Oh yes,
like, I am not Obi. I'm like, who are you?
But
I caught him at some point. Now I don't know if you noticed when I caught him, and then he went very southeastern. Yeah,
that guy was so disrespectful. I can only watch for 5 minutes. The conversation between you guys was mad disrespectful. I had to leave because I don't think I would take it. Yes, imagine telling a grown man to shut up. Like, I find him so disrespectful.
I invited him to apologize, and he didn't take that window. So I think it's on him, not me. I said that was unacceptable. You have to apologize for that. And he was so locked up in his tribal whatever it is.
Yeah, and he was lying, and he was telling a lot of lies. That's why I was asking that question. Like,
he told us that in the course of that conversation, he said Tinubu. He don't think Tinubu was equipped to manage diversity. Somebody that ran Lagos, but Peter Obi that ran a mono-ethnic, mono-religion state, he's equipped. But Tinubu that ran Lagos is not equipped. So I just thought the guy.
On a more serious note, I was not joking when I asked that question about the obedience, because I've given up on the PDP being a credible opposition. I was hoping that Labour would be the credible opposition in this government. That's the reason why I'm kind of disappointed. That you know how they start.
I'm disappointed as well.
Me, I'm not disappointed because I'm expecting this to happen.
Okay.
We know this from the beginning.
I'm disappointed that you're disappointed.
We know this from the beginning.
I'm disappointed.
I will tell everyone then, but they couldn't listen to us.
Well, if I may say this, I think that especially the top people at the party, I don't think they're powerful as we think, because some of them, that lady, the lady with the hijab, she actually spoke, but the way she was talking, she's not talking like someone that is powerful or his voice can actually reach to those people. Like, it was, she felt so small the way she was saying it, because she also mentioned about the SUV as well. But our voice was now like powerful enough.
So do you think that space? Do you think the obedient, they've overpowered their leaders where they are even scared of them or even checking them or anything at all?
There is no leader there before.
Yeah.
These people don't even have leader. These people don't have leader there. We are just thinking that they have leaders.
You know, that's the way. Abi, that's what we thought. We thought they had
Even
some.
the person leading them is not even sincere with himself. This thing is just a scam. It's an opportunity. That's why Sheikh Kuti called them opportunists. They just see
So,
that space and they
my
think they can
guy,
make use
I
of
fell
it,
for
and
it
they
though.
join
My
in
guy, I fell for it though. I actually
and they
think
jump
this
and they jump
I,
into it.
You
I
fall for
thought it
evil
was
guys.
I thought it was gonna hold them accountable, to be honest. You see how they go after Tinubu? I thought they would be going after those lawmakers. That's what I think. Until like now, they're not even talking.
Do you know what?
Like,
No. Do you know why? You know how they talk about how the laws were unfair during the election. So I was hoping that okay, you have 30 members in the house. They should be moving some bills to change the laws. You know, like that is the way you can affect the change, right?
I swear to God, I thought that.
They can create a
The
unit
bill.
in that house.
Uh-huh.
Those 30 people can
Yeah.
create a unit in that house and make that 30 people be the voice of Nigeria now.
Yeah, there will be a
If they
voice.
really want
There
them,
will
if
be
they
a
really know
voice.
what they're doing.
Yeah, like those those bills. So okay, this is the way it's supposed to be
This
done.
is how Malema started now. Malema in South Africa. When he started willing to something, he bring people together. They started speaking the same voice.
But
From
we
there,
don't
people were
have
getting to
any
know them.
bills. Have you seen any
But because,
any?
but the only thing that made them to achieve that is because they have they
let me ask you, have you seen any obedient House of Rep member on TV just talking about issues? Have you seen any one of them?
Exactly. I was about to say that.
The first one that the first minute that he asked with Tinubu, that was when he came out and he said, I think Tinubu has a good plan for Nigeria. That was when I know.
No. But that's not what,
yes.
That's not even what I'm saying. I'm expecting
that
them
was
to
the
be
first
having
time.
like
You know, I
conference.
had that clip, or I just deleted it just today.
The first meeting, that was when that one came out and said, wow, Nigeria, we need to work with the Mr. President. I'm not saying you should not work with Mr. President.
And what happened to him? What happened to him?
Nothing. They joined the wagon immediately. They see the opportunity.
They have to go and apologize to the obedient for saying that. Remember, they have to go apologize to them for giving to the book credit.
You know what? If anybody say anything and he came out to apologize, he has already make up his mind and has already say what is in his mind. If you like, tell him to go and prostrate for anybody. He will do that, but that is exactly what is in mind.
So how come they
that means that's what that person represents.
So how come they not apologizing for the SUV? Because I was expecting them to be having like conference.
Now they are now big boy.
Like
they are now big boy. Now they are now big boy.
Talking.
Oh yeah,
big boy?
They are not big boy. You don't talk when you are eating.
Hold on.
You don't talk when you are eating.
When they gave them that 2 million and I didn't hear anything, I knew something was wrong. That prayers or whatever they were giving them.
We already know that something is wrong. We already know that something will be wrong. They are just an opportunist. They just grab the opportunity of what we have on ground there and make use of it to get there. That's all. We need a revolutionary mind person to go and do the job you are thinking that those guys will do for you. They are just street guys that want to survive.
Might not exist in 4 years, so that party might not exist in 4 years. Because if they're not able to capture people's mind now, in the next 4 years, people will.
The party will exist, but the obedience will be gone. They are gone they are gone before the end of this year anyway.
One man. So sorry to cut you short. Let me ask you a question. To be honest with you, how many of them do you honestly think that they are coming back?
Yeah, they will jump ship.
No, they have no chance.
They will jump PDP or APC.
They will jump ship. They will jump ship, just like the white people.
Or before the election, before the election comes, they will change their way.
Yeah, they will jump
they will
ship.
begin to speak the language that Nigeria wants to listen to, and Nigeria will still be clapping for them. This is what happened now. After the election, Nigeria people forget about things. But before the election, they came out again and be telling them sweet things. All of them grabbed it. They grabbed it and they continue shouting their names. This is how politicians are actually dealing with us.
Yeah, I feel bad for the young people.
We told them. In fact, I think we can have. I pray we can have the revise of this clip here. I always tell them this, that these guys are not. They're just there to find their own way. It's not like they mean something good for the country. When you see somebody that actually means something better for the country, we know nobody needs to tell you that this person means better thing. Most of them were just seeing the opportunity coming around. Even Dele Faro to me that I respect so much, that even wrote the book "Don't Die in Their War." The same guy came out and be telling me that he told me he said Rufai was asking him. Sorry, Rufai was asking him why, if you want to pick a candidate now among the candidates, which one will you pick? He said, I will have picked Yele because when you're talking about ideology, Yele is there, but because the Easterners has been cheated for so long, and he wants to give his support to Easterners, so that's why he's supporting Obi. That means he's not even supporting Obi for his own good idea that he want to bring to the table, but because yes, that was he said. That was the guy said.
You are missing the point. You see, let me give you.
That's why I give up.
Hold on. See, that guy is being prepped for Afenifere leadership. That's what he just pay attention. You know, it's Afenifere.
Yes, they brainwash him to that their belief.
He's being prepped for that. That's why he's doing what he's doing. He's a smart. He's always been a Showore guy now. I've known him for a long time. He's always
now.
Wait, can I say something? Can I say something? I actually, here's what I believe Nigeria. Nigeria is Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. Igbo already have their chance. Jonathan. So all this saying that they never had it is all lies. In Nigeria, that's how we see it. So the next time in 18 or 16 years, it will be their turn again. So it's going to be the fight between the South and the Southeast. In Nigeria, all we know is
you must be joking. You must be joking.
That's what it is.
In 16 years' time, the Yorubas will take it again.
Okay.
Yes, so
yes.
I have to come and consider it.
If you don't go away from this issue of Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa in governance, we will never get anything right.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the first issue. That's the first issue we have. If you don't keep that spirit, that thought from our brain, we will never get to anywhere in this country.
Yeah, but the country is always going to be like that because you have to remember that.
Sacrifice your own turn now for the good of India.
But you have to.
Even the turn we're even talking about. Obasanjo governed Nigeria for 8 years. Go and check on Ota Road. What has it done to that Yoruba?
That has nothing to do with it.
Leave my uncle alone.
We are talking about leadership here. Someone that can actually lead, not because of I came from this side and I want to come and lead. No, he has to be somebody who's ready to lead a country.
He's always going to.
If Tinubu wants to do or be to Obasanjo, he should go and tar that Ota Road. They pay Baba kilo de now.
Are they ready? Are they ready? They are not.
But even the way they are playing, but I'm being honest with you guys. That is being. I was we have vibrant young guys that will champion this cause in the house, only to find out that they are just toothless and worthless. But anyways, they'll figure. So
no. The guy in question we're talking about, they were being brainwashed towards that direction. You know, those guys at that particular period, they need a leader that can tune their brain towards the right channel. But when the election came, that guy just came out and started talking rubbish. You have to take our country back. We have to. Enough is enough. You know, people just fell for that defeat, and they follow that train. And they missed up the opportunity
but they were still in a show talking points.
Yes, now what the guy has been saying for how many years? Take it back. That we brought to Nigeria 2017. Somebody is now saying we have to take it back. He started using the language and people just fall for that. And that direction at that particular period, Nigeria need a direction. Nigeria youth need someone to direct their mind.
But the reason why Showore messed up was the fact that after he lost the 2019 election, we should have started back up right away. Instead of him, I know he ran into some other things.
He never backed down. he never backed down.
Yeah, but it
It's only
was
so
too
where is
late.
fighting. It's only
You
so where is
can't wait.
fighting a system.
You
It's
can't
fighting a
wait
system that
a
is more,
year.
that is bigger in corruption than anything.
Wait, but you can't wait till a year before you start letting people know. You have, like, right now, we should start
He didn't
right
even wait.
now.
Joe didn't even wait. Joe didn't even wait 1 minute.
Yeah,
He didn't even wait 1 second. So traveled after they finished the election in 2019. He traveled to see his family. Immediately, he told his family that he's coming back to Nigeria. That the marathon here is beyond just run for election. I watched a clip when he was in a barbing shop discussing with his colleagues, when all of them were saying that Baba, you tried. He said, actually, we did not win the election, but we conquered the battle. That the battle is so strong that things that nobody has ever seen in Nigerian election. We use the opportunity to say to them that these people they will be ruling us as if we have nobody that can take the space. But we use our election opportunity to speak our mind to them. He said we did not win the election, but we conquered the battle. And that is why Joe came back and said, I'm not sure these people can actually allow us to win election. That we need a little touch of brain. That people need to make sure they put it to them directly. That okay, we are coming after you guys, and enough is enough. You cannot continue ruling us the way you are ruling us. Like election in Nigeria, election in Nigeria is not an election.
It cannot be the only one talking. You need more people.
Yeah,
you need
more people. But unfortunately for him, when the people supposed to call me, another person took it over. Joe already have the people, right? People already believing in him. But when Obi came out and started saying the same,
You're not listening to me. You're not hearing what I'm saying. Let me land this real quick. We don't need we need like at least 2, 3, 4, 5 show arrests. We don't need, he can't do it all by himself. We need at least 5 of people just like him. If we wait just
excuse me, if we can have someone like Oshowori, like 100, even 1,000, we need them because it's very important. Because I've been hearing on my election, that's why I came in, because he's my favorite candidate. So I'm sorry, my name is Danjuma. So one man know me very well. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you short, but I'm very good.
Can I ask Foley a question, please? Foley, can I ask a question real quick? Foley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You know, Aisha, Deji, they were all good friends with Showore in that struggle, like prior to the whole thing. Did he ever have any conversation with them when he was about to launch a party? And when do you think they left him? Because I know they were tight before. When it comes to all these issues, they were always doing seminars. So I see them around all the time. When did the breakup happen, and what really happened in that space?
And I will tell you this. This is what people don't really know about the system. Showore came into the country with a mind of what he believes in. Okay? And wherever he's trying to bring out some things, like all these Ayusha Yusufu, all of them, they are not in Showore CARTELS from the beginning. Showore is a one-man soldier. But Showore was one trying to now bring them in so that they can see what he's saying. So most of them have not even they are not there yet. Okay? But people are seeing them as if they are in the same level. Showore is far, as in more open, more determined than them. So he's just trying to bring them to that line so that they can see what he's saying, but they are not yet there yet. So that is why the wave actually take them away. Are they being
Please, can I contribute for this?
Yes.
Yeah. If you see, Aisha Yusuf is from my own town. I'm from Edo State, Edo North, Auchi. So it's from there too. But I think Aisha Yusuf and the other, they never be in Showore camp, because you know why? Because they see Showore as someone they can't able to control. You see, we are talking about this Tinubu and the rest. You see the new generation, they are looking for people who they will lynch to. You see those people who are clamoring for Obi, they believe that they can leech on Obi. I'm telling you the truth. Obi is just, I don't hate Obi, but if they ask me to choose the three evil people like Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, I prefer to choose Tinubu over all of them. This is my own opinion. I don't know about the rest. I'm just telling you mine. But if they ask me, the real candidate I want is Omoyele Sowore. But apart from Omoyele Sowore or Prince Adewale, then the rest, I believe Tinubu is more better than them. With in terms of capacity, idea, everything. When Peter Obi was campaigning, it's quite unfortunate that people who are in Nigeria, they don't see what we are seeing in Europe or in abroad. They will
I'm in Nigeria and I'm seeing it.
This is what.
All right, gentlemen, give me a short window. I want to bail out, hand over to Thomas. Let me acknowledge the let me just hold on. Let me just to bring Thomas in. Let me Bishop, let me shuffle you for Thomas. I'll bring Thomas in, I'll leave and then bring you straight back. But let me bring Thomas on. So Thomas, acknowledge you're there. Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
All right, brilliant. Chioma came in with the first super chat, so thank you, Chioma. And then Prince Daddy, of course, a regular shout out there. So that's Prince Daddy doing the tithe and offering. So Prince Daddy does the tithe and offering, as does Kulata as well. Having done his tithe and offering, Kulata then joins the conversation via super chat. He often does that when it's not on the screen. Aizo poking at somebody or the other, and then the man in the bow tie, the James Bond guy, Ike or Guillermo. So that's Ike right there, a regular name now. Sorry, can you mute for a moment? So who's that? That's BT. All right, so that's Ike or Guillermo right there. So thank you, Ike. Alexander passes by, so that's Alexander Gomez. Ike or Guillermo still carrying on, so well done, Ike. That's Ola joining the conversation via the chat room. So that's Ola. Thank you, Ola. That's a Nigerian prince. So all the princes gathered are here today. So thank you, Nigerian prince. Ayizon still insisting on something. He cannot hear Obasanjo without him getting a rush of blood to the head. And that is that rush of blood to the head being expressed via super chat. Ayo makes his entrance in the grand style that we know him for, and he takes his seat in an elegant manner. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming. So keep them coming. Let's see if you can beat that, Thomas. So I'll bail out, hand over to Thomas. We reconvene for tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Keep the conversation going. Keep the super chats rolling. Let me usher Thomas in with this intro. Oh, Thomas, before I usher you in, sorry, Thomas. Yeah, before I usher you in, Mr. Trump has not spoken. As Zita is there, of course, and you know people come here to hear from Zita. Babati is there, and Oriola, etc. But Triumph especially has been for a good while. I'm not quite sure if it's still there. Zita, of course, you know everybody's favorite voice. So just shuffle it in that manner.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the second section. I think we can spend like 2 hours to make it 9 hours or 10 hours thereabouts. Yeah, I think we have full house today. There's so much to discuss. I think somebody was speaking before. He didn't land it. Let's just land what you're saying. I couldn't pick up the name. What was the person?
I have the floor.
But somebody was put in a position about Peter Obi.
Yeah, I think the one that was discussing. But I'm not it's question to you to please because maybe feel later. So sorry,
Danjuma was Danjuma.
Yeah. Oh, so Danjuma. Oh yes, yeah. Babati, go on.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I know you are a Sowore guy too. Okay. time initiality man campaign together, it was in my
English now, Babati, English.
Those guys that were in a circle for fighting for the struggle. In your own opinion, why do you think
No, actually what happened before that thing is this.
Okay.
The party that Sowore is supposed to run from, the party have issue. Okay. And Femi Falana make a move to bring Sowore to Labour Party. But because Sowore know what is happening in the Labour Party, even before Obi joined the Labour Party. And that is why that video actually trend, that the people now think Sowore is talking to Obi, when Sowore was saying Labour Party has now become a cemetery for all the failed politicians in Nigeria. After they fail from their party, they come to Labour to come and run election. That was a video that people are now attaching with Obi.
Fully hold on. So was supposed to join Labour.
Yes. Yes, to run for presidency. But he said the people there, most of them didn't carry the same idea of what is coming to do. He said, like all this apapa of a thing, Sowore cannot deal with them. He doesn't have the spirit to deal with people like Sosh. Okay, so that's why we have. That's why Sowore is trying to create.
They were willing Sowore to come to Labour Party.
Yes,
really?
That is the first person. It was the first person they were trying to.
Are you sure this is not propaganda? Are you sure this is not propaganda?
No. It's, we are the grassroots here. We know what is going on that. Baba Falana actually encouraged Sowore by himself that Sowore should come to Labour because they did not believe that Sowore party will win that court case against that Lunant in Nigeria. But Sowore said, we are going to win our party back. And before Sowore will win that party back, Obi is already trending in the Labour. And the momentum have already followed Obi's line. Okay? So we missed that election because of that case that we have in the court. Because even all these Pelumi, the Jadeyanju, most of them don't even believe that Sowore can win that what's it called, court case back for his party. Okay, so by the time we win, the Obi is already trending. Youth already moved with Obi's movement, and they are already on. So that's why he's only trying to pull them through by telling them that these guys, if you really want freedom, you don't follow the same people that have been destroying this country, and you are telling us that you want freedom. We have to organize ourselves in a different way, and it has to be a different thing entirely. But at that particular time, it's too late because it's almost.
And even the campaign has already started already.
6 days to INEC final dates for submission of the candidates. That was when we win the court case. So that was when we are trying to come on board, come and do these things. But it's already too late for us. But it's not
so what are you doing now So what are you doing now to prepare for the next 4 years? So what is the party doing now? Because we hear nothing about AAC. We're not hearing that.
I think now we are doing tour. Sowore is doing tour to all states, touching all the states, talking on the radio.
Funny, before you go to the politics of it, what is the status of Sowore's case with Nigerian government now? Because everything just went silent.
I was in court last week Tuesday. And I won't lie to you, they are just using that. They are just cruising on that guy because they know that Nigerians have let him behind. They are cruising on that guy. They have no case against that guy. So they just use.
We know that. All of us know that. We know that.
Yes. And I think that guy, that Sowore himself, actually needs Nigerians to stand up for him because he has been standing up for Nigeria. I won't lie to you. Because even when we are.
When we fight for him now, he starts cursing us now.
Sowore, you know what? People don't really know what Sowore is. The kind of person that is always bitter when it comes to oppressing people. Sowore will not welcome anybody to oppress anybody. But when it comes to, I at times I will sit with him. I will be looking at people around him. I will just be taking my head out. This guy is so simple, but people don't see that part of him. Seriously. I don't know why people are not seeing that part of it. The only place I think Sowore is bitter is when people want to march on someone. You want to show superiority over somebody.
Are you sure he's not doing that for camera?
I'm telling you,
No, wait. I
seriously,
know him. Say, listen.
I have
You know,
opportunity to
wait,
be in the same room.
wait,
I have
listen.
to be in the same room with
Wait.
Showore.
That does not even matter. I know him. I've seen him in Nigeria, in New York, Nigerian. What is it? We usually have this every October. I know the guy, and I've seen what he has done. I don't know him personal, but I've seen him around. So I think it was misunderstood. And the fact that I don't think there's any need for you guys to be speaking. You can speak up and say good things about him, but there's no need to be telling us, "Oh, I know him." We don't need that. A lot of us do. We see what he does. I know the guy. He stand up for the little people. So it's just that the way it come about, a lot of people are not used to that, and that's the reason why a lot of people just have disconnection with him.
You get
So,
it. You get it.
but he's a good guy. I know him. I see him. I didn't even know he was a political guy. I see him in one of the things we do. But he's a good guy, and he has a great family too. So I don't think he's not a bad guy. It's just that a lot of people, if you want to know someone, you will know him irrespective. Like if you want to like someone, you will like him. But the way it come about, a lot of people are not used to that, and that's the thing with people that actually stand up for people. When you stand up for people, a lot of people are not used to that, and they will take it the wrong way. He's a
Right.
good guy.
And also, Foley, you know, the foundation that they built was on civil societies. That's the bedrock of I mean,
Yes.
so if those so-called civil societies don't then show up to support him, people like
And
me will look at him from it. Like, hold on, let me finish.
and
People like me will
okay.
I was like what's going on? That's the reason why I was asking about people like Aisha and all those people, because if they think that is from that labor union kind of environment, you know, and he's running for office and those people don't show up for him, I'm like wondering like what the hell is going on? That should be your people now. So why are they?
Your environment. Yes.
So if you are for the Labour Party, Labour people, where are the civil union? Because
Yes.
you can always see they have meetings with them. They go out there to protest. They do everything together. When it's now running for office, nobody showed up with him. So I'm like confused. Like what's going on? Like where are your people?
Wait,
Do you
question.
even
Do
and
you think those people are doing it for because they like the country, or do you think they're doing it for money? Don't you think they get money for even protesting? I think they get money. Some people sponsor them. They're not doing it for free, the way I see it. Maybe that's
to
why
be
they see.
sincere with you, if Showore is this kind of person that doesn't have his mind, by now we will have compromised. Because this guy has opportunity to compromise, to even join the bad wagons and live his life. It's not like I'm trying to bring I'm this kind of person that I'm close to him, that to the level of me I can read message on his phone. There are some things I saw on his phone before Tinubu even saw him. There are some people that actually try to win him to join the government. But this guy is not there for that. He's not here for joining the government. He's here to reawaken Nigeria's spirit, to talk to Nigerians that needed to change their mind. Showore is there to just represent them and lead them and let them see what we need to do for this country to be better. We need to organize ourselves. Fine. All of us know that we need to organize ourselves. But who is leading it? And anybody that wants to lead it must be somebody that are ready to lead us. Let's put all our... I'm not seeing myself supporting Showore. I only see myself supporting myself, supporting my children, supporting my unborn generation. Okay, because what Showore stands for is exactly what they need to be doing for them, so that we can have the kind of future we want for them. So here is a project. Showore is carrying everybody in Nigeria's project on his head alone. And that's what that guy is. But people don't see that aspect of it. People
He
believe
can't do it
because
by
he...
himself. He need more
Sir?
people. He can't do it by himself. He
Yes.
need more people.
But the people that Showore will need will not be Showore that will come and convince them. They're supposed to be the one that will convince themselves that they actually need to take this path to the freedom. If Showore came to convince you by himself, that means you are not ready. Is it things of you yourself need to like, okay, this is me. I have a country that is not working. What can we do to make it better? By the time you key into that system, that's the only way you can appreciate what Showore is doing. But if you are not keying into that system, how to get it right, there is nothing that can make you to join Showore. Because he's not ready to even come and say sweet things to switch you to join him. It's not for you to convince yourself that the path that he's taking is the only path that can actually give us the kind of leadership that we want in Nigeria. It's not necessary to be him, but if you have our numbers, we can produce a leader. People who really genuine to the system, who want to make a change. It's not people that actually see an opportunity and they just jump into it and make use of it, make use of the opportunity they have, and they forget about the bridge that took them to the place. It has to be somebody who really have the intention of doing good. Somebody who will not, because of money, changes what's it called? His belief. I think we need that kind of movement now. And 2027 is still far, but it's here already. Even if, at least, if we really organize ourselves, these people, we can still force them to do a lot of things. Look at what is happening in this country, and nobody is talking about it. I was listening to a guy yesterday when he was actually praising police going to Lekki to go and disturb people that want to come and observe their 3 years anniversary, 3 years memorial. That scene that happened at Lekki, it's what people coming there every year to light a candle. It's a bad thing that ever happened in my presence in a country. That tragedy is too heavy for youth to say they want to come and observe memory of for those people that lost their life, and somebody is saying that they like the way police even treat them. I wonder what is happening here. If people that the elite among us, people that actually expose us, people that have the exposed, that have the educations, we're still believing as in thinking in that manner. How do you want a man to raise all these dropouts in school, all these children on the street? How do you want them to reason? When somebody at that level, somebody that have traveled and see the world, we're still believing that for a citizen to come out to say something about their country is bad, and he like the way police is harassing them. I wonder how we are going to get this thing right, because a lot of people here, people that were even condemning, that didn't even have the opportunity to go to school to have the exposure that we think they should have, they were here, they were doing their own. It's not late for we that we can actually say something, that we know we have the voices to correct the error. We can, any one of us here, we have 1 or 2, 3 people we can call in Nigeria and talk to them on how we are going to get things right. But when we are not even ready to do that, how do you want those guys on the street to change? We can turn this country around within a year. I believe that. In my heart, I see a Nigerian that will work for everybody. I believe it in my brain, I believe it in my heart, and I'm so keen into it. Anything that will make it happen is what I want to be doing. Because what I need here is, yes.
Has ACC won any political seat at all? Any local?
Yeah, and I won't like. Yes, I know what, and I understand the question you're asking me. I won't lie to you. If Nigeria continue raising the way we are raising, AAC will never win any political party in Nigeria. Because you know why?
The point I'm trying to make is, if let's say one of the states they have local,
there is no way with our standard, with our structure, with what we believe, there is no way we can win election in Nigeria, except Nigeria change their mind.
So they haven't won any yet.
We have not, because we are not ready to play the game, to play to the gallery the same way people have been. We are here to change the narrative. We are here to tell Nigeria, and Nigeria are not yet listening. They are not yet ready to see what they need to do. I don't know why you think somebody that wants to come and govern your environment need to throw money at you first. Once you do that, that person has become a business person. You need people who are genuine, that are really to do the job for you, in the government. But once you are waiting for a millionaires who
make his money through the crook way, to come and use that money that he make in a crook way to come and spend on you, to go and govern you, okay, you will not get anything right. And this is what we are discouraging. This is what we are trying to stop.
You can't change people's mindset overnight. It's been
Yes,
60
we are not saying we are
they've
changing.
been doing it
We
that
are not
same
in
way.
it.
So
We are not in it. We are not in it. We are not desperate here. We are only desperate to change Nigeria, to see Nigeria on time going in the direction that we all want. But that we are desperate to get power now. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Why can't you advise Shore just go back to the US? I don't think Nigeria need a change. They don't want change.
And
They
after
don't want
Showore
change.
go to US, okay, and Nigeria remain what it is. And what is our achievement here? Either we like it or not. One day, the heights will close. You will leave this space.
And before I told you, Nigerians themselves, they don't know what they want. If Nigerians can be, let me finish, please. If Nigeria know what they want, they will not be queuing at the back of Obi. Obi of all people. Obi that was governor for 8 years. Let me finish, please. Obi that was vice president to Atiku. Atiku that we are calling thief. If Atiku won that election, don't you think Obi will be the vice president of this country to a thief?
Yes.
Nigerians don't know what they want.
No,
they are calling Obi fresh blood. How come you call Obi fresh blood?
You know we are getting it wrong. We think that Nigerians youth actually have history and actually have themselves. I won't lie to you. Showore came into Nigeria in 2017 to make that movement happen. It's through what is doing activities that actually bring out those things that you are seeing on the street. But yet, like what I said the other time, people are not yet seeing it clearly. Just like so you are just waking up on the bed and somebody, you have to go and brush your teeth and make sure you do some little touching. This is what these guys are still doing when Obi came in to come and be saying what he's saying. So they are not yet having the clear direction of where they are going to. And they just move by the movement of Obi. That's why you see that thing happen. Nigeria needs to be taught, as in equipped with belief of where they need to go.
I disagree with the way you're looking, the angle you're looking at it from. So basically, people will always follow, not because they understand what's going on, but because they see people pulling or they're going towards that part of
direction, yes.
Towards that direction. So
yeah.
The thing is, trying to change people's mind is waste of time because people will do whatever please them. So I don't think it really needs to change people's mind. That's why I was asking that. Since he lost the election on 2023, what has he been doing?
He has been doing. That's what I said. He has been doing turning now. He has been turning this. He has been touching the states.
That's what we need, because it doesn't need to change everybody's. It doesn't even need that. You just need people. Need more people.
For him to even going to states now, trying to talk to people. You are still doing the education. You are still talking to people as well, for them to know what they need to do. And that's what we're talking about. You are just trying to change them. You coming out to say something about the system. You are still trying to educate people. These are the area I think.
But that's what I'm saying. Of course, you can try to have seminars or whatever they're doing and tell people, "Oh, this is how I say it." But like I'm saying, the focus should not be on trying to change people's mind, because irrespective, it won't even matter. People that want to follow him, they're already there. That they believe what he believes, they see it the way he sees it, they're already there. And the thing
do you know? But do you know a lot of people?
Remember,
do you know a lot of people don't even know?
Right.
Sorry. Do you know a lot of people don't even know? Not even know him that much.
Yeah, they don't.
It's you. You know what? What we need to do here. I think what we need to do here is me. Like wherever I find myself, and I think it's a political space. I think I can usher my words, my thoughts. I talk about him, so that a lot of people will be, oh, who is Showore?
by the time you talk about him, they will go home. One day they will do something about. They will maybe one video. They will have interest.
Even
Yes.
though B in some Yoruba state, nobody even know him. Like my own local government, when I went to Nigeria last year, I said, "You hear of they say Obi, who is Obi?" Not talking of Shore. So
Yeah.
the publicity or the awareness about him is not
Yes.
really out there. I want to
It's
see my
not.
brother.
Yes, I think, and I think that's what we need
Wait.
to.
So they don't.
That's what we need to do.
So they don't know B, but still he got 6 million votes. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
the elite know.
People that vote for Obi, like they don't. Obi did not go after them. That's what I'm saying. Like you trying to change people's mind, you're wasting your time. People that wants to
No.
follow you, once they see what you're doing, what he needs to keep doing is what he's doing now. People that will follow him will follow. They will,
And do you
irrespective
know?
of what he
Do you not
says,
know the
they will
problem now?
come
Do you not
after
know what
him.
do you not know where the problem is? Where the problem is now is me and you that actually believe that somebody has a good character. In Nigeria on the streets, believe that all politicians are coming to come and embezzle their money.
Yeah,
Yes.
no.
Yes. They have that thought, they have that mind. So if you think you are an angel and you are shouting, they will see you as if you are politicians. You are coming to embezzle their money. So whatever you are going to say is not even getting into them. But when people like you call someone up, someone you know that you know very well, that Larry, you do know about Showore. That boy is a criminal. And it's not like that. So this is where we need to inject what this guy is bringing to the table. Seriously, it's not like it's easy for me to be talking about Showore all the time. But I'm seeing it as a project that we need to talk about. Because if I have any leader today that can do what Showore is doing and is more touched, I will still support that person. What we need is a leader.
Let's be honest. I'll be honest with you. I can't object to Rest presidency, even though I can say maybe it will be trying and error. But I want to admit those have been there that have experience. What did they do for Nigeria? I will not object in, but I don't know how to. There's something that is not still right with Showore. I don't know how to explain it, but there's still something. I don't know what is it. There's still something that's still not right with Showore. There's
that
something. I don't know.
thing. Let me tell you what that thing is. Nigeria have never seen, we have not used to producing a leader from within our own circle. We have actually attached our mind that this is at the set, that we have a set of people that are supposed to be leading us. We have not seen somebody from us, somebody inside us to lead us. And that's the thing that that we are missing here. And that's what a lot of people are missing. They have not seen that potential. He has a merit to lead us, because we'll be programmed that we have a certain people. Like you have to be in a particular position, or you have to hold office, or you have to be a billionaire that people are well known in Nigeria to lead us. And that is where that thing is. And that's what actually happening between him and Obi when the time comes to choose. People Nigeria, we have that mindset in our brain that we have set of people that are supposed to be leading us. People already there, we want to use them. We will believe so much in them than producing a leader from our own circle to lead our own cause.
So I kind of do agree with that, because in 2017? 2019, when he ran, he was the guy. He was that third main guy, like Obi was now. The last election, he was that guy. But a lot of people came from abroad just to vote for him, and he was that guy. But for some reason, in 2023, things changed. So I don't. So you saying that they don't see, there's nothing they see in him. He has the crowd.
even though they gave him small numbers.
Then you know,
2019, he has the crowd.
then he was living abroad. He's carrying that. They have the guy just came back from abroad. They are seeing him as one of those guys that have the quality to rule them, to lead them. I mean, okay. But after coming to Nigeria, come and be on the street, come and protest with them, and they are seeing him among them, he can shake their hand. They lost that value. It lost that respect, that what's it called? That thought, that
No,
mind.
I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason why people just switch from him is because they see him that Nigeria has a way, like you have to be in politics, you have to be part of them, and they know that he's not part of them. So they're looking at it like my vote would just be waste. While Obi has been with them, so a lot of people that go for Obi, not for ethnicity, but especially the NSAS guys. They went for him because of what
yesterday now. Like yesterday now, it was first person to be at the Lekki, speaking on behalf of the youth that are coming to that place. That our boys were coming, they want to come and observe NSAS protest. He was even telling the police officer they should not harass anybody.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a political presence. It doesn't have a political presence. That's the thing.
Yes.
And
no.
other guys
And what do we need here? We need somebody who have people at heart. Okay.
We know, but the youths are thinking that no matter how it is, because it doesn't have a political presence, he's not going to get there. That's why they went after Obi.
The worst thing that ever happened to someone in life is like you put your trust in somebody, and after you trust that person now betrayed you. Because election is like, I trust this person, that's why I'm voting for him. And now after voting for the person, and the person is not doing what you think he's coming to do, you're supposed to look at yourself. What are you doing? Me, voting for Showore is like, I'm happy voting for him. Even after casting my vote, I'll be smiling. Other idiots will be looking at me. I'm the only one that votes. Two of you are the one that vote. I'm okay. Because I know that I'm voting because this is where I think the vote should go to. Because I want to vote, and I want my vote to be after 2 years. I want to be proud of that, my voting. That thank God I make the right choice. Not because I want to follow the crowd. I want to vote for people because I want to vote for somebody because people are following that person. No, I want to vote because I'm thinking that my vote should be able to do whatever I want my vote to do in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, that is my joy, not by willing. Your candidate can win election and yet you will not achieve anything. So we are not after winning.
Let me ask you a personal question.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What drew you to Showore? Did he actually come to you and tell you, "This is me"?
No.
You just basically you just decide on your own that this person you see what it stands for.
What happened is this: any election cycle, wherever any candidate is coming on board, I pick them one by one. I pick the best among the candidates. I'm not going after whether you are winning. Once I listen to you, I check your profile, I know what you are into, I know your this thing, I pick you. People will not believe that I actually vote for Jonathan in 2014. With the crowd, with the way people in Nigeria are saying it. Because I'm not saying to know. I'm not.
I think because they make you the chairman. That is why I'm just joking.
Let me even tell you. Let me tell you. If you are talking about that chairman, all of them know that I'm not ready to. I don't even have that time. But the reason why I'm still on that position today is because Showore said that was the time I went to his house. I went to see Ina, that secretary guy, the guy that actually told the INEC where the error is during the election. I said, I want to leave this place. The guy said, Folly, just stay there for us. We want your signature. It's your signature that we need in that place. We don't want to give our party to anybody that will sell us out. Okay? So that is why I'm staying there. I'm not a political person. I don't even have that time. But they believe so much in me that me being in that place, their party is secure. Their decision will be well represented. Okay? That is why I'm there. Showore see that thing in me, that okay, this guy, he knows him, he has himself and he can do whatever he wants to do by his own space, not anybody changing my mind. Okay? And that's why I'm there. So forget about whether he gave me anything. But I'm telling you how I come across Showore. Any election cycle, I go through the profile of any candidates. But when I go to Showore's profile, I can see where this guy is coming from. At the age of 19 years, Showore has been on this space. But he has not been doing it for politics. He's only doing it for him to make sure Nigeria is better. Okay? But he actually said something before the election in 2019. He said, we have been trying to make Nigeria better. But it's like these people always conquer us by coming back to double cross us, to come and take over the space. He said, each time we're about to have our liberation, we're about to have our total freedom, they have their way of coming back again to come and lead the struggle from the front. And it started by telling us before the democracy, during the military era, they were on the streets making sure that military failed and we have the democracy we have today. But when it comes to us who have a candidate from us, from the real democratic people, they did not allow us. They went behind us and bring Obasanjo, which is part of the system, the military people, to come and continue what they have been doing in governance. And Obasanjo came in, he spent 8 years. Jonathan came in, they spent another 8 years. And that particular time, Nigerians are not seeing that democracy that they think they should have. Okay? Even after Obasanjo came in, Showore traveled in 1999 to America to go and have he was sick because he was poisoned at Unilag. So that thing is already affecting him. That was why Showore traveled to America, and he traveled because of all these Ghanaian, what was the name of this lawyer? This Falano, this man that died from Ondo State, Ganifa Wanyimi. They were the one that actually helped him to go and take care of himself. When he got there, he treated himself. He came back to Nigeria. He now noticed that the democracy that we think we have is not there. And he can't be protesting again. He can't be leading any struggle again because all his colleagues are already in the politics. That's why Showore traveled back to America to go and create Sahara Reporter. He called it Citizens Reporter. So that anything that is...
Give me 1 minute. I want to do some housekeeping, please. There's people on the background, so I want to know who is with us on the... Let me know. Do we have Mr. Trial? Mr. Trial, we don't have you. I have to kick you out. You have Prince Daddy. Nah. Yeah, we can leave you there for now. Prince Daddy? No, we don't have Prince Daddy. Actually, we have Oriola, of course. You have Bishop? Bishop. We don't have Bishop. Yeah, Bishop is here. Oh, yeah, Bishop is here. That's fine. BT. Obalola.
Yeah, I mean.
Obalola is here. Yeah. Emeka. Do you have King Emeka? King Emeka. I know Emeka is there.
No, Prince Daddy was there.
Ajale Koko is there.
Why did you kick Prince Daddy out now? He was there.
I was asking him. He doesn't answer me. One man.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. I was asking, he doesn't answer me. So why will I keep him there? People are waiting in the background. Yeah. So yes, I'll bring him back. At least we yeah. Foley, continue. Then I want to who hasn't spoken at all? Who hasn't spoken at all? I just
joined.
Yes, Remy hasn't spoken. Yeah. Before you came in, who hasn't spoken at all?
Thomas, I was the one speaking before they interjected. Àwọn obedient fẹ́ gbàjọba mi, àwọn bàbá tí obedient. Wọ́n ti lọ gbowó àbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀, wọ́n ti lọ gbowó 60 million.
So after creating Sahara Report.
You have more room. Yeah, Foley, Can you just
Yeah.
wrap it up in maybe 2 minutes
Okay.
so we can
Okay.
go
Okay.
back to Adali Koko? We have new people in the house. We have Remy, we have Simba, we have Rosie. We need to hear from
Okay.
them.
Okay. I think
Yeah.
the question is, why did I join him? Right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So when I go through his profile, he actually established Sarah Reporter just for Nigerian citizens to have a voice. Because at that particular period, we don't have media anymore in Nigeria. All the media has been compromised. So that's why he creates Sarah Reporter to tackle the media space so that Nigeria can actually have the kind of information they need to have. Okay. And after that, in 2014, when we were about to change to another system, they gave us another Buhari. The same people, they come from PDP, all these people, they bring themselves together and they produce another Buhari to us. Okay. And 2020, something happened after NSAS. They knew that people are waking up. Okay. And that is why it pains me so much. They know Nigerians are waking up. They know we're about to do something in 2023. Okay. And they were afraid of someone like Showore leading that struggle towards the election period. They were afraid. Nigeria elites were afraid of him leading the struggle, leading the movement. And when someone like Obidown came out from them to come and take over the system that we're actually believing that is going to lead to somewhere we actually want, they were happy because they know that it's still their circle. They can do anything around him. And that's why we miss 2023. So
that's why we have the likes of Obasanjo and all of them following Obi.
Yes, they were happy.
Sorry,
They
a
were
quick
happy.
question for you, Foley. A quick question. Do you think that NSAS, from the beginning, it already have a political undertone? There are
No.
Okay,
No.
even if, okay, hold on.
Because Showore start NSAS.
You have been talking for a long time and I've been listening. I just, sometimes I shake my head. Sometimes I just think, okay, it's your flaw, or they give you the opportunity to say whatever you want.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I will be frank and objective with you. Every of these gladiators have played their own price in Nigeria. When you talk about your man, that we, the democracy, we are the real democracy, I just laugh. You cannot quantify or classify yourself as a real democracy. When you talk about people like Tinubu, they have also been to SI. They have also been there for a long time during the Yaradua MK Abila time. They have paid their dues too. The problem with your man is that he does not know how to play the local politics very well. And when you don't know how to play the local politics very well, it will be a big problem for you. That is one. Two, in this place, Africa, in Africa that we have, money plays a big role. The other time I was talking with you, I mentioned about we have local gladiators. Nigeria, this mindset, this psych, old or young, believe in money a lot. So when you go to them and you don't have
how would he have played the local politics? You said he doesn't know how to play the local politics.
It doesn't, because from
tell us.
Listen, Baba,
because
from
he doesn't have the money to give to them.
Listen, from the beginning, the way he portray himself, the way he go around, to most people, they see him as a small talk. A small talk who does not know how to talk, who talk to people anyhow, who think that he can just lord what is in his head all over.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
Who does it?
That's how
Who
you
does
see
it talk to anyhow? They
Yeah,
mention
that's
the name
how
of people
you
you
see
talk
it.
to anyhow.
Calm down. I know it's your guy. Calm down.
Remy, mention the name
Well,
of those
it's not
people
my
you talk to
guy,
anyhow.
but you are wrong for
Mention
what
the
you're
name.
saying.
Mention the name of those people
You know
you
what?
talk to anyhow.
This same mindset that you guys have, that is the major reason that most people will not accept or follow him. You continue to have this mindset that, okay, we can just come to
You can't
Nigeria.
even answer the question. You talk to people anyhow. Who are the people you talk to anyhow?
Let me give you a very good example. Just example. When he was
and what did he say to them that
I
you
don't need to
regarded as
give you all
anyhow?
this. I just want to
mention name and what he said to them.
Okay, do you? Okay, I will let you talk there. And if you don't want me to respond to you, there another person can respond.
Yeah, let
me complete what you are saying.
Okay, during the peace meeting with Abdul Salam and the rest, he told me, to me, I think you want to be a president of a country. We need Nigeria need a president that is calm. There's some places that you don't need to even utter any word. You don't need to show that okay, you went there and then you are talking that okay, this person is a vice president, should not sit with the presidential candidate. Who cares about that? You look at yourself. What you want is that you want to be the president of this country. How do you go about it? You are not so popular all over Nigeria. To be frank, let's say the truth. From the result that he got in the 2 presidential elections he has contested, you are not so popular at the first one, and then you still want to contest. What are you doing? The donation they made to him, and the other people are fighting about it that he stole money, he didn't steal money, and this like that. I told you, because there is no transparency. If there is real transparency,
let me even give you another example. During the Dangote Refinery Commission, he did the same thing to the vice president now. He was talking.
He already there.
He was there.
You are lying. You are lying.
No,
you are
he
lying.
wasn't there.
You are
No,
a
he
liar.
wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't there. He wasn't there now.
You only say you guys. You only say things that suit you here.
No.
Go and find out. I noticed that most of you talking here don't even know who's
in conclusion, I see a man who does not know the culture and tradition of Nigeria very well. The culture and tradition of Nigeria entails that you have a way to talk to people with due respect. You have to also see that most Nigeria, even if they are lying, they portray to be religious, which most of them are lying. This is part of their local politics.
And he has not been leading us to anywhere. He has not been taking us to anywhere.
Let me finish with. And 3, do you think Nigerians are stupid? They know what is going on in their country. They know that if I vote for this one, it's not going to win. And then we have 2 major political parties, or 3 in the last election. And then is tribal politics is also there.
And is that the reason why you shouldn't vote for him? Just because you won't win it?
This is not about Tinubu or no Tinubu. I'm just if I were an average Nigerian and I'm thinking about who am I going to vote for, why should I pick Showore that I know his stance is very slim? He cannot become president. And I don't
why do you even vote in the first place?
Why should I pick him? So I don't need to pick him. And
why do you even vote in the first place? Because your candidate can win.
What?
The reason you vote is because you think your candidate can win. Is that the reason you vote?
I pick I pick a candidate that I think is better among all of them.
That will win.
If I were in Nigeria, I would still vote for Tinubu. I will not vote for
Don't change it. That's not what you said initially. Don't change it. What you said was because he can't win. That's the reason why you won't vote for him. And that mentality.
Yes, it's part of the reason. It's part of the reason. If I want to vote for
but why would you think
one
that
reason?
Way? You are one of the people that's bad for Nigeria. Why would you think
you are
that
wrong.
way? Just
You are
because
the one
someone
that
won't
is.
win.
No, you can't
You're
say
bad
that.
for Nigeria. Nobody should follow your idea. You're real bad.
Everybody have
why
their
would
own
you vote
opinion.
for someone just because they won't win? That mentality
No.
is crazy.
Again, it's
Why
true.
would you?
It's true. Why should I believe in? I don't believe in his ideology.
Okay. I have 2 questions for Folio.
Those are you can listen to Nigerians, defeated people.
Defeated people.
Defeated people. Oh, because
defeated before
I don't
the
believe they can win. That's why I don't want to vote for him.
Yes.
They are defeated.
And when someone like you,
they are defeated completely, they are defeated psychologically, defeated in their mind, defeated, and they have surrendered completely.
And if someone like you, with your exposure, with everything, you are still standing this way, I don't blame
I don't trust you, and I don't believe in him, and there's nothing you can say that
and you have to tell us the reason why you don't trust him. You have your own opinion, but at least
because
Do you know? Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what? You know me. As clever as I am, as more as I want to support Chowore, I'm looking for his one of his 40. I want somebody that will just tell me something that about him, so that I can work on it and tell him, Oga, you fucked up in this area.
I just told you that
I'm still looking for that person. I'm still looking for that person that will give me something very tangible that will not make him that will not make him to be a good leader.
First, I
That
will
one
give
thing.
you.
One
I will
thing.
give you 3 reasons. Go and talk to him.
Do you know in 2019 when Chowore was saying that the minimum wage should be 100,000, all of them were saying, he's talking garbage.
It's too much. It's
How much
political
are they
talk.
saying now? The
No, they're not even paying. They're not even paying.
labor, how much is labor proposing?
Please,
Labor is
everybody
proposing
hold on.
about 200,000.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, hold on.
And do you know
Please,
the corruption in
Ajale Koko.
Nigeria actually start from that salary they are paying the civil
Polly, can you
servants.
hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, sir.
Please.
I can hear you, Chairman.
Yes, please. I want to go back on track, please. Ajale Koko, please. Take back the floor. Finish your thoughts. I have to go to new
No,
people.
Ajale Koko cannot talk this morning now. He is answering questions from other people. Showore is the one that we are talking about today.
Just follow what I'm saying, please. I have to go to Madam Sita, and you just came in.
Sákòkò ló jí Simba lójú oorun ni.
Also talk about.
Kí lẹ sọ bàbá Ajale Koko?
Mo ní sákòkò ló jí Simba lójú oorun ni.
Kò sákòkò bí báyìí, kò sákòkò mọ́tà.
Ajale Koko, we don't have time. Yeah, you take back the floor, land it. I have to go to Sita.
Sorry, before Ajale Koko, if you may allow me, Thomas, I have just 2 questions for Folly, please.
Okay.
No, I don't want to do that. Please. Folly has been speaking for so long. Let's hear from new voices. Simba, check your time. Almost 8 hours. We have 2 hours to go. Some people you haven't spoken. Remy hasn't spoken. Zita hasn't spoken. Yeah, so we have to hear from new people, please. Yeah. Ajale Koko landed. Sorry for that. Yeah.
No, I don't even know the topic I was. Take me through the topic.
Yes, mainly the what they call it, the memorial of what they call it, ESA.
The obedient in the House, obedient to the National Assembly.
Okay. Ajale Koko. Yeah, the 3 year memorial of ESAs. What do you think? Do you expect people to still go to that place? And Nigerian youth, are they adamant?
Look, it is sad that Nigerian authority did not allow the youth to commemorate this NSAS 3rd year anniversary. See, those youth that were protesting NSAS were patriotic youth. They were patriotic, protesting against police brutality. And I believe we all remember what happened that, resulted to enter NSAS protest. One young guy was killed in Asaba by police. That was how NSAS erupted, and it spread nationwide. And on that very day at Lekki, Nigerian youth were showing strong patriotism to their nation by carrying Nigerian flag.
But before you go on, do they go out of the plan later on?
Hold on. They were carrying Nigerian flag showing solidarity to their nation, protesting against police brutality, showing strong belief in their nation that their nation will correct that police barbarism. But what do they get in return? The state came after them to brutalize them and kill some of them. We all watched the video. Parents cry all over the federation, even outside the country, watching that video.
Ajale Koko, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. You can't say they kill people. Where is the body?
Thomas, please, can I interject Ajale Koko for 1 second?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, let me tell you. Number one, your first statement you made in this your opening about this NSAS was not factually correct. That young man in Delta State was not killed. He did not die. That's number one. And it is on the premise of that lie that everything about the NSAS was built on. That's number one fact. This young man did not die. Even till tomorrow, he's alive. Yes, he had an encounter. Yes, he fell. Yes, he injured his hand. But he did not die. The first rumor was that, they have killed one guy, so let's lay that one to rest. You have repeated it, yes, you said it before. That young man did not die. Number two, everybody, there is a right to protest, but there is a line to be crossed. The protest has gone on for as much as 5-6 days or more. And the government has come to say, okay, we have accepted all your demands. What else is left? When they started burning police stations and started attacking prison, they started killing policemen in the openly. Eventually, 38 policemen were killed across the country. And you still think some people still have the right to continue in that carnage? We saw what happened in Lagos. And
My brother.
Now,
My brother.
Hold on.
No, please. Let him land and go back to Ajale Koko. Hold on, Bishop, hold on, please. You see what I'm saying now? Madam Sita has been here for hours. She has left. We have to balance this thing.
Thomas.
We have to Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know how long I've been here before he got to me?
Yes, it's not fair.
Hold on. People can come and they can go. It's a free platform. So don't
but it's not fair
complain.
Not for
Hold on.
Ajale
When you are
Koko,
talking like
you
that,
are Baba
somebody has
I know
gone.
you can wait. Baba Ajale Koko.
Let me hold on. Do you know how long I stayed on the platform before it got to me?
Ajale Koko, you are Baba
Sale
now.
Like hold on.
You are deep no. Ajale Koko,
hold on. When you are talking like this, somebody has come, somebody has gone. You don't need to be saying that. No, you don't need to be saying that. Don't rattle people on the platform because somebody else came and left. No, you don't need to. It's a free platform. People come in and go out. She can still come back. It doesn't mean that because she left now, she can't come back. She can still come back. But don't be using that to rattle people. Don't say that.
I'm not rattling people.
It's not fair to people that have been here. And I'm telling you, I've been here from the first minute that one man came here. The first minute he started the show,
you are a veteran. You are a veteran. If I know you can stay
it doesn't
forever.
matter. It doesn't matter. There's nobody that is special. All right. So when you are talking like that, it's like you're trying to treat somebody special.
Continue his thought so that you don't waste too much time on this back and forth.
So don't treat anybody special. We are all equal here. All right. So
Yeah,
let us continue.
Bishop, put that position to Ajale Koko.
So what I'm saying, unfortunately, yes, what I'm saying is that unfortunately, what happened happened. Why I am not saying there were no reason for this, for the protest, I am saying it got to a point, it went way beyond protest. And that was when, after the government had accepted that they are going to address the 5 things and the 5 points, and the protest from ENSAS now turned to end bad governance and Buhari must go.
Buhari must go.
I have people that live in Lekki that couldn't go to their house. My friend, for me, they were stuck, and his family, they had to go back and go and look for a hotel to stay because they couldn't go. He left them in the hotel. He went there. He saw how this whole thing. Now, when it was getting out of hand on that final day, there was a need to declare a curfew, and some people defied the curfew. They were given instruction that there is nothing they will do. At that point, there was a need. It was no longer a protest. It had become an insurrection. They were burning things that had nothing to do. People were instructing people on social media, go and look for Tinubu house, go and do this, kill police. And they were actually, I saw 2 policemen being pursued and being killed openly. And that was when there was a need. Then
Bishop, sorry for cutting you. Do you know somewhere in Ibadan, they killed a police, they burned him, and they ate him.
Two policemen. So, 2 policemen, we saw it. So, at that point, there was a need to quell that insurrection. It was no longer a protest. Now, military went there. Yeah, people were injured. Somebody said on live, that they killed 78 people. Some people said, that they opened. And I told people there, if 30 soldiers had gone to the crowd of people there and opened fire the way they were alleging that they did, we will not be looking for the dead. We will actually be looking for the survivors. If there were 10,000 people there, we will be lucky to get 5,000 survivors. If 30 soldiers had opened fire in the manner they were talking. So, this narrative of they were killed, they were massacred. Let's leave this. Let's address facts. The number one, the guy in question was not killed. He was not dead. He was not killed. Secondly, there was a need to stop that protest at all means. Thank you.
Yeah, Ajale Koko. Back to Ajale Koko, please.
Well,
Ajale Koko, can I say this to you? Do you know a policeman was killed in Ibadan and they burned him alive and they were eating his flesh? Did you saw the video?
I didn't see that. And
did anybody see the video there?
I didn't see that.
Look, I saw the video. I know the names of the policemen. They had family, they had children. There were 2, not 1, 2 policemen at the War Road. I remember the names now, their names.
Sorry. I will put it to anybody. There is no.
Polly.
Okay, maybe you can. Okay, you can remove me.
Yeah, come back to you later. We don't have time. People have not.
Another person can replace.
Say what you want to say. Say what you want to say. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. Polly, say what you want to say in 1 second. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the whole thing that we're all saying here, really bad governance actually make NSAS happen. Okay, but nobody kill anybody on that protest until after 28th of that October. After 28th,
that was a lie. That was a blatant lie. The burning of the police station, the burning and the killing of those 2 policemen had happened a day before. When they bought that, the what do you call it? The Igbo records. When they bought those, what do you call those buses? What do you call those Lagos buses?
BRT.
Yeah, BRT. It was a day, 2 days before.
BRT was born after 28th of October 2020. I can give you a video that back you up, that back it up. Whatever that happened
It was after the
killing, it was
Lekki killing.
I think BRC was
End
born
protest was the place where people are serving,
Yeah, that was where
people are
went
serving bread
wild.
and giving drinks to police officer. NSAS is where people are giving drinks to police officer.
Okay,
We have
can
to
I
not see the
interject here?
video.
Can I interject?
No interjection. No interjection, please. Molly, learn what you are saying. I'm going back to Ajali Koko.
I think
Please,
I've already given my
them.
point. I just want to say to what he was saying that the NSAS people are the one that caused problem. The government are the one that make NSAS to look violent because they're the one that actually sponsor talk in the first place to go and be attacking the protesters. They make it happen.
Yeah.
Those guys that came out to protest, they have a genuine mind to protest, and it's their right. We are born to protest. The day I was born, if I didn't cry, my mom would not carry me from that blood. We were born to protest. When I was young, before I started speaking out, if I don't cry, my mom will not give me breast. So why are you now thinking that protest is
what
forbidden?
really transpires is that these people went on protest, and the protest is going like they have been there for hours and hours. Let's say the truth. They were at that toll gate, and traffic was disturbed. People were unable to cross to the island, and they have been there for hours and hours and hours. And when they're there, the governor of the state went there and appealed to them, asking them, what do they want? And they told him, these are the points we want. And from there on, somebody went to Abuja Street to present to, to the president. And after that, they asked for who are the leaders of these people. I think Paz and the rest, they went to go and meet Inspector General of Police in Abuja or something like that. And they were like, okay, we are seeing your demand, we accept your demand. But what really transpires is that they kept on protesting. And remember, traffic was disturbed, people were unable to go home, people were unable to go to their place of work, and then it continued to generate a lot. I've seen a lot of video. In this same protest, we have a lot of Nigerian youth. They were smoking weed. Some of them were doing rubbish in that place. That it continued to generate
and I'll put it to you.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
All right.
So I will just 1 minute and I'll be done. And then, of course, when it continued to go out of hand, and people were now saying that this didn't have a political undertone. Because you cannot continue to protest every day, every hour. It's not done that way. People, normalcy must be returned. We are able to see your leaders, and your leaders have been to meet Inspector General of Police telling this is what we want, and the government has already accepted. It is at that particular way that people decided that there's a political undertone, and then the talk started disturbing them. And before we can open and close our eyes, they started burning things down all over the place. So it's after the protest they started burning a lot of things down. So what we are trying let me finish just 1 minute. Yes. What we are trying to say here is this: it's as simple as CBC. Maybe initially they just want to protest. That okay, there's police brutality. We want to protest. That is exactly their major.
Right. Okay, I'll put it to you through this way.
After some times, it has a political undertone. They were telling them go and burn TVC, and they burn a lot of places in Lagos. They burn a lot of places.
And I'll put it to you this way. I'll put it to you this way.
We should not celebrate
governments actually promised them that they are going to reform police. Okay. And the reason why those guys did not leave streets is because they did not believe in government doing that. Until today, we are talking. Sorry, as we were talking now, police is not yet reformed. Do you know that? As we were talking now, so that there is no trust. When you know what? When there is no trust between the government and the citizens,
but it doesn't mean that then you take laws into your hands and then you walk and go to your home.
As we are talking now, there is not yet any reform in police. Whatever they promised that period, they've not done anything about it.
Well, the reform is not going to happen in one day, overnight. Yes. The fellow that was alleged to have been killed was killed in Asaba. Why don't you people take the protest to Asaba and burn down Asaba? Why is it that it is Lagos that Nnamdi Kanu was telling people to burn down and they were burning down?
Nigerian people react. Nigeria people react to bad governance during the ENSAS. It's not only police brutality. They react to bad governance. That's all.
The question was
So Foley, so you agree that it was politicized?
It's not politicized. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. What is happening now? What is happening now? With what is happening now? I pray Nigeria. Sorry, let me tell you what happened in 2020. Is kind of a sign for Nigerian government to do the needful before it's too late, because the anger and the hunger in the mind of Nigerians, by the time you can think you are covering them, you can think you are conquered them. By the time that anger actually spread out, Oga, I'm pity. Oga, forget about these things. You cannot. Let me tell you, in all these countries that have been doing fine,
you are projecting a country whereby the leaders don't do nothing anymore. Now, let's just suppose today. Today we are talking now. Let's take today. Today, they are talking about giving some workers 6-month pay. They have done palliative. They are also going to give another 50 million Nigerian money. That is a government that is listening. But you guys, you continue to, in your mind, that the country
what do you call palliative? A bag of 10 mudu of rice for a whole street. You call it palliative.
What you have in your mind is that a country that will never change and things will continue to deteriorate.
No.
That is when
if you allow these people, they will ruin the country.
What
they
you
will
have
ruin the country.
Your mind is that country will continue to deteriorate, and when it deteriorates,
no. If you allow these people continue what they were doing without
what were they doing? Nigeria is not the only country in the world.
And we just at least in a country waiting now, a country where citizens are not fed well, and the people in government were buying Prado Jeep for themselves. We are talking about all this youth. As I'm talking to you, I'm just let's say 5 seconds trekking to one of governor's house here. Former governors in the front of his house, he has almost 6. I can go and do video for you now. He has almost 6 Prado Jeep, bulletproof, in front of his house. I'm just 6 minutes drive, just 6 seconds trekking to his house as I'm talking to you. Those are the things we are talking about. These people are too extravagant in governance, and they are putting all the problem on Nigerian citizens. This is what we're telling them.
Okay, Foley, sorry to cut you short. I want to tell you something today, and you can put it in your left hand. People, leaders, they always use people for whatever they want. Whether you are a dictator, whether you are you are fighting for the right of people, whether you are just in the middle, whether your mindset is that when you get that you are going to siphon the money, they will use people. Everybody because it's all about interest. Now, what I think.
Sorry, Remy, is Thomas there?
Yes, he's there.
Thomas, I want to come here, so can allow her to come in.
Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, so people will use people to get to whatever they want to get. Now that during that protest, you guys have selected some of your leaders to meet the IGP, the Insurgent of Police.
NSAS does not have leaders. NSAS does not have leaders. They just punt them. They does not have any leader.
So that is okay. They don't have leaders, but at least
yes.
They send some people. Okay. They send fast.
They did not send anybody. Nigeria did not send anybody.
So
this is the police are inviting people. It's police are looking for someone to tag on that they are inviting people.
Okay. If that is the case, it's also it's
leaderless. Even when Tunde Ednut was even begging Showore, to lead the struggle, Showore said, "Leave it like this. Let the protest continue."
If you are talking that way, Showore went to the protest ground. They chased him away. They said they don't.
He start the protest.
Chased him away.
Showore started the protest in the first day.
In the end of what I'm trying to say here is this: that protest was hijacked later, and it turned out to be something very ugly.
Police, government hijack it. Government were the ones sponsoring talk to hijack the protest,
So
not
it's the same
the protesters.
government that asked them to be now burning all the property of Lagos.
We are seeing their SUV car. They were able to carry
Hello, Remy, police. Somebody is talking underground.
Yeah, it's me. Maybe let's move the conversation on from Shore. Folly, have the last word on that space, and then we bring Zeta in. I'm not sure that Thomas is at his seat at the moment. So for Folly, round off that Shore space.
No, I'm already done. I'm already done.
All right, let's bring Zeta in. So Zeta, let's bring you in with this clip that Thomas brought forward. I think Princess Rosie might be interested in this one as well. Is that ever naughty topic of pastors and their ways? Zita, watch this.
Yes, Father. Is this heaven? Yes, Father. Is it heaven? Yes, Father. I have a woman here. Yes. What do you? Yes, Father. Is this heaven? Yes, Father. Is it heaven? Yes, Father. I have a woman here. Yes. What do you have to say about her? Oh, I should ask her who is Sibo. Sibo. Who is Sibo? Okay. All right. Okay. What else, Papa God? What else, Papa God? God is telling me to ask you, why is it he's showing me a heart? He says we should pray for your children. 2 of them.
Okay, so it goes on for another minute, but I think you get the gist of it. Modern solutions for modern times. You don't need the Bible. Sorry.
Is he making phone call to God?
Yeah, there it is. So you don't need the Bible anymore. John Le Coco to go to God now. All you need is your iPhone 12. That is the pathway to God now. So
and did he share the phone number? Did he share the phone number with his
He's the only one that has the number. How can you have the Coco?
It's MTN. It's MTN. It's MTN. God is using. You know, emancipate yourself from
He's a privileged man.
That is
all right. Maybe Zeta
Africa are so gullible.
No, Polly, let's Zeta speak about it. Let's see.
Yeah. So Zeta, come in.
One man. What do you want me to say about this now?
I just wondered if you only need you have to have iPhone 12 before you're able to call.
No, Pro Max. So it's only Pro Max. So one man, if you don't have Pro Max, you cannot get it. The line will not go.
Yeah. You see, one thing I have to tell people is that the human existence is a mystery.
One man, I'm kicking you out. Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Human existence is a mystery. And when something is a mystery, there is always a narrative to it. And in that narrative, humans will like to believe the ones that suit them. So that is what I am seeing in the world today, that when you want to think about the human existence, it's a total mystery. How did we come about? Who created the world? The world was without form and void, the Bible says. And then you begin to wonder, then who created, who created, who created? By the time you think deep, you begin to wonder, how did all these things come about? So everybody started forming their own narrative, and they're taking it to the level now that they have the phone number of the person.
But Madam Sister, Madam Sister, the people in that gathering, are they that daft, dumb, stupid, ridiculous human being that they can't even think?
You see, Thomas, I listened since morning. I doze off. I listen, I doze off. One thing I will tell you is that once in a while, calm down a little and listen to human beings. We are in one-man platform. Bring a topic, and you see how everybody is reasoning on the same topic. You will not call them daft. You will not call them smart. It's just the reasoning. Something that somebody will tell you, and you tell the person, are you kidding me? You look at me and you are telling me this. You tell another person, the person is excited. He believes you. I heard somebody just a few minutes ago before I doze off and wake up talking about the election, who believed who was there for who. And I was like, yeah, same thing in the church. Same thing about human existence. People come up with something and tell you and you believe it. But if you ask them some certain questions, it's either they get angry or they abandon the discussion. Because that simple question you will ask them, we show them that they are sure you don't want to buy that their narrative. So I wouldn't call them really daft. I call them, although some people say those pastors use things, and I don't really believe that they use anything. The power was taken away from man. And since then, man has been going about looking for power. That's just it. If you gather people in a place and you just pray and worship without putting up one or two narratives, I don't think you will have them come again the next day. They won't come. So that's life. That's the way it is. People believe what they want to believe. They follow what they want to follow. Sometimes before now, I used to get mad when I see people believing some certain things. I'm like, what? You mean somebody told you this, you believe it? Look at the Bible. Look at the story of the Bible. Then remove the Bible. Go from time into history and look at it. Go back to what happened in Germany. Go back to how those people came back. But still, you will see people carrying the propaganda that the people there are not the main people. And they will tell you that the original is scattered all over the world. And those original never speak. And when those people were being handled in Germany, they were called a name. And everybody believed that was their name. And nobody came up to say, no, don't call them that name. They are not the original. These are the things people put out. That's why I told you, Thomas, that in 2023, I never knew that it was that bad in my country. until 2023 election. Because I believe people carrying their phone in their hands will be a little bit close to information. But a lot was thrown out in 2023 and people bought it with excitement. They were actually rude about it and arrogant with the opinion they bought. Aggressive. So it is what it is, Thomas. It's not. It's just it. If it's not in religion, it's in some other thing. People believe a lot of things. So I wonder, hello? Hello?
We are listening to you. We are listening to you.
I wonder if I am a member of that church, I would have asked for the phone number. You get the point? So that when I get to my house, I can call God too. He wouldn't be the only one having the phone number. Or don't you think so?
Well, you think, Madam Zita, you think the man,
Hello?
Madam Zita, do you think that pastor will release, he's a liar now?
No.
There's no number now. He just lied to the congregation.
No, you don't, Simba, you don't seem to understand me. What I'm saying is that pastors do sell a lot of things. You see, I have had a lot of encounter with pastors and people
Madam
who believe
Sita, what I
them.
want to ask you before Simba kick me out with his network, why is it that why is it that it's only Africa we see such?
No.
I don't think
No.
let me land, please. I don't think in that country you are living, in this Australia I'm living, somebody can tell me in a church that people gathered that is calling God on the phone and people will believe.
They will believe, but the thing is
No, I doubt it.
No, they will. They will. Let me tell you why. As I said before, human existence is a mystery, and there are a lot of narratives when there is a mystery. So they will believe, but in that place you are, I can promise you that somebody might ask for the number. And if he doesn't give it, it might become a court case. Because where you are, where I am, they cannot separate the court from them. Somebody's going to sue somebody anyway. But coming to what Simba said, that do you think the number is said? No, pastors, they sell a lot of things. So if I am a member of that church, I would have asked him how much is he going to sell the number. Yeah, because
Madam Zita, let me put this into you. You know why people will not be able to challenge them? Because people cannot challenge them in Africa, and that is why they can peddle such a lie.
No,
because let me tell you the way they brought religious to us in Africa is by fear. You understand? They instill that fear into us. You understand? You will discover that if somebody should stand up among the member of the congregation to ask such a question, before the pastor will say win, the member of the congregation that will go against that person.
They will lynch him. They will lynch him.
You are making sense.
So that is the problem. They will castigate him. They will say he's the devil, he's this, he's that, and in fact they will chase him out if they don't kill him in that church. And that is why they thrive in Africa.
No, Simba, let me tell you something. You see, I have learned not to restrict things that are happening around me to an institution, to a nation, to a race, or to a tribe. I begin to use touch to browse through, and I find out that the happenings on planet Earth today, I don't really think is attached to a race, a tribe, an institution, a people, an ethnic group, or even elite or non-elite. It's just the generation that we are in. You know, Simba, life happens. It's either it is happening or it isn't happening. It takes time and chance for it to happen. The time we are in now is the time these things are happening. For every time a source is make gains, it make weight, it make name, it exists. After that time, it's like a test run. It's going to give way. Sometimes when that chance comes, a lot of people don't buy it. That's why I always tell people, if you start blaming it on somebody or something or a race, or you say this is a particular group, you are not making sense. Because if you use torchlight, you will find out there are some areas people are still doing the same thing. And you wonder why. It's because of the time and chance. You see, you are talking about this way because we are discussing religion. Why not see this thing happening in politics? Why not see it in our education? See it in our health, in our tradition, in our culture. You will find out that somebody somewhere is using somebody's brain, such as this pastor is doing. You will find out. Look around you, outside of the religion. People are being used every day. People's brain are being scoped every day for gain, for whatever. But one thing I have to say, the so-called Gen Z and Gen X, I hope they change. I hope they learn. Because if they don't, I'm beginning to wonder, I am freaking out, I am scared on the kind of world we are going to have. You won't believe it.
Madam Rita, the so-called Gen Z or Gen Z or whatever you mentioned now, let me tell you, their own generation will be the least that we could get. Believe me, and then we will not have. Let me tell you, you know, it's like this. No, when you have a generation that is strong, the tendency that they will produce a weak generation. You understand? So the weaker generation, because they have nothing to offer to the next generation. So the next generation have to struggle on their own to survive. And that is what is going to happen. That is the law of nature.
I am telling you, sometimes when you listen to, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm blaming time and chance, honestly. Because if I am in that church, after that service, that pastor will give me the number. I'll follow him. If he's not giving me, I'm going to table out my problem. I say, okay, pastor, call him for this. Call him for this. Because it's only a fool that is in planet Earth that will say he doesn't have a problem. We all have one problem or the other. So you follow the pastor. When you go, say, pastor, say, can I help you? Say, no, you can't help me this time around. Because you got JC's number. So let's call JC. Tell him that I have this problem. So JC got smartphone now. I never knew. Oh my God.
And he has MTN network.
No. Which subscriber is he using, if I may ask?
MTN.
Is that a Nigerian pastor? I think that video is old, though. It's old.
It's likely to be one of these southern African countries.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure he's in Nigeria.
I think they are more notorious. They are more notorious when it comes to that than even with the West African counterparts.
You see, why you think they are more notorious?
Madam Sita, why you say it's not Nigeria? We are not different from them. If Justice Suleiman,
we are not. You don't understand, Thomas.
No,
that's not what we are saying. We just want to know the source of this one. We are not saying it can happen in a country when they okay. What is the difference between this one and alert? And the alert. What is the difference?
But if I said is it because our skin is black? That's why our brain is black. If Justice Suleiman, let me finish, please. If Justice Suleiman can left Nigeria, went to US in a congregation of doctors, professors, lawyers, nurses, mentioning professionals, and he said he called money from heaven, and people are getting alert, and people are not thinking. Is it not our brains are black? Simba, this Australia, I don't need your phone number. I don't need your account number to send money to you. If I have your phone number, I will send money to your account. We call it ID pay here. I don't need your account. If I know your phone number, I will send money to your account.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. We also have it here now. We also have it here. So even in Nigeria, people they do that. You can transfer money on your phone with your phone number now. So it's not a new thing.
So why are we not thinking that money will fall from heaven and one angel Gabriel, angel Uriel, and he's putting money in people's account. One lady even stood up. He said,
God has all the denomination. He has naira, he has euro, he has cedis, all the currency.
The angel just pay all his mortgage. Can you just imagine that they pay all his mortgage?
Thomas. Oh, Madam Zita has left. I wanted to ask her. I think this thing. I think to me, no, you can't take away poverty from all these things. I think it's poverty that is encouraging all this kind of things.
At times, most of them are not poor. Most of them are not poor.
No. Simba, no. Don't go to poverty.
Most of them are not poor.
Do they have poverty in America? In Atlanta, Georgia?
They have poverty.
I know they have poverty.
Let me tell you. Just let me tell you, Thomas.
Hold on. Listen to me first. Hold on. That gathering, that church that Suleiman said he called money from heaven. Those people? Do they have poverty? Are they wretched people? They are not wretched people. They are well-to-do people. So don't bring poverty into this discussion. Poverty may be a part of the factor, but it's not poverty. It's mindset, it's brain.
Thomas. Let me tell you, for the fact that you have money now and you can afford whatever you think you need, has not taken you away from poverty. I hope you know that.
Yes, poverty of the mind.
It's in your mind.
Yeah.
You understand? The way you think, Thomas, now, is even from the way an average Australian who is born in Australia will think. You are still afraid of poverty. Meanwhile, you still have money. And it's become an intergenerational thing. It has become an intergenerational thing. It's like the thing is embedded in the DNAs of black people. That's it. And so you are this insecurity of not be able to know your future. You always think that I don't want to go back to where I started from. It's always in your mind. And that's why you believe in things that you are not supposed to believe in God and all those things. Where people from birth, they don't have any issue with with poverty. They don't think the way we think. I'm here in Saudi Arabia and I've been giving you example. They don't behave the way we behave, even with Islam. So what are we talking about?
Simba, now you talked about poverty. I want to say something. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians in Nigeria is bad. When I mean something is bad, the situation there is really bad. You see, most of us, most Nigerians, like people in this platform, most of us are well-traveled, well-exposed, well-informed. Our voices might not be very strong, but we have to use it anyway. You see, what is going on in Nigeria now? People who don't usually complain are complaining. It's a concern to me. The things I see and the things I hear, I'm sitting down here every time when I remember Nigerians in Nigeria, I begin to wrap my head around how they are surviving. It's bad. And I must say it. Yeah, I'm not going to blame it on the present administration. They just came. That's what everybody will say. But one thing Tinubu should understand is that the market reacts to policies. The market reacts to, more especially, what the president says. Market reacts to it. I will not call the two statements he made blunder, but I'm still waiting to see what he's going to do about those two statements he made. First, he said the subsidy was removed. It's gone. I'm not a fan of subsidy anyway. But from the obvious reasons, he didn't have anything on ground before he made that pronouncement. Now, let me say this. He did not remove the subsidy. The subsidy was removed when he came in. And I am sure that the mama that sells Ogo and okra in the market, at that point, didn't know the subsidy was removed. But the moment he made that pronunciation, it became a pronounced policy by the president.
Yes,
Let me
it has
finish.
been.
Let me
Yeah, yeah,
finish. Please.
yeah.
Let me finish. People are suffering. I have to say this. Like me, he hates me, I do not care. But I have to say this. I have to say it. Because that's me. My job is to condemn policies the way it is being put out. And as I said before, I'm going to call them by their name. Not by the name of our nation or by our institution.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Can you sit
Mute your
down,
mic.
please?
Honorable, mute your mic.
So he said that thing, the market reacted. He came again, he said he's floating the naira. Whatever that means. Because all of us in this forum, we are exposed. Most of you are economists. You should understand that there is only two currency regime on earth. Floating and fixed. Call it hard, call it soft, call it pegged, call it fist, is under fist. Because why? There is an interference. And that's the one Nigeria has been practicing all over the years. The other one is float. Float is float. It doesn't have interference. But he made that announcement, and the market reacted without anything on ground. Nigerians are growing. I feel them. And I must say this, he has to do something to elevate that pain. Selling fuel 600 naira a liter is not fun.
617.
It's not fun. I must say this. Even if you have a beautiful policy for long term, by the time the long time come, who are you going to see? The long term will be for dead people. You have to do something for the short time to keep them before you
Madam
plan for
Zita,
the long term.
Madam Zita, let me
Thomas,
put
I
this
must
to you.
say
Sorry.
this, Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians
Can
are
you hear me,
suffering.
Madam Zita?
Yeah, he made it bad. I agree. But these two things he has said did not help matters at all.
We
It
told
did
them.
not help matters. It wasn't the
Can you hear
situation.
me? Sorry, Madam Zita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, but you know, if I put it to you now that currently the normal price of petrol now is around 1,200, will you believe me?
I heard
Because of the exchange rate now.
Forget about whatever. Forget about whether exchange rate, whether increase in price of crude or not. But the current price supposed to be around 1,200.
It's exchange rate that caused it now.
Forget about policy. Forget about. We are talking. Forget about exchange rate. We are talking about price of petrol.
All right.
Why did you say it's supposed to be 1,200?
I'm not supposed to be. It's not even supposed to. That is the current price.
Why?
It's not supposed to be. I'm not saying. Eh?
Why? Why? Hello?
Why now? Remy?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Go
We
on.
can hear you.
Go on, please. Go on.
Madam, continue, ma.
I said why? He said the current price is 1,200. So in essence, the message he's trying to send to me, you know I'm daft. The message he's trying to send to me is that it's supposed to be 1,200 and the government is paying 600.
The government is helping
Nigeria
us.
should pay 600, right?
Government is helping us.
That's the message
That means they
the
are still
person
paying.
is trying to convey to me.
They are
Yes,
still paying
now.
subsidy.
Yes,
Yeah.
now. That's the meaning.
Automatically. What's wrong with Simba? Simba dropped. His network dropped. I think that is why. Yeah, it will come back. You should come and clarify that to us. Yeah, I think it dropped. Yeah, you come and
Do you know
clarify
the
that
most
to us.
difficult
Yeah,
thing to do in life is for you to try to defend failure. It's the most difficult thing in life.
Tinubu hasn't failed.
No,
Tinubu hasn't failed.
it's wrong for anybody to use the word failure. It's wrong.
No, Tinubu hasn't failed, my brother. Now, when
That's
did he
a
come in?
wrong word to use. What I am saying is that he should be cautious of his pronouncements. Because as a president, whatever he says...
But Madam Sita, hold on, please. Hold on. Is it this pronouncement is the problem? If he didn't pronounce it, they will still remove subsidy. So what is the pronouncement got to do with what we are talking about?
Okay. Let me tell you something. First of all, before he made that statement, was the subsidy removed?
Yes.
No, was about to remove.
Yes. Yes, yes, it was
Yes,
removed.
yes,
It's not
they
more.
removed.
It's
Yeah,
not more in
it was removed.
the
Yeah,
budget.
yeah.
Good, good. How many people in Nigeria do you think that knew that that subsidy was removed as at that point?
Few.
Few.
Thank you. Now, I'm not Tinubu, and I will never be Tinubu.
I don't. Sorry, sister, I don't understand you. What do you mean by so? You think Nigeria don't know when they remove the subsidy, or what? What
They
question?
didn't
What
know.
do you? What?
Few,
They didn't know.
few of us know, but many people don't know.
They didn't know that you and I know.
How would
Knew
they?
what
No,
was
let me
going
tell
on.
you. No, it's not true. I don't agree. So you think that Nigerians don't know when immediately, even before he made that pronouncement, they were already queuing in the filling station and they've already increased the price. So what are we saying that Nigerians don't know?
At what
Can
rate?
we just listen to ourselves? At least we need to be listening to ourselves. He said
At what rate?
the Nigerian knew that the subsidy has been removed before Tinubu make that pronouncement. And we said no.
No, okay.
No.
I now understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
You see, I was thinking that there are things he put in place, or he has to put in place before he made that pronouncement. Because there are several ways of removing pain. Several ways. See, this fuel can be 1,200. People will still buy it
Madam
without
Sita,
suffering.
Madam Sita, let Simba told us what he meant the other time. I don't still understand. I'm curious. Simba, are you there?
Mean? Yes, I'm
You
there.
talk
I'm
about
here.
1,002 that I don't understand. What are you trying to say?
I'm talking about the landing cost of petrol, of a liter of petrol.
Yeah. So that is the
We
landing
are all
cost.
here. Yes, we have discussed it on this platform before now. That subsidy has been reintroduced.
Simba.
And why did they remove it initially from the beginning and make us suffer like that?
No. Just hold on. Just hold on. You know, my own thing is that I like discussing problem and solutions. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have discussed this. So we have discussed extensively
You are not like
the
Peter
problem
Obi
of this.
that only discuss the problem.
So we have discussed extensively before several times about the problem.
And I wish we can
Why can't we just say, okay?
Can I finish now?
Okay, madam.
Simba.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Simba, I really don't feel comfortable when Nigerians, you see, when I said when there is a mystery or a confusion around something, there is a lot of narrative. You see this word, the landing price. Only God in heaven knows where marketers in Nigeria brought that word from. The landing cost. By the way, for everyone's information, crude prices is one of the commodities that are being, the pricing is done on, what is it called again? What is this called in economics?
Exchange rate.
I've forgotten the word. I use it always. It's called when you put a price according to the demand. If the demand is high, the price goes low.
The law of demand and supply. The law of demand and supply.
No, it's called economics of scale.
Okay.
That's how prices of that commodity is being placed. So when I hear Nigerian marketers lying to Nigerians and they buy it at the landing price, what do they even mean by the landing price? is 1,200 or 1,300. Landing price, are you going to start pricing the commodity from the exploration? Or you think that it will cost $90 to explore 1 barrel of crude? Really? I don't get this.
Madam Zita, let me tell you this. The cost of producing 1 barrel of crude, it varies from country to country and the terrain.
And it's $90.
Just hold on,
No,
hold on.
I'm just asking.
Hold on. Let me finish now. I've not finished. The average is about $50 worldwide. Average of producing. Yes. Go and check.
Average of producing
And it can be as low as 1 barrel of crude is about $46. So I just round it up to 50. Don't laugh.
The labor.
Just hold on. Just hold on. Let me finish. It can be as low as $10 in the Middle East. And it can be as high as $90 in some offshore.
Oh my God. I don't
so go and check
into this kind of argument because
no, it's not an argument, it's a discussion.
Wait, I don't even know whether the $10 is for the labor or for the cost of the machinery, for the drilling, for the exploration, for the geologists, for the survey. I don't even know where you got the $10 for. That's why I said.
So you think that it doesn't
now? You just
okay.
That's why I said that such commodities, their prices are based on the economics of scale. You can't put the price on the cost of the actual production because if you do, nobody can afford it. You are still saying what I said, but you are saying it in a different way. They can put any amount, even a penny on it. That doesn't necessarily mean that is the cost of production. They are based on what they call economics of scale. There are products like that. And they make huge gains, even at putting it at $10, even putting it at $5. So that's what I'm saying. And then take it from that your $10 and go back to the propaganda of landing costs. Is the propaganda of landing costs true now? That's a lie. Because up to that point too, the economics of scale still exists. Otherwise, nobody will be able to buy it. So for anybody to come and tell you the landing cost is 1 million naira and therefore we are even selling it cheap. You see, this yo should just stop. I know our voices are not strong, but we just have to use it. This deceit is getting out of hand. What is all this? These people keep running our country, putting our money into their pocket and keep telling us stories that we can believe. What is all this? Landing cost 1,200. Now you are telling me that the government is paying 600, right? And the Nigerian should pay 600. Simba Haba now. Which kind of thing is this?
So from your own analysis, so you think that even at that 600 is still higher than the cost of buying that petrol, 1 liters of petrol? Is that what you are saying?
Maybe, Simba, maybe you have to go back. Maybe. Remember in the days when you were in the university or in high school, when they taught you economics of scale. When you go back to it and understand it very well, you'll understand what I'm talking about. These lies should just stop. People cannot be suffering and you are putting out lies to make them feel comfortable with their suffer. Really? Simba, I don't know, but what I have to tell anybody who cares to hear this morning is that Nigerians are suffering. It's bad. Nobody should come and tell me Hey, how wish is this person you voted or this person? Those are all craps. That's not what I'm talking about. Somebody is there now. He should get that thing sorted out. There are a lot of ways to alleviate people. The data, the phone prices, the phone time, airtime, all those things he's supposed to put policies to make it look a little bit little. What am I saying in essence? Naira is difficult to get now. And when you even get it, it burn off easily. That's what I'm talking about. It's difficult.
Okay. You are, Madam Zita, you have given us a problem now. So from your own side now, so what are the solutions?
I just said I just said the answer.
That we should use our voice.
Okay, let me use one thing to give you a typical example. You see, in Nigeria, they don't use Wi-Fi, right?
We use.
No, wait.
No, individual.
That's what I'm talking
about. Even organization use Wi-Fi.
What it means, what he's saying is, as in a country using Wi-Fi, general Wi-Fi.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, to produce like a free Wi-Fi for people.
In individual homes. In individual homes.
Yeah, we use.
You say when you say.
I think what you are saying is the cable. There's a kind of.
Wait. Let me finish.
Okay.
He said when you say you use, I seem to remove you from the people I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay, you are talking about common people.
Common people in the street of Nigeria.
There are no, Polly is not in that class.
There are
what do you mean? What do you mean?
You are not a common man in Nigeria now.
I'm a common man, no. Leave all this thing, though.
No, but Alita said she has removed you just now.
No, she didn't know me now. She's just saying things generally.
Because you use Wi-Fi, you are not a common man.
Can you go ahead? I think what she's trying to say, they call it like the Chinese model. They call it ADSL. You have a kind of a satellite box in your house, but the problem with Nigeria is that we have to construct a lot of cable underground to connect to individual house.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is the subscribers that are already in Nigeria. You are saying I should give ways of alleviating poverty. The government, if you watch the way those subscribers break down their usage, you will know that they are robbing Nigerians dry.
Yeah, of course, I agree.
So, why didn't the government put up a policy to remove that robbery?
Because government is taking it now.
But the issue with this one is that the government cannot provide their own network provider.
No, you don't need to. Even in capitalist economy, government does not provide anything, but they put policy.
So
everything still lied on leadership. Everything still lied on leadership. It's still about leadership.
Madam Zita, where you are starting from, we are talking about poverty alleviation, you are talking about data. Is that one the problem of Nigeria?
Nigerians will tell you, I've not have food on my table, you are talking about data because they are going to pay for the same.
Wait now, let me finish. Poverty alleviation it goes round. You can spread it around the citizens little by little so that there are things they will no longer concern themselves with. There are things you shouldn't concern yourself with as a citizen of the country. Somehow, you don't concern yourself with
No, sorry for interjecting you. You stay by that talking about common people in Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying.
How many common people in Nigeria uses data? If you want to go by that.
Wait now. I am coming. I'm not saying data like data. They must have data. They shouldn't pay for data. That's not what I'm saying. I first of all said, if you look at the services these subscribers provide, look at it critically. They are robbing Nigerians dry.
Definitely.
And I said, there are things they are supposed to remove.
Can you, no, Madam Rita, don't let us just put out ahead and let us analyze it and explain why you think that they are raping Nigerians.
Let me be specific. If you think I don't know what I'm saying, I will be specific. They are selling buys, they are not selling time. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard. It really makes sense. I know they are changing the system, because I would have proposed a method that MTN, this network provider, say, okay, you pay 20,000 naira for a month unlimited data. So that one, everybody knows that if you pay 20,000 naira, you can go online for that 1 month. But the way they are doing it now is like they're not selling the airtime, they're selling just byte by byte. And at the end of the day, people will pay more.
So all those ones are available also now. They are unlimited.
No.
You can pay for unlimited data.
No,
how much is unlimited?
Wait.
They don't have.
I know what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
Let me finish now. Let me finish. If government put a policy with 500 naira or 1,000 naira in your phone, wherever you are in Nigeria, in a month, you can do unlimited talk, unlimited text, and you can do internet call, which means you can do WhatsApp for 1 month. Immediately the 1 month, the services end. You have to pay again. Most Nigerians concern themselves with recharge card and data. Because you can say that services is there. But I know that there are some Nigerians that have to buy a recharge card, and then the service provider will give them 5 bits for 200 naira recharge card. They can't use it to make a WhatsApp call. The moment they do hello, the thing vanishes.
Yes.
I hope I'm making sense, because I have families in Nigeria.
Madam, I understand we are saying the same thing. Go ahead.
I am giving you example of the things government.
Madam Rita, I don't understand what you are saying, though. And if I'm finding it difficult, I think most of the listeners will also find it difficult.
Let me break it down what she's trying to say. What she's trying to say is a form of government-induced subsidy for an average Nigeria to have unlimited data for WhatsApp call, for internet, and for everything. Unlimited, you can call, you can send
So government to subsidize data and call. Is that what you are saying?
If she's mentioning 1,000
just to put a policy in place. It's for them to put a policy in place that will make it easy for the both subscribers and the citizens.
Hold on. I'm coming. Simba asked me a question. He said he wants solution. I will do the job for free. Do you know why I'm going to do the job for free? I'm going to put the job in the table for free. If they like, let them do it. If they don't like, let them do it. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because, first of all, I said that most of us as Nigerians, we are well-traveled, well-informed, well-exposed. And most of us has been lucky enough to be opportuned to see how these things run in other places outside Nigeria. Most of us have been privy to touch the documents in our hands, to be curious, to look at it and say, how does this function? I will do the job. Now, do you know that you can make Nigerians pay little for their health without them knowing? Let me explain again. Do you know that government can make Nigerians pay little every day for their health, little by little, so that they can walk into the hospital? At least the first necessary things can be done before the doctor will say, this is how far your medical can take you. Now you have to pay. How can the government do that? Okay, let me not use the word. 80% or 90% of Nigerians use this phone. That's why I keep telling people, it will be nice if Nigerians are identified. They are getting the identity little by little. We are not there yet. The moment you load your credit to make a phone call, the government take a particular percentage in form of tax, unknown to you. They can tell you, or they might not tell you, but there's nothing you can do about it. They remove it as tax for your medical. That way, every Nigerian in the street of Nigeria pay medical with their phone number. And it goes to each hospital. I remember there was a time she did a similar thing for their contract staff. The moment you go to any hospital, all the doctor needs to do, what is your name? They call your name or the number. The moment they call the number, they check. You are paying that, they start immediately to treat you. That is number one. Now I am solving the problem one after the other. Do you know that this thing, what is it called? This fuel that are selling 600, now Simba is telling us that the landed price is how many?
1.2.
1.2. How much is gas turbines? With the amount of money the Nigerian government pockets, how much is that turbine? What is the capacity of gas turbine that can power a local government? You give them 10, 12 hours of power supply every day. They should be fine. Some people will make do with that 12 hours. They don't need to go and queue up to buy fuel for their generators. Simba, am I talking?
You are talking, but you know, my problem is we are not looking at, because all these things that you are talking about cost money, and then you are not giving me, excuse me, you are not giving me, and we don't have the money. Exactly.
Why are you always saying we don't have the money?
No, what did I say that costs money? No, explain to me. Which one did I say that costs money?
The last one that you just talked about now.
Cost which money?
You are talking about electricity generation. You are talking about turbine. Is that not what you are saying?
She's talking about the Earth facilities, and from Earth they can.
No. She has finished Earth. Maybe you are not listening. She's talking about.
Why do you always say? The only problem, I think, we don't have problem of money. We have problem of managing the money we have.
We are Nigeria. Let me tell you.
People are siphoning the money. People are stealing the money.
Which money are we talking about? How much is Nigeria? What is the revenue of Nigeria? Let us be reality.
Hey, sir,
What is
Chairman,
it?
I just told you now that from where I'm staying to one of the governor's house is just,
No, forget about that.
let me
We are
say,
talking
1 minute
about corruption.
trekking.
Let's talk.
In the front of that,
You
wait,
are
so
talking
wait,
about
in the front of that
corruption.
house. Wait now, in the front of that house, as I'm talking, wait now, in the front of that house now, as I'm talking to you now, we have 6 Prado Jeep park, bulletproof, parked in that place. And the man in question is not even living there. He's not even there now. I'm talking to you.
So the
So
question
those
we are
money
asking is,
can be diverted to something different.
Fully forget that word. We are talking about as of today. How much does Nigeria generate as revenue? That's what we are talking about. All those ones, let's put it aside. That one is a
exactly. You are getting my point, Remy.
Something generating as revenue every month now. That's what we should talk. And then we should
How do you want us to know how much is the country generating when the pot is not really even, the money is not even coming to the pot for us to know? People are stealing the money. The money has been stealing. They were stealing the money.
Just
We can't know.
Polly,
we can't know.
You do better by let us even assume what is our main source of revenue? Oil. Let me finish, Madam Zita. We have our main source of revenue is oil. Let's assume that we produce that oil at the least cost, let's say $10, and Nigeria is gaining, let's say at the $90 per barrel. We are making $80. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Let us not assume that we are producing 2 million barrels per day. Looking at Nigeria, looking at our size and our population, do you think that money is enough as a country?
You see,
so forget about corruption.
Let me finish now. Simba,
okay, continue, Madam Zita.
Solution. You asked for solution. Is that not what you asked for? I'm coming.
Yes.
I said gas turbine. And now you ask me. You said Nigeria don't have money.
I'm talking. I didn't say that. Okay, continue.
I'll give you the solution.
Okay.
You remember what I told you about paying for medical? The way I said it, sure, it was 50-50. Like individuals pay some, the Nigerian government covers some. Or
what you are saying is that insurance.
You understand that one? Sure, you understand the solution. Okay, fine. Let me go to the one you said they don't have money to put gas turbines in local government. I will divide it 50-50 again. Because if you go to River State and some part of Imo State, it's not the government that gives them that 12 hours of power supply or 13 hours of power supply a day. Most companies in most areas in Nigeria
I'm aware of that ordinance.
Let me finish, because we are looking for solution. And I want to tell you that the solution is in Nigeria. Just as somebody said, management. It's not difficult. It's somebody to put the right policies, make the right negotiations, and get people out of this pain. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Most of those companies have turbines that the capacity is more than what they are using. They can power their environment. Cut it out. 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day, those people living around there will enjoy it. Some of those energies are being wasted. They need to be consumed. Now I ask, what is the job of a governor, the commissioners, the local government chairman. Is it that they don't want to talk to those companies, or that the companies are saying no, or they just enjoy seeing Nigeria suffer? I don't know if I have
Okay,
told
Madam Luther, how many of those companies do you think we have in Nigeria that can do what you are saying?
I'm coming to that. Let the companies take charge of where they are. The rest, Nigerian government, I believe, will have money to handle. Let me repeat that again.
But presently, some of the companies are doing what you are saying now. Okay.
See, Simba, one thing you will understand is that for every problem, there is a solution. Nigerian case will not be different. No matter how you want to look at it, for every problem, there is a solution. It seems as if there is no solution when there is no brain to think about the solution. And there is nobody to take action in solving the problem. It seems as if you are eluded. That's why most people don't like calling it a problem. They call it a challenge. Because they're being challenged to act. When you call it a problem, it seems as if you're eluded with it. Don't give me that thing that Nigerian solution does not have a problem. And therefore, Nigerians should be wallowing in this pain they're wallowing. If you say that, you are trying to, I don't know how to say it. Will I say irritate my veins or excite my veins?
No, Madam Peter, you remember that I'm the one that asked you the question. I know there will be solution, and several times on this platform, I've made my own stand known that we don't have to be crying about problem every time. We should be providing the solution. We don't even know whether they are listening to us.
Let those companies, let them take charge of their environment, negotiate with the government, cut their taxes. There are several ways of alleviating poverty. Cut their taxes. Let the people living around them have a switch over. Hey, this is, I remember in those days they used to call it share light in my town. When it comes, you remove the changeover, put in share light is here. Which one are we using now? Is government light. Let the people around those places enjoy it. Then the rest of the places, since the government said they don't want to let go, they should handle those places. I believe we will have enough money to handle those places the companies are not around. But let me remind you that for most companies that has the capacity of 40 to 50 staff, have enough power to power up to 50 houses around them. I know that for sure. So can we start with that? So that people should stop hurting? Because I know that an average Nigerian gets 10 hours of power supply every day. I'm not too sure he's going to go and queue up for fuel for his little apartment neighbor. I'm very sure he won't. Not with what is happening in Nigeria today. People are suffering. The government have to do something. And he has to do it fast. The suffer is too much. It's too much. They have to do something. And they have to do it fast. And I believe that the market is reacting terribly because of his pronunciation. I still stand by that. Hate me, love me, I don't care. I still stand that the market is reacting because of his pronunciations. You cannot tell me you are floating the naira. And then what is a strong currency doing beside the currency that is being floated. That means you are not floating the naira. And he has not changed his policy. He still stands by that floating. He has not changed it. But we come to one-man platform and make defenses for him after saying he's floating the naira. One day I will tell Nigerians, young Nigerians, what floating means. I will explain to them so that they won't be confused. And I will let them know that there is only two currency regime on earth so far: floating and fixed. Under fixed, they call it all manner of names because there is interference.
Okay. What will you? Which one will you advocate for Nigeria?
Huh?
Which of the two regimens will you advocate for Nigeria?
The one I will allocate for Nigeria.
Mm.
In a country that does not have strong monetary policies, pegged that is the fixed one, works better for them because they don't have strong monetary policies. And under that peg, that fix, some call it peg, some call it hard floating, some call it soft floating, some call it soft pegged, some all manner of them, but they are all fixed.
You know why I ask you, Madam Zita? Because I have seen countries that did that. They, even with that, they are not better off for it.
Is that what?
I said I've seen countries who did a fixed regimen for their currency, but still they are not better off for it.
Most countries in the world do fix. Most countries, because there is interference. It's only very few currencies on earth that are floating. Most countries in the world do fix. Like some call it soft peg, some call it soft float, some call it hard float, some call it pegged, some call it fixed. But in all of it, one way or the other, there is an interference. So that's what Nigeria has been doing over the years. And it brings about economic growth. But Nigeria is not seeing that because it's heavily manipulated without results. They do soft, they do hard, they do pegged, they do this, they do that. They've been doing all manner of that over the years. It's not
But
working.
if I may remember, the during Babangida regime, that was when they abandoned the fixed regimen and they started the structural adjustment program. And that was when Naira began to depreciate.
Which one is structural adjustment program and fixed regime? What is
what I'm saying? That was when they started floating Naira. That was when we know that, okay, that is what they call exchange rate. Start 1985 during Babangida regime. Because I could remember that time, it was even like they started with maybe around 1.5 to $1, 1.5 Naira to $1. And every day we'll be seeing it on the television, the way it will start depreciating and gradually till we get to where we are today.
Simba, Nigerians are suffering. I feel them.
We all know that, and that is why I suggested that instead of crying with the problem, we should be providing the solutions. And that is what we're supposed to be discussing more on this platform. No problems. I'm tired of hearing those repeated problems every day.
Simba, do you think that those people who are in the helm of affairs today do not have the brain to think out the problem? Do you think so?
I know they have the brain. I know they have the brain, but I
So
don't
why are
know
they not
what
doing
is
it?
actually what exactly. I don't know that why. That reason is what I don't understand. That question that you're asking me too, I don't understand the reason.
They better sort out the problem. They better sort out that problem. You see, let me say something. I don't know if you monitored Nigeria. This dictation of Naira started with Obasanjo. Naira started, although he blames Atiku for it. You see, when a currency loses its power, that's the first thing it will lose, the strength. Then it will start losing value. You see, during the time of Obasanjo, all of a sudden, Naira become very easy in the hands. And then it takes a little while to burn out. He blamed Atiku. He said Atiku started bribing the Senate. They started carrying Ghana must go of Naira publicly without fear of favor. I remember Peter Odili in those days. He used to say, PDP share the money fast. Government money is for government house. Those are the slogans in those days. And it make Naira easy in the hands of Nigerians. That time it was losing its strength. But the value was still there. You can still buy more with it. Then came the ridiculous Jonathan. Jonathan made Naira easy come, easy go. Somebody can give you 5 million. You spend 5 million.
You know, they spent such money in the beer parlor during the time of Jonathan.
It was terrible. Then Buhari came. Instead of him to work on the value, he started working on the strength. He made the Naira difficult. Difficult to get, easy to burn. That was a disaster. And that's what Nigerians are facing now. For you to get 10,000 Naira is difficult. Even when you get it, it doesn't buy anything. That's disastrous.
It doesn't solve any problem.
It doesn't solve any problem. You don't see the money. And when you see it lost value, I mean,
Madam Minister, let me give you
continue like
just this July. I went to a pharmacy store in Ilorin. I needed. Do you know this drug called Augmentin? I needed it, so I went to the pharmacy. They said I cannot get Augmentin in Nigeria again. That the company GSK has moved out of Nigeria. But they now told me that they have another brand which is equally good. Just 20 tablets. And I asked how much. They said 56,000. If you see the way I screamed, I said 56,000 for a drug that I just want to use for ordinary upper respiratory tract infection.
I'm telling you.
I said now, if somebody just day before yesterday, I was speaking with one of my colleagues who's still working in Nigeria as a doctor, and she told me that just within 1 week they brought 8 children dead to the hospital. Dead, BID. What does that one mean to you, Madam Zita? It means that the parent kept them at home because they don't have money to treat them, and they just brought them to the hospital to home and certify them dead. 8 within a week. we rarely see such things. Maybe you see once, maybe in 6 months or 1 year. But that is the regular occurrence now. As you said, we
They
need
have to do
an
something.
urgent intervention very fast.
They have
Very
to do
fast.
something.
Very
They
fast.
have to do something. They have to do something. You know me, sometimes when I speak, people think I'm taking sides. I don't. I keep it real. I still maintain the fact. He hate me, like me, I don't care.
Madam, I know what I think is part
Let
of
me
the.
finish. Among all the people that came to contest for presidency in 2023, Tinubu is the only person that have the antecedent. I still stand by it. I'm not worried about it. And that doesn't mean that if we put up a policy that is hurting Nigerians or I don't like, and I feel it's not working, I won't say anything. No, I will say something now. That's me. That's me. Even if I was in Nigeria and I voted him and he put a policy that I don't like, because my mission is for Nigeria to be good. Yeah, that's my mission. And I assessed all of them. Some of them are so daft that I sit down here and was wondering if they are the one that is there. I just imagining people will be dropping dead in the streets of Nigeria.
It's already happening.
It would have been double or triple. So I know what
I think, Madam Zita? I think there are some people in that country that are holding that country to ransom.
I think so.
And they are making and they are making it difficult. That country difficult to govern.
No.
And I don't know what we can do, who can be in the helm of affair that can damn these people. And to me, it's a very dicey situation.
I've come across one of them before. There was a place I was living before in Nigeria. That place, they used to have constant, at least 13, 14 hours a day of electricity. Normal. The NEPA something station was just very close to there. All the NEPA staff, big men, they bought houses. They built their houses around that area. So we used to have 13 hours of power supply. Then come this House of Representative guy that won an election. He came to that area, built a mansion, then got himself a gas turbine for his house, a small gas turbine, mini gas turbine. Then all of a sudden, from time to time, 3 days, 4 days, we won't have electricity. And I was like, what the heck is going on here? They said it's the man that anytime we don't have light for a whole weekend, that is the guy. I said, what? They said when he comes back from Abuja, I'm saying this in a global platform, he will go to NEPA and tell them to shut down the light, the electricity. Simba, you won't believe this. So. What is his reason? Wait now. You are looking for people who are keeping Nigerians. I'm telling you one of them. He said that if there is light everywhere, that his community will not know that he's back. So
what a myopic.
That's the kind of people who are in power. The whole community has to go into darkness, and only his house and that street, because he put.
So that is the way he announced his presence.
Thank you. So the street and the street light, beautiful street light, he built corner like this into that his mansion. everywhere will be so bright. And you will see his community people going in and out of that compound to go and see him. Honorable is back. And therefore, I will be in darkness. The day he had an encounter with me, that I didn't go to jail that day, eh? Hey, God of mercy. If you see what I did to this guy. Anyway, that is the way it is. These are example of the kind of people. Okay, how do you think this kind of House of Representative will go to Snyder that has a business in his constituency to tell them to give his community 10 hours? Will such a man do that? I'm just asking, because I asked you a question before. Do you think the people who are ruling us don't have the brain to think our problem? Of course they do.
That's wickedness now.
Of course they do, but do they want to do it? Of course
So
they don't want to do it.
I think one of the reasons why they do that is to entrench poverty, because without poverty, that is how they thrive. They thrive from that.
See,
that's why they can come and use small money to at least to get their attention for election.
I heard Tinubu increased salary to 35 naira a month.
No, increasing by 35,000 naira for civil servants.
So it's 65 now, right?
That's not minimum wage. They added, we had 5,000 naira to whatever salary that you're earning before.
That is what I'm saying. Now, minimum wage is 30, right? So if you add 35, that's 65. That's what it means. Okay. I am not a fan of raising pay. I used to say that. You know me, I don't know much. But from the little economics I know, you don't raise pay. You raise pay, everybody raises everything. So the pay you raise doesn't make any sense.
More inflation.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that money will not mean anything. Because
give it some few months, the value will be eroded.
That's what I'm saying. So why don't you give the money strength? Pay me 10,000 a month, but that 10,000, if I sit on it in a year, I can buy a house. Yes, I don't mind. But paying me 200,000 a month, and it cannot even take me a week, does it make sense? Look, Simba, people are suffering. No? They have to do something fast. That's all I have to say.
Madam Rita,
look, the other
you
day
cannot be telling me. I cannot say I live in Nigeria fully. My family are in Nigeria. I go to Nigeria often. You understand? So I understand what is going on. The situation is terrible. It's terrible.
It's really, really terrible. It's terrible. Look, I am actually getting. The other day I was listening to you guys. You people, the policy he put is going to make it on the right track. It's on the right track. It's on the right track. Look, he just have to do something on the short run.
Nigeria economy, Madam Rita, seem to defy all logic, all economic measure. And it's because, let me tell you, let me give you this. Let me tell you this. Another problem that I see in that country is the kind of politics we practice in Nigeria. The opposition that's supposed to be criticizing They don't only criticize objectively. And what they also do is that they also sabotage the effort of the ruling government to portray them in a bad manner. They only think that if the economic situation of Nigerians worsen, that's the only way they can use it against the ruling government to get them in power. Up to me, it's
It
not a
doesn't work
good
that
thing.
way. It doesn't work.
Exactly.
It
But
doesn't
that's the way opposition work in Nigeria.
It doesn't work that way. Buhari didn't win second term, and Obasanjo didn't win second term. If not for people like Tinubu and Buhari, Jonathan would have still come there second time. By now, Nigeria wouldn't have been in the world map anyway. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. There have come a time that all hands must be on deck.
Madam Zita, you know what I was talking about earlier on about our revenue? You understand? Yes, we have corruption. The little money that we are getting is also not getting to the poor. It's only few people that are stealing it. Fine. Because my own belief is that there is no country in the world that is no corruption. But the money that Nigerian generates is too little to make any meaningful impact. Madam Zita, I'm telling you, Saudi Arabia, with a population of 35 million people, including foreigners, produces 11 million barrels of crude per day. That is about a barrel to 3 people. Nigeria will produce maybe around 1.5 presently, before we are even producing less than 1 million to over 200 million people. Does that one make sense?
Simba, see, it's not that the money cannot reach the common people. It's simply because they don't want it to reach the common people. I've given you an example. If you are practicing democracy, what is democracy? Government of the people, by the people, for the people. So it should be what they call Abateke in Igbo. Whatever we get, we share together. Is it not how it works? We do the business together. We share the profit together. Is it not how it's supposed to be? That's why I talked about the phone. Use their phone as identification. Before you know it, somebody walks into the hospital and get treated. At least for minor things like cold, malaria, influenza, skin disease, all those manner of little things that can, with 10,000 naira, the person will be well treated. Nobody should walk into hospital in Nigeria and say, you did not. The moment you walk in, they ask you, what's your name? You say your name, they pull out a card and write your name, register you, and you'll be surprised. They just registered me. You didn't know that you were paying it when you were recharging your phone. There are several ways of getting this money from Nigerians, getting your own, putting it together to get the country work. I don't know. But it is what it is. There are several ways of taxing Nigerians. Go to that areas where they use every day. You load 200 naira, what you will see in your phone will be 155 naira.
Let me just buttress what you are saying.
Huh?
This morning, I was jogging along the streets, and I was looking at the street lights. I was looking at the cameras on those street lights and everything, well lit, and everywhere was like. It was early this morning, even before the day break. It was still dark, but you will not know that it is even dark because everywhere was lit. What I was trying to say, I said, okay, how? Why can't we have this kind of thing in my country? Even if you have a private electricity generating company, and say, okay, government should, okay, whatever tax you want to pay, out of the tax you're supposed to pay, provide all these street lights, light them up every time.
Now, yes, that's what I'm saying.
So,
Okay,
in fact,
let me give you
so
example. Let me give you example. Okay, you are in a Muslim country. Let me give you example. Like this place now. When you, by next month, you won't believe how the streets will be looking. I'll take pictures. One day I was asking, is it that is the government that decorate all these things? They said no, that those places are business districts. They're mandated to decorate it that way. If you see this thing, so they come out as business, just like you are saying. Those businesses in Nigeria, government can keep law that if you have a business here, 2 or 3 or 4 poles to your business, the street there are 2 hands. They're supposed to be electric, what do you call it? Street lights.
yes, like
Or
that's
more,
what they call the private public responsibility.
yeah. Or maybe they will say the street your business is must have street light. That way we remove all this government stuff. Yes, government has to do, but government has to help us to get some few things done by individuals. Look, Simba, to be honest with you, I am not really liking this situation in Nigeria. I must say, I am not. I
You
know
don't fear the situation. Let me tell you, you don't fear the situation more than me. Because me, I'm a stakeholder in that country, and if anything should happen in that country, it's going to affect me drastically. That's why I don't really support all these calls for protests because I know that that kind of thing you can't control it in Nigeria. We politicize everything. If it is possible for people to protest peacefully, and some people will not be able to use it for their own political
no,
goals,
no. They're not
fine.
protesting
But
it for the right thing.
exactly, you got my point.
The guy, his name is M. He came here and was talking about how they're supposed to protest for what was he talking about? Protest for people that died, Lekki, wherever. Is that the problem of Nigeria now? Thomas, are you still there? Hello? Hello?
We are here. We are here. We are here.
Mhm. I'm asking, the things that are supposed to do a peaceful demonstration for, they are not doing it.
Because they felt guys felt conquered already. They
But they are
felt.
not conquered to demonstrate for answers, right?
How many people do you see coming out for it?
No,
They are
I'm
not.
just
They are
asking.
few, and
Even
those few
if
that
they're
you see,
even
and those
if
few
they're
that you
few,
see.
even if listen, let me tell you, there is a day here. One hospital demonstrated a demonstration that changed all the hospital in this area.
Okay.
Just one hospital.
Okay.
Something happened in that hospital. It was very peaceful. They came out. And this demonstration was not the kind of demonstration you usually see normally. People running around the streets like hell. All they did was they came out in front of that hospital. Because this place is relatively very peaceful. They were from 6 o'clock in the morning. They were in front of that hospital chanting till 6 p.m. in the evening. Beg them up, beg them down. They no agree. They were there holding hands, shouting, screaming for 12 good hours. The hospital was shut down. And you know what happened? By the time they finished sorting the problem, the other hospitals didn't even want such a thing to ever happen with them. So these are what I am talking about. You
Yeah.
don't need to go to the streets of Nigeria and begin to break down people's. I know what the government is trying to avoid. Because you let people out now, they're going to people's houses. There is hunger in the town. They
Exactly.
They go to people's shops and
Is
start looting
yes,
their
that
property. Is that demonstration?
Madam Zita, it is the common man that will suffer for it. They will go and loot people's property.
The common man is already suffer here.
So you
No, just hold on. Just get what you are saying for Libby.
I get
You
what you are
understand?
saying.
You should understand the terrain,
We are
Nigerian
talking
terrain.
about protest now, right? That the reason why Nigeria government are trying to make sure that nothing like that happen in Nigeria is because of the reaction of the
Hijack. It can be
streets.
hijacked. It can be
The reaction of
hijacked.
the reaction of the street, and that thing goes down to the mind of every Nigerian that's supposed to speak up for the system, because they will all now be afraid, and that's why you see us with what we are passing through. Nobody
Excuse
have
me,
in
what's your
mind.
name? What's your name?
My Folly.
Folly.
Yeah.
The way, okay, let me tell you, demonstration and rejection of policies is not only done in the street. Let me explain, and let me repeat myself again. Demonstration and rejection, showing your grievances to your government, is not only done by coming out in the street to run helter-skelter, throw stones at the police. Actually, those ones are not demonstration, they're not protest, they're rioters.
Riots. Those are not riots.
Okay, let me give you an example of demonstration. The way we Nigerians littered Tinubu certificate all over the internet.
Yes.
And some of us went to some places to speak on it. Why can't we do same in the suffering of Nigerians? Is that same people, they still have their phone, they still have their TV channels, they still have their YouTube channels, they still have their X, their Twitter, and their Facebook. Or you think if Nigerians run helter-skelter the way they run with Tinubu certificate, something will not happen? Is that what you think?
Something will happen.
You see, in as much as Nigerians are suffering, they are channeling their energy to something that will not produce anything. By now, I think they're tired with Tinubu certificate, right? The guy is still sitting there.
Nigeria they just move with emotions, and that way the emotions goes, and they forget about it. Our problem is not like people actually trying to react to the system, but the system as in I can't really tell. This system has been made the way it is. Now, if you are saying, okay, look at just honoring, not honoring, look at Mohbad. Look at Mohbad now.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Accept it. They are not reacting to the system. They are reacting to their emotions.
Yes.
The day Nigerians will react to the system, they don't really need to go to the street. They don't. You see what happened with Tinubu's? By the way, let me not even go to. You see what happened during the election? What happened with what they did in the internet? They were even making threats like, if you try us, NSAS will be a tip of the iceberg. After the election, policies have been put, pronouncement has been made. I'm looking at, sometimes I ask myself, is it that Nigerians don't understand the policy, or they are not interested in the policy, or they are not interested in what their government is doing, they're more interested in their emotions? Because this tweeting and untweeting, if you do it with the problems going on in Nigeria now, government, their share will be shaking. But you people decide to shake what is not shaked.
Madam Lisa, the funny thing, the Nigerians now, those people who are part of the people that are running the country, now because they are in opposition and they hate the present government now, they are the one that will now be controlling the protests. How can somebody, Nigerians, be following somebody like the PDP people, the OBs and the rest, and say they are the one that are now the people that can change the country? That's our problem.
That's why I'm saying that they're not protesting against the policies, and guess what is happening? They're protesting against their emotions. The emotions are just running wild.
Exactly. Some will protest in the name of tribalism, some will protest in the name of religion, things that are not, you know.
Because
But
you
I still,
see, let me say this.
okay. All right.
Madam Sister,
It
Madam
doesn't
Sister,
really.
that would be the last comment. We have to shut down. It's 10 hours, yeah. So make that
Let me
comment, yeah.
let me
Solid
say
here.
this.
Yeah.
You don't, if you believe that the problem is what you want to be solved, you force whosoever is there. It doesn't matter whether it's your candidate or not. He should get it done. That should be the main thing. You shouldn't be fighting your emotion. Fight the person sitting down there. As long as he has entered there, he should solve the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We just have two people just joining. I have to shut down now, but let them
Don't
be
shut down.
our
Put us
final.
at the background. Put us at the background. If you want to go, you
Are
can
you going
go.
to pay for? Are you going to pay for my internet?
Okay.
Oh, seriously, Thomas, you follow the
Yeah. Madam Sister.
Put us at the background now.
Yeah, Solly, make the last comment, and Sadiq too make a remark. Then we call it a day. Solly, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to reply, Madam Zita. They are doing it
Madam
because
Sister, she ran away. She
okay. I'm running away too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Solly.
No, you can make it. Sorry, make it. She is listening now.
No,
She's
I
listening
think,
now. Madam
I
Sister,
think
she's
all
listening.
of us here in general know the reason why they are doing all those things. They are just ignorant. They are uneducated. They don't have work to do. That's why they are online all the time doing all these things. You know, and they like to deny it though, but they are very, very tribal. And the reason why I know that they are very, very tribal is when you bring logic to somebody, right? And you try to explain explain something to them with facts. A normal human being, when you give them evidence and proof, they will change their mind, they will change their ideas, they will change the way they approach things. But these ones, you bring evidence, you bring proof.
Sorry for cutting you. Have you seen any Igbo man that is not supporting Obi? And they will say it's not tribal.
Yeah. No, there are some. There are some.
But they are few. They are just few, minute.
Yeah.
They are very few.
The same way we see the same way some Yorubas are not supporting Tinubu.
Oh, there are plenty. Those ones are plenty.
Yes.
Those ones are even plenty than the Igbo side. I've never seen one man, Igbo or woman, that doesn't support Obi. I have never seen.
No, me, I have some.
tribal.
I have some of them.
That
I have some of them.
I've never.
Thomas, it's
Never.
not just
No
that.
one.
It's not just that. Is the fact that if you want to argue with me, I'm bringing evidence, I'm bringing video, I'm bringing proof, I'm bringing logic, I'm bringing facts, I'm bringing statistics, I'm referencing everything. But you don't want to change your mind, but you want me to change my mind.
Exactly.
There's nothing to argue. There's nothing to argue. And you cannot prove what you are saying. You cannot bring facts. You cannot bring logic into it. You are just arguing out of emotion, but you call me the tribalist. No, that's emotional blackmail. So I don't argue again anymore. Whatever they want to do, let them do. Instead of this is the best time for any request that they have to be done, because the presidency is in the south. Any request that they want, do they think that they will get it when the presidents return back to the north? But instead, they will use these 8 years to argue, fight, blame, instead of
It's
requesting
not 8
everything
years,
that
though.
they
It's
need
4
help.
years, though. It's 4
Eh?
years, though. It's not 8 years.
It's
It's 4 years.
let's
Multi-God,
not deceive
multi-God.
ourselves.
It's
Let's
4
not
years,
deceive.
though.
This is Nigeria.
It's 4 years,
This
though.
is not America.
Let's
Don't
wait
create,
and see now.
don't
Let's
create
wait and see,
problem here.
Polly.
Okay, do you know
Let's
why I
wait
know
and
that?
see.
Do you know why that I know that it's 8 years? Let me tell you how it is 8 years. Tinubu has been employing so many people in different sectors, so many people in different ministries. Do you know what that is called? That is called vote buying. Do you think that all
Vote
these
buying,
people that wait now, let me explain. Do you think that all these people that is employing will vote for another person and they will lose their job?
Let that time
No,
come.
wait. No matter how tribalist you are, if Tinubu employs you and you know that if this man leaves, you will lose your job. Do you think you vote for another person?
Let that time come, sir.
Which governor just defected? Why PP also defected to APC?
I pray Tinubu success. I pray it succeeded in whatever you want to do in the government. But if he's not performing, I can bet with you, Nigeria will put him out.
But Polly, even if they refuse to vote for Tinubu next 4 years, he's none of those people who have done in the past that will come in. He's not somebody like Sowore or whatever that will come and win the election.
We are not God.
So we don't bring God here now. Why are
The
you
last time
talking like this, Polly?
The last time I checked,
Let me
wait
explain
now.
something.
The last time I checked,
It's not about
in this kind of things that is happening in Nigeria, nobody can actually tell where the pendulum will actually change to.
no Folly.
In the next
We
4
know,
years.
I know.
Be
I know
realistic.
where
You
the
have to be
pendulum.
realistic.
Things can happen. Things can happen. I can tell you, things can happen.
Nothing can happen. Forget it.
Folly,
Forget
let me
it.
tell you something here. 1 year before the election, we already knew where the pendulum would be swinging. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah,
So,
you know what? I pray the present government do the needful so that we can all enjoy the system.
We don't need to pray. If the government is not doing the right thing, your prayer is not going to be answered. So we've said on this platform, before they kick off the election, we said Tinubu is going to win. Who won the election?
No, some people know.
Because we are not novice. We are not mumu.
Predicted over 90%.
We predicted almost everything that happened.
I also do this. I also do the same thing. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
So there is nothing new. There is Tinubu winning the election. It's not a breaking news. So me,
on his cap.
yeah. Business done the come. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Do you have Sadiq? Sadiq, how are you?
Yeah. I hope it's not Adewale.
Adewale not to change his Sadiq.
You see this Adewale, Kai. Criminal giddy on the highest order.
I tell you, me, my label no leave, question no go. Bola Ahmed no let me be my president for Nigeria.
Sonu Megida.
Sonu Megida,
Thank you. How na day?
How we did, body day inside cloth, so we thank God. Oh, we are still living.
Background for 20 years. The woman didn't bring me back, and now tells me and say I should come join after century.
After hours.
I don't sleep, wake up, I say, this people still day here.
Yeah, we are rounding up. That's where you came in. I didn't suppose even bring you guys in. I just said give us your closing remark. 2 minutes.
I pursue you, man. Anyway,
even though I didn't know it was you. If I saw Adewale, I couldn't have brought you in.
I know that's why I changed my name, because you will be saying, "Oh, that's him. Don't bring him back."
Where did you get this name, Sadiq Kajoli?
That is Abubakar's name now. The name that he changed, you forgot. Those are the names he claimed that he did affidavit with.
Okay, it's a totally different name.
No, it's Sadiq Abubakar, Sadiq Atiku Kajoli. Those are the names that he has used in the past. So how can
No,
someone
wow.
be using names
Voila, wow.
interchangeably? You know, in my
Wow,
entire
wow. Then you call Abiola.
in my entire life, I've only used one.
Actually, I haven't
Well,
changed my name since I was born.
no, I
It's
changed
the same
one,
name I'm
but
still
because
bearing. I don't
I
know why
was in
people have this problem with changing name,
what
changing name.
what had happened. What happened to me was
Why,
that
when you are not even a woman, why should a man be changing his name?
Abio. Yeah, but my own case is different, and I regretted it, but I won't say fully regret it, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Changing name.
What happened was
Change.
that I haven't grown up in Anglican. I did baptism, and when you are doing baptism and confirmation, you have to pick a name, right? And that has been the norm. So during the process, I picked a middle name, an English middle name. So at that moment, I fell in love with that name, and I was using it. So all my subsequent school record were now bearing that English name. So to the point that it became official middle name. But the name that I was using in the past that had been on my academic record were my local name. So after I graduated, I was working, but I began to have this, self moment of remembering stuff and begins to have maybe it was a more of like an identity issue. I realized that why am I bearing English name for crying out loud? What's wrong with my former middle name? But when you're coming to America as well, all these things followed you. So in order not to create logjam for myself, I decided to stick with the middle name. That is the only reason why I have uh, English middle name till today, and I regret it.
But at least out of the three names that you are bearing, two are still correct. Two are
Oh
part of the
yeah, those
initial
they
one
are
that you are bearing.
consistent. They two are
It's
consistent.
even
Yes.
from this Kajoli person.
When I was doing my citizenship process here, on the day of interview, it was a one old woman like that was doing the process and interviewed me. After I'd done the civil test, it was now like, okay, would you like to change your name? The moment that woman said that, and you see the side eye, I take a look at that woman. She understood what I was trying to pass across. Ooh. She started apologizing actually and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I said, so what do you think is wrong with my name? Because you can't pronounce my name means I must change it to
So
your
she want to
taste.
give you an English name.
I wonder, she was just like, would you like to? He said this
You should have asked her to go and buy a ram now to do
no,
another naming
he
ceremony for
said
you.
it's easy now, and if I don't change it now, I'll
Well,
have to go
somebody
to
is
court.
asking you in the comment section that can you tell us one of your classmates that can verify this story that you are telling us?
Even my principal can verify the story. Don't worry, they never die.
Who are your
Okay.
schoolmates? Who are your schoolmates? Tell me one of your schoolmates.
Adewale, you should
if you
not come
go
and do politics.
go
Don't come and do politics in
go and
Nigeria.
ask my grandfather or my grandmother, she will tell you.
Who are your classmates, Adewale? Who are your
My
classmates?
It
grandmother
does.
knows.
It doesn't have classmates.
My grandmother knows who are my classmates, and she don't pay me, so you can't ask nobody no more. you see, yeah, you see,
Where
they
is
say
your
on the
Adewale?
day,
Now the rules for coming to one man platform now. You show your certificate before logging in.
okay,
As from tomorrow,
No, right
you
from
have to bring your
primary
certificate.
school. Oh. So anybody
From
that has a
primary school.
different name,
okay.
if you have a disparity in your
I will
certificates
go and
from
carry the
primary to
entire
from primary to university.
I will go and carry everyone in my village to come and testify on my behalf.
Let me tell you what happened to me, Adewale. My home was that my name that time is spelled in Yoruba. My first name is Moshood, and my father's name is Akintola. You understand? So when I was in primary school, they used to write Akintola Mosudi. You understand what I'm saying? In Yoruba, Mosudi. And it's only two names. It was when I got to secondary school, I now added another name, making three. Then I'll start spelling that Moshudi as Moshwood.
Wow.
So on my primary school certificate is written as Akintola Moshudi. There is no middle name. There is no first third name there.
Wow.
You understand? So
Yeah.
if I see all those elementary things, I think most people will have issues with that.
But coming to politics, it becomes so trivial. Honestly, yeah.
No, it's supposed to be a lesson so that I will
The
put
way
our children's right.
no, it's just that these are
Mischief makers.
sport, yeah, like poor sportsmanship. When you lose election
You
in the
lose, you
ballot,
lose, my brother.
you lose, you lose. You don't start looking around and looking
No,
for
but
some
if
excuse.
if you lose and you are not loose as in with conviction, you cannot accept it.
No. When
At
you
least if
lose
you
in
want
the
to lose, you
ballot,
have to lose
let
correctly, like you lose the
no.
election.
Yes, if you lose in the ballot, you can
Folly,
prosecute your case
let me ask you this
based on
question. Do
the
you think
ballot,
before
not
the election, Peter Obi can win that election?
I know we
In
not.
your heart of
I know
heart,
we not win. I know we not win the election.
you know you will not win now. Everybody knew.
if you lose
But
election
I
in the
want
ballot.
that same. See yet. I want things to be done correctly.
There is no any
What
correct.
do you mean by
Even
correctly? What do you mean by
know,
correctly? What do you mean by
you know that
correctly?
he cannot win.
Either you
What
like
do you
it
mean by
or not.
correctly?
Either whether you like it or not. We are not having election in Nigeria. Just take it or leave it. Either you like it or not. We don't have election in Nigeria. Forget
Are
about it.
you trying to
So what
tell
do
us
we have?
that is
Short
What do we
our
have?
best slogan? What do we have?
Yeah.
No,
Selection.
we don't have election in Nigeria. As long as
So
something
what
is
do we
not
have?
done in the right way, as long as something is not done in the right way, we don't. I can't see it. I can't accept it.
My
So
brother,
what do
Your
we have?
perception of what is
my
right to
brother,
you might not be right to
let,
me.
let
So
me
that
make
is your own
something
view.
clear.
And if you want to be a good Nigerian, and you want to be a good woman, a good person, you have to go after things that is right. You should not manage things. You should not compromise standard.
My brother, let me
Don't
say
compromise
something
standard.
real quick. You see this life, and everything in this life is not fair. When a child is born, that child will be having a good time inside the belly of his or her mother, right? The moment he or she breathed the air that we breathe here, he started crying. Why? Because that hair itself is not even fair to that baby. It's either it makes that baby cold or make that baby hot, right? So here we are as an adult. Nothing is going to be handed over to us free of charge. And when it comes to competing for public office or competing for anything in life, I want us to have it at the back of our mind that people will take shortcuts any day, anytime. That is
Any
human
day,
instinct.
anytime.
That means
Human instinct.
Adewale,
No, I'm
that means
coming. I'm coming.
you can compromise standard.
No,
That
no,
means you
no.
can
See,
compromise standard
I'm
for you to
coming.
get something done.
I'm coming. Let me
What you
land.
are doing,
Let me
Folly, you
land.
are not just being fair to yourself.
Let me land.
There's
Let me land.
nowhere in the world there is
My brother,
justice. Nowhere. There's no equity or justice anywhere.
you are in a business field, right? You're a
And
businessman.
that's why the whole world is messed up now.
No. Well, you can say
So but
that.
it's not
That's a
you that
valid
will
point.
change that.
But you see,
No,
you're in a business world, right?
my own is to stand for something that is right all the time.
You're in a business field.
You
Either
can
they change or
if you want to stand, you stand for something that is possible. You can't just be standing for the sake of standing alone.
Thank you,
you can
Simba.
stand alone if you know you are doing the right thing. Forget
Possible,
about it.
realistic. What is not
You
what you
know,
feel it should be. What is,
it is an
please?
illusion that this world can be fair to everyone. Even in the business world, you're a businessman, right? The business world is
Yeah.
cruel, very, very cruel. And why do I say this? For you to make profit, is either somebody lose or you gain. There's no 50-50 in business, okay? Because you are looking to have the upper hand where the other person is trying to find a way to make sure that he or she take the upper hand. It depends on the contract that you both sign. And when you just oppose that to the life that we all live, you either grab what you want to grab. When it comes to the election or selection of who governs, even in the modern democracy, the one that we celebrate today here in America, don't let us get carried away by the facade that, oh, America
We all know what happened for Adewale during Bush and Agor now. What happened to Agor?
Apart from that, Trump opened yash of this so-called modern democracy. Opened the yash of this modern day democracy. Why do I say this? Some of the things that are shrouded in secrecy that we believe that, okay, people get selected or elected. And let me tell you something. There are some people that determine. It started from, what I realized is that even in America, the voting pattern is that there's a way they define, they call it redistrict. Don't let me bite my tongue, but the way they redesign the district on how voting is going to conducted. Like, for example, you, Simba, might be representing the district now, but because of the influence of people, right, and you have more population, and there's a way they will now define that district that you'll be representing that will be skewed to favor you. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. For example, you are already a Democrat, you are representing Democrats, right? They will now redesign in such a way that, and your most of your voters are Republican. So they will redesign that district in such a way that will favor you so that you'll be able to represent. That is the way they do it. And this is a modern democracy we are talking about. And people will flood into the voting field on the day of election and polling booth and started voting simply because, oh, yes, my civil right. But it's already been skewed and designing in such a way that will favor whoever they wanted it to favor. Those are just the little games that they play, even in the modern democracy we're talking about. And you won't find that on the pages of newspaper. You know where they usually do? They go to court sometime, and the judge probably might maybe go in your favor or go against you. That is why even in modern democracy. I want to talk about the democracy in a third world. What some of our younger people are asking for is a very tall dream that only God knows when it's going to be actualized. You know why? And if you look around all our neighboring African countries, tell me which one of them have a perfect electionary process. None. Zero. Because every now and then it's always skewed to favor certain group of people. And for what I will even say that we've taken one huge, one-step giant, forward. Reason being is that we've departed slightly from what we used to do to select our leader. Who would have thought that we will have a system that will scheme out some of those numbers that have been attributed to certain region in the past. Look at the state in the north, Kanos and Co. that will be voting in millions under age.
The KKK state now. The KKK
state. That is one giant step we've taken, but people will not realize that benefit now.
It's not only in the north. Anambra used to turn out Imo. They used to turn out more than 1 million votes. What is the average?
So when people are saying, "Oh, it's not being fair," nobody is fair to nobody. Never.
Yeah. Even the life is not even fair. Adewale, the life is not even fair.
You see, what I expect.
Even within your nucleus family, is it fair between you and your wife?
They say, "Oh, it has to be credible election. Election has to be this. Election has to be that." Well, nobody's election cannot be credible. Nobody's election cannot be transparent. But you see, in your kuro eye, they will change your destiny from your hand, and you will thinking, "Oh yes, you are doing it." You know how America will arrest you as a police officer, and they will be saying, "You okay, sir? No problem. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. You are going to jail. It's all right. It's all right. You will be sentenced to jail." You see what I'm talking about? And they will be respecting you and making you feel important. So, life itself is not fair. And
life is not fair, Adewale.
It makes me kind of like a little bit. Repulsive when I hear people.
The law, let me tell you, Adewale, is the law of life is for the rich or the big to oppress the small, or the rich to oppress the poor. That is it, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's even in the Bible. If God can favor the Israelis above other people, then what are we talking about? So all this illusion that we used to have that that is not perfect, this is just an illusion that we're supposed to walk away from that.
So Dick Kajoli should have been a good sportsman. Right, just go to his farm in Adamawa or go to Dubai and relax. You see all this mago to enjoy going around. I win election, I can prove it, and I see. It speaks to their own personality as human being. You cannot win in the ballot, but you are now seeking to disqualify.
But Adewale, answer this question in 1 second, then we shut it down. These politicians, do they have kids? Is their children doesn't normally speak to them? It puzzles me. That we have a father.
Atiku'S children,
My father will be messing up in the public like this. I can't even say, Daddy, what are you
No,
doing?
they will not. They will not do that because they are looking beyond that shenanigan that their father is doing.
Did you see it?
They are looking at the gain that will follow if he succeeded, and that's why they will keep quiet.
Tinubu's son going up and down, even flying official
Presidential jet.
Yeah, you see that tells you about how corrupt this life is.
Okay, Thomas, let me put it this way. What do you want the children to do when that's where their money is coming from?
Even Oshiba's daughter,
just 1 minute, just 1 minute.
At 23 or so, got married while her father was in
just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Let me finish what I was saying. And then again, let's say they actually tell their father this. Can you just look at your 12-year-old or 15-year-old talking to you about your business and you listen to him?
He won't even dare saying it.
No, even if he says it, you will never take him serious. Never. So,
that is
so Obi too. Obi is what is even his prayer in the court? I don't even know. Obi importer and exporter. Baba is crazy.
Obi Damian.
Criminality, importer and exporter.
I know the kind of statistics we win. A statistic we go shop. A statistic we could shop. Obi is like a Jesus Christ to some people. He's like a Jesus
God. Thank you, everyone. We have to go. Adewale, you extended us for 23 minutes. You were not local. Yeah. Yeah. Say go, babe.
I hope this name will change tomorrow.
I will change it. I will change it to something.
We change it to Adewale now.
I will change it to Babashia Lawa tomorrow.
Babashia
Nugboro.
Thank you, Folly. Yeah, thank you, Sonny. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, BT. Yeah, everyone. Another day, another dollars. One man. There is nothing we can do. We have to come here every time and speak about our government, about our country. I know everybody loves their country. Some people don't do that, but I love my country. Thank you so much, guys. See you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.
I do not understand, though. I don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, is it that Nigerian you don't understand English, or there's a problem with the English and I don't get it. Because first and foremost, they say go home. I'm seeing the video, I'm like, because yesterday when we were all seeing him, like, what's going on? From candle night down to protest. Why does Nigeria use like wahala? One fish in they do on now. They do on now. One fish in. She one fish. They didn't do on any. They say go home. You start down there. You now pick another location like a club. Is it a club? Are we celebrating party? It is not a party. It's not a club. You guys will not carry mouth. Now start looking for who does not talk, who do not talk, who do not come outside. You just start talking rubbish. You guys are disappointing me.
We are black and black. What did happen?
Sure. Oh, guy, we die.
What did the name?
Sure, I'm Mohbad.
Mohbad?
Yeah.
Who be Mohbad?
I want Calabar guy. When they say you work for your Ghana, Mali, you know, settle and I can send people go kill him.
The Calabar boy work for your Ghana?
He work for your Ghana, and your Ghana work there, you know what settle him. So the boy don't come out, now he send people go kill him.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.